Chapter 1132. Motherf asterisk Ker. Are they trying to kill me completely? This scene happened way too quickly. Even when immortal Emperor Shangquang struck out with his great Dao, he still could not stop the 5 great Daos from attacking him. They rushed into Lin Fei's body and destroyed every single part of his flesh. Lin Fei's body exploded. This was not good. His strong body was crushed by the 5 great Daos, causing him to go completely crazy. These great Daos did not allow the appearance of the strongest great Dao and wanted to kill Lin Fei completely. I can't die. I want to become an immortal emperor. I want to be the strongest immortal emperor. 5 great Daos can forget about killing me. Lin Fei reared his head and roared into the sky. Once again, he reformed his body, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Immortal Emperor Shangquang was so shocked that he could not speak. What had Lin Fei done to cause the 5 great Daos to attack him together? Even he could not stop it. Boom! Boom! No, if this continues, junior brother Lin Fei will be killed by the great Daos. There's no chance of survival. Indeed, Immortal Emperor Shangquang did not understand what was going on. However, he did not want to watch the other party die before his eyes. Since the great Daos were not allowed to exist, Immortal Emperor Shangquang had to stop them. Junior brother Lin Fei, I'm coming to help you. A great Dao rushed into Lin Fei's body, blocking 2 of the great Daos. It was extremely difficult to resist. Hurry up and stop the great Daos. This was the only thing that Immortal Emperor Shangquang could do. If he did not stop it now, he would definitely die later. The 3 great Daos continued to crush him. In just a short period of time, Lin Fei had already used up a lot of his immortal energy after reforming his body multiple times. I'll give it my all. Whether it succeeds or not, I'll suppress these great Daos. At this time, Lin Fei was definitely going to give it his all. If he did not, he would die completely. This was not something that he could hesitate about. The heaven and earth furnace flew out. This was a godly skill from back then, the godly fire that could refine everything in the world. A large amount of godly fire poured down and turned this place into a battlefield. You great Daos, don't you want to kill me? At most, I'll fight to the end. The divine flame turned into flame giants one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were over 1 million of them. These giants looked down on the world, carrying divine might as they slaughtered their way towards the 3 great paths in a grandiose manner. Lin Fei exerted all his strength, and his face paled. This was the first time he had risked his life to activate the heaven and earth furnace. 1 million flame giants were charging towards the 3 Daos in a grandiose manner. The battle was extremely intense as large swathes of flame giants were killed. Once again, the heaven and earth smelt was restored. For the time being, they were holding back their footsteps. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Junior brother, be careful. Immortal Emperor Shangquang couldn't stop the 2 grand Daos. One of them turned into a rainbow and turned into an ancient figure wearing a Taoist robe. He pressed his hand down and suppressed the 2 grand Daos. Divine flame! Block it! A great expanse of divine flames rushed up, blocking in front of Lin Fei. In front of the divine might of the great Dao, they continuously crumbled, pressing towards Lin Fei's true body. Blood once again flowed from his body, and it was covered in cracks as if it would shatter at any moment. I can't kill anyone. Lin Fei channeled the power of the divine flame with all his might, roaring continuously. Not only did he want to suppress these grand Daos, he also wanted to cultivate the strongest grand Dao, one that was above all the other grand Daos. The heaven and earth smelt seemed to have sensed something. Divine light shone down, restricting the power of the 5 grand Daos, causing their auras to weaken. Ha ha ha! This is great. Even the heaven and earth smelt is helping me. The moment Lin Fei saw this, he knew that this was a godly skill helping him, gathering all the power to deal with the 5 grand Daos. Junior brother Lin Fei, just what did you cultivate to be able to unleash such power and suppress the power of the 5 grand Daos? This is unbelievable. Immortal Emperor Shangquang, who had cultivated a grand Dao, was shocked. Even though he had become an immortal emperor, his fighting strength wasn't strong enough. He had lost the opportunity to advance to the next level, and had only cultivated a single Grand Tao. Although these 5 Grand Taos were left behind by his master, their auras were still strong and could kill anyone below the Immortal Emperor realm. Even Immortal Emperor Shangquang couldn't withstand this power. But now, Immortal Emperor Shangquang could clearly feel the auras of the 5 Grand Taos changing. Soon he frowned. His Grand Tao was ejected and returned to his body. My Grand Tao has been expelled. Immortal Emperor Shangquang couldn't go any further. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. In Lin Fei's body, the heaven and earth smelt isolated everything. Divine light shone brightly, suppressing the 5 Grand Taos. The flame giant had the upper hand. No matter how hard it struggled, the 5 Grand Taos couldn't escape. The divine flame wrapped around the 5 Grand Taos like a net. It was a thrilling scene. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's various treasures and abilities, the 5 Grand Taos would have killed him on the spot. It was rare to be able to survive the attack of 5 Grand Taos. There was definitely no second one. Your 5 Grand Taos are just left behind by the Saint Heaven Immortal Emperor. What's there to be proud of? You want to kill me? I'll kill them first. It seemed like the 5 Grand Taos were suppressed, but Lin Fei was still worried about when they would come out. He would kill the Grand Taos first to avoid being on tenterhooks. If it happened again, it was still a big question whether he could survive. Bang, bang, bang. Under the suppression of the 5 Grand Taos, they exploded one after another, turning into a Grand Tao light that didn't dissipate. This is the Grand Tao? After Lin Fei killed the 5 Grand Taos, he was finally so tired that he couldn't move. The divine light dimmed. In order to kill the 5 Grand Taos, he had consumed a lot of energy. In the light of the Grand Tao, there were specks of starlight. Lin Fei walked in. He didn't know why, but he felt that the starlight was extraordinary. After all, it was left behind after the Grand Tao was killed. Master's Grand Tao has been killed? Immortal Emperor Shangquang couldn't sense the aura of the 5 Grand Taos. He couldn't imagine why it would be like this. How could these 5 Grand Taos be killed? He tried to send a voice transmission to Lin Fei, but for some reason, the other party didn't respond. What happened? If junior brother Sheng 33 knows, he will definitely come to settle the score with me. Immortal Emperor Shangquang could tell that his junior brother thought highly of Lin Fei. In private, he didn't want anything to happen. The most important thing was that the 5 Grand Taos of his master had disappeared. That was the key. Where did the 5 Grand Taos go? This is? All of a sudden, Lin Fei, who was in a daze, burst out with a brilliant light. Starlight filled the sky and occupied the top of his head. Immortal palaces appeared one after another, looking down on the world with an invincible domineering aura. Immortal Emperor Shangquang's blood and qi surged. His eyes widened as he took a few steps back, revealing a shocked expression. This aura reminded him of something. Back then, when he was surrounded, there was a strong aura. But it was far inferior to this aura. This is the aura of a supreme Grand Tao. Why does he have it? Could it be that he wants to cultivate a supreme Grand Tao before he is killed by the 5 Grand Taos? Chapter 1133. Ultimate Aura? Shangquang Immortal Emperor looked over. Lin Fei was bathed in the holy light, and his powerful aura swept across the world. Even he himself had a feeling of looking up to this aura. Yes, it must be like this. Shangquang Immortal Emperor finally understood what was going on. Junior brother Lin Fei was planning to cultivate an ultimate Great Tao. The 5 Great Tao left by Master did not allow this Great Tao to appear, so he attacked. Even he could not stop it. Junior brother Lin Fei wants to cultivate the ultimate Great Tao, which is not allowed by other Great Tao. No Great Tao can be above other Great Tao. Shangquang Immortal Emperor saw clearly that this aura came and left quickly. It was like a flash in the pan, but in fact, there were already signs, and all that was left was time. Amazing! Really amazing. Shangquang Immortal Emperor could not help but admire him. Before reaching the Immortal Emperor realm, he had some understanding of the Great Tao and had his own ideas. Back then, Shangquang Immortal Emperor himself, in order to find his own Great Tao, hesitated for a long time on this last step. I don't know what great Tao junior brother Lin Fei has comprehended to produce such an earth-shattering effect. If this was not the dojo, this aura would definitely be noticed by others, and it would lead to the pursuit of immortal emperors and demon emperors. Once this great Tao was perfected, it would become the strongest great Tao, suppressing all great Tao in the world, becoming the true king of the great Tao, above all great Tao, covering the sky with one hand, and suppressing all directions. This state did not last long, and then it dissipated. The aura of a sovereign descending on the world disappeared, and Lin Fei woke up, restored, and regained control of his physical body. At this time, his physical body was damaged, and his face was pale, but in this face there was a peerless aura of heaven, which was a domineering aura. Even Shang Kuang, immortal emperor, could not help but be shocked by this aura. Junior brother Lin Fei would definitely be an invincible and powerful existence in the future. Congratulations, junior brother Lin Fei, for your great improvement in strength. Needless to say, Shang Kuang, immortal emperor, knew that there must be a connection between the disappearance of the 5 great Tao and the emergence of another supreme great Tao. In the past, their master left behind 5 grand Taos. Even now, their power was not as great as before. A grand Tao was still a grand Tao after all. After so many years, they wanted to find someone who had a good grasp of the Tao, someone who could grasp all 5 of their master's grand Taos. Even if that person only grasped one Tao, they would still become an immortal emperor in the future. 5 grand Taos, in other words, could create 5 immortal emperors. If the college had 5 immortal emperors, it would definitely be able to establish itself in the great metropolis world. Shang Kuang, immortal emperor, said this from the bottom of his heart. His eyes were very gentle, and he really regarded Lin Fei as his junior brother, the master's junior brother. Senior brother Shang, we haven't even started yet. Lin Fei smiled. If I want to cultivate to the great Tao, I'm afraid it'll take a very, very long time. Immortal Emperor Shang Kuang said, Junior brother, I wonder what kind of great Tao you have comprehended. Let me broaden my horizons. Lin Fei knew that Shang Kuang, immortal emperor, had intervened to stop the great Tao. Otherwise, he would not have had the time to stop the great Tao. He had to be grateful for his good intentions. In addition, Lin Fei really wanted to communicate with someone and find his own Tao from the 5 great Tao. I found a Tao from old ancestor sacred heaven's great Tao, Lin Fei said. Senior brother, please look. Lin Fei waved his palm. Celestial force and God force fused together to form a long sword. This long sword was vast and mighty, like a sovereign looking down on the world. With a single slash, 1,000,000 miles of sword light swept out, causing the space around to tremble and collapse. Great sword technique! Shang Kuang, immortal emperor, was entranced. From this sword, he could see that this sword technique contained a Tao intent that surpassed everyone else. Even though it was not too obvious now, this crushing pressure was enough to make it difficult for others to resist. This Tao, I call it the true self great Tao. Lin Fei continued. This sword is condensed with supreme divine and immortal powers, and is called the true self world-destroying sword. It helps me eliminate all enemies. Lin Fei had never spoken with such confidence. Swish, swish, swish. Another 3 slashes were unleashed. Such terrifying power. Even Shang Kuang, immortal emperor, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This great Tao had not even begun, and it was only a seed, but it was already very amazing. The true self great Tao, one is the strongest existence. In this world, no one can surpass oneself except oneself. Using oneself as the great Tao, transcending the ordinary and achieving the true self great Tao. Junior brother Lin Fei said it well. Lin Fei was very grateful. The information from the divine light allowed him to understand that the most powerful being in the universe was none other than himself. He was the most powerful and invincible existence. Since he was the strongest, why not walk on his own great Tao? Thus, the great Tao of true self became a seed that was planted in Lin Fei's heart. Given time, this great Tao would continue to grow until it truly became the great Tao of true self that stood above all other worlds. I learned the true self great Tao, so my body must be the strongest. With a move of his mind, Lin Fei's physical body collapsed again. The aura of the true self swept through his entire body. His physical body was reconstructed, then exploded and reconstructed again. This happened thousands of times, and he was constantly bathed in the bloody light. Junior brother Lin Fei, you actually want to keep shattering your physical body to reverse the previous physical cultivation method and cultivate a more powerful physical body. Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor, admired junior brother Lin Fei's decisiveness. Ordinary people would never let themselves suffer before they were familiar with it, especially when reversing the physical body cultivation method and cultivating a more powerful cultivation method. In this case, Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor, was helpless and could only guard by the side. As the physical body collapsed, the physical body cultivation method collapsed and integrated into the flesh and blood. Every part of the flesh and blood shone brightly, constantly condensing, calling the wind and summoning the rain, and constantly becoming stronger. What a terrifying true self great Tao. It's just a seed, but it can reverse the physical body and make it stronger. I'm afraid that even a half-step Immortal Emperor or a half-step Demon Emperor may not be able to break this physical body. Junior brother Lin Fei has really reached the sky in one step and is invincible. The eternal Immortal Emperor will probably suppress all the geniuses. Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor, was very pleased. He couldn't do it himself, but he saw that Lin Fei had found his own path with the help of his master's 5 great Tao. This was the strongest, even if he had lost 5 great Tao. Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor, could imagine that in the future, Lin Fei would at least be a heaven-defying Immortal Emperor and become a real giant in the universe. I have finally cultivated the true self-body. This physical body cultivation method is more heaven-defying than I imagined. The great Tao is perfect. Now my physical body can't be broken by a half-step Immortal Emperor or a half-step Demon Emperor, right? Chapter 11:34. On this day, it was a cloudless day. The sky above the Elysium Academy was bright and colorful. Everyone in the great metropolis world knew about this. Everyone saw this scene. Many ancient existences cast their divine senses towards the sky above the Elysium Academy and communicated with each other. The inheritance of the eternal celestial emperor is finally going to reveal itself. The eternal celestial emperor was a powerful existence among the celestial emperors. The treasures he left behind must be incredible. Whoever obtains the treasures will definitely soar to the sky. It's a pity that there's a limit to the number of people who can obtain it. However, this time the inheritance will open, and experts from all over the world will come. We will be able to watch a fierce battle between 2 giants. The ancient existences discussed. The colorful light above the Elysium Academy did not dissipate for a long time. It broke through countless voids and pointed to a certain place. The ancient existences' divine senses were extremely powerful, and some of them were powerful immortal emperors. They followed the direction of the colorful light and thought about it. Let's go. Let's try our luck. After thinking about it, the ancient existences left and headed towards the direction. Is it finally going to open? On the invincible peak, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the colorful light. The colorful light came from where Lin Fei was and gathered in the sky, pointing to a place. Grand Elder, Saint 33 appeared on the invincible peak and stood beside Lin Fei. Did you forget what I said? From today onwards, you can call me Senior Brother. Saint 33 laughed. Although you don't have Master's great Tao, you are still Master's disciple. You are my Saint 33's junior brother. Quite some time had passed since Saint Heaven Immortal Emperor's dojo. During this time, Lin Fei did not leave and continued to study the Great Tao of True Self. The Great Tao of True Self was currently a seed. As he continued to study it, Lin Fei gained a lot. His strength increased rapidly, especially his understanding of the Great Tao of True Self. Lin Fei smiled. Senior brother, Saint 33 said, the inheritance of the eternal celestial emperor has opened, and experts from all over the world will be tempted. The location pointed out by the great emperor's key will likely lead many people there to try their luck, including some ancient existences. This trip will be more difficult than expected. You must be mentally prepared. Senior brother, do you know where it is? Lin Fei frowned. Is it because this position is very dangerous? Now that junior brother's strength has grown, Junior brother is not afraid of ordinary half-step immortal emperors and half-step devil emperors. I must obtain the treasures left behind by the eternal immortal emperor. After learning the great Tao of true self, Lin Fei was full of confidence about the inheritance of the eternal immortal emperor. So far, he was in the dark and others were in the dark. No one knew that his strength had increased again. Saint 33 looked in the direction the multicolored light was pointing. In the myriad of worlds, there are many danger zones and forbidden areas, all of which are fraught with danger. Even immortal emperors would be trapped inside for tens of thousands of years. The eternal immortal emperor was an overlord in the past, and even our Institute's Saint Heaven Immortal Emperor admitted that he was inferior to the eternal immortal emperor. Now that the legacy has appeared, there will be a fierce battle. Based on the direction of the multicolored light, the eternal immortal emperor's legacy should be in the Nirvana world. The Nirvana world. Lin Fei frowned. He had never heard of such a place. The Nirvana world used to be a grand world among the myriad heavens. That year, a powerful devil emperor appeared in the Nirvana world. His name was the Nirvana Devil Emperor and he was extremely ambitious. He allied with a few other devil emperors in an attempt to conquer the myriad heavens and suppress the various experts. In the end, they were encircled and killed by the various immortal emperors in the Nirvana world. The Nirvana world was also destroyed in that battle, causing countless experts to die. The Nirvana Devil Emperor's unwillingness to die turned the Nirvana world into a land of death. When Saint 33 mentioned this, he sighed. Senior brother, are you sure that the eternal celestial emperor placed the inheritance in the Nirvana world? Lin Fei frowned slightly. Most likely. At the immortal emperor level, one has remarkable abilities that we cannot speculate about. The Nirvana world is very likely, Saint 33 said. Saint 33 said, on this trip, I will create an incarnation to accompany you. This incarnation will have 70% of my battle prowess. When do we leave? If there's nothing else, let's go now. The Nirvana world is still a long way away. The Grand Emperor Qi pointed in the direction of the multicolored light. First, it shocked the great metropolis heaven, and then all the other worlds. Some of the worlds began to glow with multicolored light that seemed unstoppable. The news of the eternal celestial emperor's inheritance spread like wildfire. All the worlds were shocked. The eternal celestial emperor's inheritance had finally appeared. Everyone's eyes were all focused on this. Saint 33 sent an avatar with 70% of his power from the Holy Heaven Institute. At the same time, 30 elders, including Lin Fei, headed in the direction of the multicolored light. The other factions in the great metropolis heaven also began to send their experts. They could not afford to miss out on such a golden opportunity. Reporting. Saint 33 has led 30 elders and Lin Fei to the inheritance. In a gloomy palace, someone came to report. You're finally willing to go out. I thought you were going to hide in there forever. Someone in the main seat snorted coldly. It was the Grand Elder of the Nether Palace, Traceless Hades. Last time, Traceless Nether had left with a ferocious aura, only to return in a sorry state. He hated Lin Fei to the bone, as well as the Holy Heaven Academy behind him. Back then, he had been wary of the Holy Heaven Academy. Back then, the Holy Heaven Immortal Emperor had set up a formation, and unless an Immortal Emperor made a move, it would be extremely difficult to break it. Traceless Hades had not made a move since then. The price to break the Holy Heaven Institute's formation was too high, unless he mobilized the true experts of the Nether Palace. Traceless Hades sent his men away, then left the palace and appeared in a different space. Chilly winds swept through the space. Uncle Master Yu, Uncle Master Ming. Traceless Nether stood in front of a cave abode with a respectful expression. You really want us to make a move? A gloomy voice came from the cave abode, like the voice of the underworld. Traceless Hades' eyes flashed with pain, and he nodded vigorously. Uncle Masters, Lin Fei's matter is very important, so please act. I have made my decision. The cave abode was silent for a long time. Traceless, we promised to do something for you back then. From now on, we have nothing to do with Lin Fei. Chapter 11:35. In a world of boundless ocean, towering palaces towered above the boundless ocean. Bai Buodong, do you really want to go? An old, dignified voice spoke from the mouth of an old man. He had an ancient and powerful aura flowing around him. Not too far away from the old man was a young man with a proud expression on his face. Waves of aura pulsed out from him, and a boundless ocean world churned behind him. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was precisely Hai Buodong from back then. I have to go. I'm one of the eternal, immortal emperor's in-name disciples. Now that my strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, I must go to the eternal, immortal emperor's inheritance. Furthermore, I must defeat Lin Fei of the great metropolis world and slay my inner demons. That way, I can become an immortal emperor in the future. Bai Buodong had been defeated in that battle, utterly defeated. After returning, Bai Buodong had gone to the ancient hidden realm, where he had experienced life and death, and his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. The eternal immortal realm will be in the Nirvana world. It will become the most lively place in the myriad heavens, and also a place of life and death battles. The geniuses of the younger generation will compete there. It will be your chance to make a name for yourself. Every expert of the Sea God clan will rise to prominence in the myriad heavens, and you, Bai Buodong, will rise as well. I will definitely rise. Bai Buodong's gaze seemed to pierce through the great world. I lost that battle, Lin Fei. I don't know if you're ready, but with my current strength, as long as you don't improve, I can suppress you. Rumble, rumble. In a hidden realm, an enormous creature, brimming with murderous intent, was pressed to the ground by a giant palm. Its enormous body crashed to the ground, unable to get up. Too weak. A young man walked out of the void. This was a powerful immortal beast, at least as strong as an immortal emperor. But it had been killed with a single palm strike. More powerful immortal beasts emerged from the hidden realm, but they couldn't do anything to the young man. All of them were slain. Is it open? All of a sudden, the young man stopped in his tracks and punched out with his palm, causing heaven and earth to shake violently. He looked off into the distance, where the Grand Emperor Qi was located. Eternal immortal emperor, so you left your legacy in the Nirvanic world. What a surprise! No one would have thought that the Nirvanic world would become your legacy after the death of the Devil Emperor. The young man walked out with large steps, leaving the secret realm. He appeared in the starry sky, walking towards the world of Nirvana. The secret realm rumbled and collapsed, and it completely vanished. The eternal immortal emperor's legacy appeared. Everyone in the universe was alarmed. Many powerful existences began to send their experts, preparing to intervene in this matter. Back in the day, the eternal immortal emperor had cultivated the eternal great Tao and had mastered time. He had been one of the most powerful immortal emperors, and no one had been able to kill him. The eternal great Tao of time controlled time and could speed it up or slow it down. In that regard, the eternal immortal emperor was truly almighty. Back in the day, both the immortal emperors and the devil emperors had respected the eternal immortal emperor. None of the immortal emperors or the devil emperors had dared to make a move if they weren't sure they could kill him. That was why the eternal immortal emperor was so famous. Now that the eternal immortal emperor's legacy had appeared, everyone took notice. There were even rumors that the eternal immortal emperor had left behind something to become a god. A god. An omnipotent god. A god that didn't exist in this world. Who didn't want to become a god? No one wanted to miss out on something that could help them become a god. The Nirvana world, a place that few people knew about, suddenly became a focus of attention. Saint 33 and the others followed the light. The light from the Grand Emperor Qi stretched across the starry sky, even passing through some danger zones and secret realms. The group of people were all powerful, with the weakest of them at the immortal emperor level. They didn't encounter any danger along the way, and were very safe. The roving bandits in the starry sky ran into them and immediately left without saying a word. Saint 33 and the others were very relaxed, and didn't feel any pressure for the time being. Be careful, everyone. It won't be long before we run into people from the heavenly planes. Saint 33 controlled an upper-grade immortal treasure. With this high-tier immortal artifact, they were able to travel quite quickly. In fact, it was much more advantageous than traveling on their own. The elders nodded. The eternal immortal emperor's legacy had opened, and the Divine Academy was still under a lot of pressure. After all, the Grand Emperor key was still in their hands, especially with Lin Fei. Lin Fei's strength had grown, and besides Worski's spot, the rest were in Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei would be the one to decide how to distribute the spots. It could be said that Saint 33 would not say a word about the distribution of spots. In Saint 33's eyes, Lin Fei was the most accomplished person in the Divine Academy, and might even surpass eldest senior brother Shangquang in the future. Saint 33 would not say anything about the spots for the Grand Emperor key, and would not interfere. Saint 33's words were true. As the multicolored light traveled deeper and deeper, passing through one world after another, people from the heavenly planes began to attack them. Powerful bands of roving bandits caught their attention. Saint 33 and the others were attacked more than a dozen times along the way. They were all very strong, and it took them a lot of time to get rid of them. As a result, they had to be very careful. It seems that the eternal immortal emperor's legacy will be in the Nirvana realm. Far off in the distance, there was an aura of nirvanic exuberance that made one feel uneasy. The world was too silent. Lin Fei looked over and saw that it was a world shrouded in black fog. Multicolored light pierced through the black fog and into the world. What a strong aura of nirvanic exuberance. I feel like I'm going to die with it. Powerful auras lingered outside the Nirvana realm, and the aura of nirvanic exuberance enveloped it. It's been 1,000,000 years, and the Nirvana realm is the same as it was before. The aura of the great Tao of nirvanic exuberance still shrouds it, and it doesn't seem to have weakened in the slightest. If the Nirvanic Demon Emperor hadn't been so ambitious, he would have been a first-rate expert among all the demon emperors. Lin Fei had seen the 5 great Taos, as well as eldest senior brother Shangquang's. Compared to the great Tao of nirvanic exuberance, there was simply too much of a difference. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous gazes fell upon Saint 33 and his party. Chapter 1136. Outside the Nirvana realm, a large number of factions had gathered. They hadn't entered the Nirvana realm yet. After the group from the Holy Heaven Academy appeared, they received the attention of everyone, especially Lin Fei. It was impossible for them not to pay attention to him. Back then, many forces had heard of Lin Fei's situation. In the great metropolis Heaven, he challenged some of the geniuses from all over the universe and defeated them one by one. This was no secret, and everyone knew about it. Now that the people from the Elysian Academy had arrived, everyone was paying attention to Lin Fei. There was a rumor that aside from the spots given out by the academies, the rest of the spots for the Great Emperor's keys belonged to Lin Fei. Is he Lin Fei? He's not that strong. He's only an immortal king. At most, he's a human king. There are so few geniuses in the great metropolis realm. It's disappointing that an immortal king would be able to show off. Since he's here, we have to have a share of the remaining spots. In the eternal immortal emperor's land of inheritance, multicolored light pierced through the Nirvana realm. Even the Nirvana Great Tao created after the Demon Emperor's death could do nothing against the eternal immortal emperor's immortal might. Those who hadn't been able to get a spot were instantly tempted by the Elysian Academy's group. If they could get a spot, they would be able to benefit from the eternal immortal emperor's power in the land of inheritance. They would be able to make a name for themselves in the future. Lin Fei was an immortal king. What right did he have to hold onto the remaining spots? Snatch it. They had to. That was what everyone was thinking. Brother Wuhan, is that Lin Fei? In one of the locations of the Nirvana world, there was a faction that occupied a portion of the world. An arrogant middle-aged man said to a person not far away from him, "Brother Tianzi, you have a good eye." You recognized Lin Fei at a glance. Among that group of people, the youngest one, dressed in black, is Lin Fei. He caused an uproar in the great metropolis realm and made a name for himself. Traceless of the Nether smiled, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The middle-aged man named Tianzi had a look of disapproval on his face. Humph! He's just an immortal king. He's just putting on a show in your great metropolis realm. If he were in our great world, any genius immortal king would be able to crush him as easily as turning over a hand. It was more like courting death. Traceless Nether coldly laughed in his heart. Even the immortal emperor of their netherworld palace had died in his hands. Genius immortal king? Wasn't he still courting death? So what? Of course, Traceless Nether would not say this. In the great metropolis heaven, the Nether Palace had the right to speak. Outside of the Nirvana world, the Nether Palace was really nothing. What's more, the Tianza immortal emperor in front of him had a much bigger background than him. Even 10 Nether Palaces wouldn't be a match for him. Even Traceless Nether had to be careful when speaking to him, lest he offend the Tianza immortal emperor. Brother Tianza's words make sense, Traceless Nether said with a smile. The Tianza immortal emperor was very satisfied with Traceless Nether's words. He said indifferently, I heard that this Lin Fei still has a Grand Emperor's key with him. Is that true? Traceless Nether said hesitantly, I really can't say for sure. Everything is just a rumor. As for the specifics, you really have to ask Lin Fei himself. Humph, that's not right. The Tianza immortal emperor revealed a greedy look. It's fine if the Grand Emperor's key slots are divided. However, the ones that haven't been distributed can't be wasted. They have to be used. How could Traceless Nether not understand what he meant? He didn't want to become a knife in someone else's hands. Under the condition that he didn't offend the Tianza immortal emperor, he could still instigate him a little. Couldn't be better to create an enemy for Lin Fei. I'm afraid that Brother Tianza will be disappointed. Traceless Nether shook his head. The Tianza immortal emperor was naturally dissatisfied. Is this Lin Fei really not going to hand over the Grand Emperor's key? This Lin Fei is very stubborn. It won't be easy to get a slot from him. That kid has a strong killing intent. He kills people at the slightest provocation. Traceless Nether's words were immediately interrupted by the Tianza immortal emperor's cold snort. Kill people? Back then, I also walked out of a pile of bones and eventually became an immortal emperor. What does this Lin Fei count for? He's probably nothing. Facing the menacing gazes, Saint 33 warned his junior brother Lin Fei through voice transmission with a stern expression. Junior brother, you have to be careful. These people are all eyeing us covetously. You must hold back and not make a move. Lin Fei knew what these people were aiming for. Senior brother, I'm very good at controlling my emotions. I'll only make a move if they act recklessly and provoke us. Elder Saint, you're here. Long time no see, Brother Saint. The first to greet them were those who had a partnership with the Institute. In other words, they were people who had received a slot from the Institute and were backed by powerful factions in the myriad heavens. These factions all had a partnership with the Institute, so they had to show their strength in order to prevent others from eyeing the Institute's slots. Saint 33 chose a place to rest for the time being, and greeted each of them in a very intimate manner. Lin Fei was the youngest of the group of elders, and was very eye-catching. The legacy zone of the Eternal Immortal Emperor really is full of experts. If I didn't have the initial Great Tao of True Self, I wouldn't be able to find any opportunities here. Lin Fei's eyes swept over the experts, and his heart filled with shock. Many of the factions had sent out experts who had concealed their auras, but their blood and chi roiled like clouds. Lin Fei had no doubt that if they used their blood and chi, they would be able to crush everyone else. These experts had powerful blood and chi, and many of them were clones or incarnations. One could only imagine how powerful their true selves were. Look, that's Immortal Emperor Sea Divinity from the Sea Divinity world. I can't believe he's here. Rolling waves filled the sky, and it was as if they were standing on the surface of a vast ocean, with countless sea beasts galloping together. Someone cried out, not daring to look. This was the great Tao of the sea. A powerful immortal emperor had appeared. The appearance of Immortal Emperor Sea Divinity caused everyone's hearts to clench. How many immortal emperors would there be before the Eternal Immortal Emperor's legacy zone stopped? In the south, there was a wave of decadent music. Fairies danced, and the sound of stringed instruments lingered in the ears. Many immortal palaces gathered in the sky and arrived. "Isn't that the Love Emperor?" Someone cried out. The Love Emperor had a powerful background and had cultivated the great Tao of emotion. He had used his great Tao to defeat more than 10 immortal emperors and become famous throughout the myriad heavens. If the Love Emperor is here, then the Flower Emperor must be here as well. Someone cried out. Chapter 1137. Outside the Nirvana world, immortal emperors appeared one after another. The boundless aura of the great Tao filled the air, causing everyone to shiver. The great Tao aura that immortal Emperor Guang inadvertently revealed was enough to blast them into pieces. The great Tao aura of these immortal emperors is so strong. Lin Fei looked at the immortal emperors that appeared one after another. The boundless throne affected the starry sky world. The Nirvana world's great Tao aura was constantly suppressed, unknowingly suppressing the great Tao aura to the periphery, relieving the pressure of the great Tao. The appearance of these immortal emperors made Lin Fei study the great Tao. The seemingly ordinary great Tao was, in fact, extremely terrifying, not something that immortal emperors could resist. "By Buodong, passionate prince, I didn't expect them to come." Their strength improved very quickly. Among the immortal emperors there were some old acquaintances, some of whom Lin Fei knew. By Buodong, who was behind immortal Emperor Sigod, had an incomparably dense aura. After stepping into the immortal emperor level, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, many times stronger than before. The latter's passionate prince's strength also improved rapidly. At a glance, there were no flaws, and his foundation was solid. As expected of the immortal emperor's disciples. In front of such a huge foundation, improving strength is as easy as drinking water. Lin Fei thought, "They can improve, but I'm not bad either. I've planted the great Tao of truth and cultivated the true self-body and true self-world annihilation sword. If we really fight, I'm not afraid of them at all." Strong battle intent danced in Lin Fei's eyes. A dark cloud flew over the horizon, and a chilly wind blew, causing people to subconsciously move to the side. How can this old man miss out on such a good thing? The dark cloud formed together, forming a black-robed old man, and his cold laughter spread throughout the starry sky world. Celestial Demon Emperor. Celestial Demon Emperor was a rising star, and his strength was not ordinary. But after the appearance of the Celestial Demon Emperor, many immortal emperors laughed. Many immortal emperors laughed. The immortal emperors were very clear about the recent situation. The old nest of the Sky Devil Emperor was overturned by someone. Devil Emperor Pujuan brought his good friends to kill their way to the Sky Devil Emperor and destroyed it. The arrival of the Celestial Devil Emperor at this time was indeed easy to attract ridicule. "Sky Demon Emperor, aren't you going to find a place to hide? Aren't you afraid that Demon Emperor Pujuan will hunt you down?" Not far away, Qing Emperor laughed. The Sky Demon Emperor was very strong. Back then, Demon Emperor Pujuan had a great background. After he recovered his strength, he surpassed the Sky Demon Emperor by quite a bit. After chasing him for a long time, everyone knew about him. Sky Demon King laughed coldly. "Qing King, I forgot to tell you something. I have joined the Dark Faction, and if Demon King Pujuan dares to come after me, I will kill him." Some of the immortal emperors and devil emperors present revealed looks of surprise when they heard this. The Sky Devil Emperor joined a dark power. Although the reputation of this power was very bad in the myriad worlds, there were many experts within it. The immortal emperors they had could be ranked within the top 5 in the myriad worlds. After the Sky Demon Emperor joined the Dark Faction, none of the immortal emperors present dared to say anything. Even the Qing Emperor frowned and did not say anything. It was rumored that the strongest existence in the Dark Faction was very strong, and was about to reach the level of a god. He was an expert that was infinitely close to that level. With such an expert in charge, the reputation of the Dark Faction was very bad. But in the myriad worlds, no one dared to do anything about it. While everyone was wondering why the Sky Demon Emperor had joined such a powerful faction, the Sky Demon Emperor's cold gaze passed through the crowd and landed on Lin Fei of the Holy Heaven Academy. "Sky Demon, that old thing, seems to have joined a powerful faction. This is going to be troublesome." Although Lin Fei did not know much about the dark faction, he was able to read some clues from the eyes of the other experts. This must be a terrifying force, an existence that everyone was afraid of. Brat, I didn't think we would meet again. The Sky Demon Emperor's gaze did not waver. You little brat, you managed to escape from me again and again, and in the end you did something big. You really are amazing. Lin Fei already had a feeling that the heavenly devil old thing should know who released Demon Emperor Pajun, which was why he said such words. Saint 33 had heard a few things in the past, and he respectfully said to the Sky Demon Emperor, Senior Sky Demon, junior brother Lin Fei is young and immature. I apologize on his behalf. Please be magnanimous and let junior brother Lin Fei go. The Sky Demon Emperor's sudden targeting of Lin Fei caused many experts to pay attention to Lin Fei. Little Hai, is he that Lin Fei? The Sea Divinity Immortal Emperor sat on his azure throne, and Hai Buodong stood beside him with his trident. And, in the past, I was defeated by him. Now that I have become an immortal emperor, he is still stuck at the immortal king realm. This time, I will definitely defeat him and all the experts of the young generation. The boundless ocean behind Hai Buodong surged. The Sea Divinity Immortal Emperor said, Very strong brat. Very good training for you. The Sky Demon Emperor snorted. Saint 33, if the sacred heaven ancestor was still here, this old man would give you face. But now your face is not enough. For the sacred heaven ancestor's sake, hand over this brat Lin Fei, and everything will be written off. Back then, his lair was almost completely destroyed, and the Sky Devil Emperor was utterly humiliated. After he returned, he put in a lot of effort and gave away more than half of his wealth to join the dark forces. He found a Devil Emperor who was rather accomplished in space-time and reverse time to investigate the situation. The Sky Demon Emperor would never have thought that everything would be ruined by a little brat. This little brat was the Lin Fei in front of him. The soul-extinguishing godly spear that he painstakingly forged was ruined at the last moment. One could only imagine the importance of an emperor's weapon. The Sky Demon Emperor felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife after his weapon was destroyed. He hated Lin Fei to the bone, and the King Breaker Demon Emperor would have to wait. Saint 33's expression became ugly. Senior Heavenly Demon, I can't fulfill your request. Our academy will not hand him over. Senior Heavenly Demon, don't force this junior. When the sacred heaven ancestor became famous, the Sky Demon Emperor was only a rising star. Now, he didn't even give the sacred heaven ancestor any face. Heavenly Demon, you're already so old. Is there a need to go this far just to deal with a little brat? Not far away, an empress amidst a sea of flowers spoke. It was the Flower Empress. Her gaze shifted. Little brat, it seems like you really know how to cause trouble. How about this? Join my sect and the Heavenly Demon won't dare to say anything. Everyone was startled. This Lin Fei made the Flower Empress speak. Even Lin Fei himself was confused. He didn't seem to know this Flower Empress. Chapter 1138. The Flower Emperor's words were indeed surprising. No one was an idiot. After thinking about it, they immediately knew that the Flower Emperor's true goal was to obtain the Great Emperor's key. Lin Fei had to hand over a few of the Great Emperor's keys since he was her disciple. This was a matter of course and no one could say anything about it. Even though they knew his goal, no one said anything. The Flower Emperor was an immortal emperor, a true big shot. He wasn't someone that everyone present could casually talk about. Lin Fei, you have offended the Sky Demon Emperor. Apart from my family's ancestor, no one else will help you solve this problem. It's better if you become my disciple. I guarantee that you will have a bright future. The passionate young master transmitted his divine sense and his tone was filled with arrogance. Lin Fei replied, There's no need for that. I, Lin Fei, am a man and I don't like to be someone else's disciple. Moreover, even if the Sky Demon wants to deal with me, it might not be possible. The passionate young master had lost to Lin Fei last time and he had always been brooding over it. He finally found a chance to attack Lin Fei, but he felt like his fist had landed on cotton and he couldn't exert any strength. The passionate young master was extremely dissatisfied. The Flower Emperor was dressed in black and looked sexy and enchanting. Her every move was filled with boundless charm. Lin Fei, what do you say? The boundless charm transformed into thousands of fairies. It captivated one's heartstrings and they couldn't stop themselves. This action made countless people envious. It was a great honor for the Flower Emperor to personally speak. Lin Fei's eyes shot out blade light that dominated the world and killed the charm aura. The fairies dissipated and the blood in his body surged. He was overwhelmed with shock. The Flower Emperor's great Tao was so terrifying. Thank you for your appreciation, Senior Flower Emperor. This brat's cultivation isn't good enough. I'm afraid that Senior Flower Emperor will be disappointed. Lin Fei said. The Sky Demon Emperor snorted coldly and found a chance to speak. Flower Emperor, look at someone. He doesn't care about your good intentions at all. It's best not to have such a person, lest he disappoints you in the future. He took a step forward and an illusory image appeared. The Sky Demon Emperor's incarnation appeared next to him. Brat, I can't forgive you for ruining my plans in the past. However, this emperor is a devil emperor after all. If word of this gets out that I'm bullying the weak, someone will laugh at me. This is an incarnation of this emperor, and its strength is the same as yours. As long as you can defeat this incarnation, I can pretend that nothing happened that day. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. This old thing is so thick-skinned. Isn't an incarnation of the Sky Demon Emperor bullying the weak? Fortunately, my strength has increased. However, this is not the time to reveal my strength. If I reveal my strength, they will be prepared and won't be able to take advantage of me. Sky Demon, you're going too far. Do you really think there's no one in our academy? A towering aura came from behind Saint 33. Saint Kuang, Immortal Emperor's aura of the Great Path turned into a giant hand and slapped the incarnation of the Celestial Demon Emperor. So it's Immortal Emperor Shang Kuang, the top disciple of Immortal Emperor Shang Tian. It was unknown when Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor, made his move. This palm strike was profound, and it shattered the incarnation of the Celestial Demon Emperor. The Celestial Demon Emperor's killing intent was revealed, and he pointed out with a finger. The two of them exchanged a move, and the Celestial Demon Emperor withdrew the fragments of the incarnation. So it's you. If I didn't come, would you be so lawless? You are a demon emperor. Bullying the weak, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor, mocked. Flower King, Qing King, and the others laughed. Eldest senior brother, why are you here? Lin Fei was surprised. The appearance of the eternal Immortal Emperor's legacy has shaken all the heavens. Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor, said through divine sense. Everyone cares about your spot. If senior brother hadn't come, you would have been eaten alive. Lin Fei nodded. Although the Celestial Devil Emperor was the first to express his thoughts, everyone else had the same thought. Everyone wanted the Great Emperor's key. Immortal Emperor Shang Kuang, you failed to become a martial emperor. Instead of staying in the corner, you came out. Do you believe that you won't be killed again? When that time comes, you will truly fall. Whoosh! 5 figures appeared next to the Celestial Demon Emperor, their emperor's might echoing. Another 5 Immortal Emperor experts. People from the dark forces. Lin Fei's heart sank. As soon as these 5 people appeared, the situation changed again. Celestial Demon, you are really useless. Why waste your breath on a mere immortal king? You can just kill this little guy with one palm. A black-clothed middle-aged man walked up with a sinister smile. Who are we? We are from the dark forces. A devil palace flew out, blotting out the sky as it smashed towards Lin Fei. The experts below the Immortal Emperor level were shocked. This attack was too terrifying. How dare you? A blue lake flew out from behind Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor, blocking in front of Lin Fei. The waves surged, and millions of water spirit giants rushed out of the lake to meet the demon palace. You barely have the strength of a first-step Immortal Emperor, and you dare to fight me. The black-clothed middle-aged man did not take it seriously. Another demon palace flew out and suppressed the lake. Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor's face darkened. The lake began to be unable to withstand this power, and with a bang, it completely shattered. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. No one can refuse what we, the dark forces, want, even if you are an immortal emperor. The two demon palaces smashed the lake, and the power of thunder pressed down. In the face of these two demon palaces, all the elders of the Holy Heaven Academy suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. This was an insurmountable mountain. Whoosh! Brilliant light suddenly appeared and turned into a canopy, blocking the sky above Lin Fei. No matter how the two demon palaces attacked, they could not break this canopy. This kid is so lucky. The power of this canopy is enough to block the attack. Someone exclaimed, recognizing that the power came from the great Emperor Qi. The eternal immortal emperor is good. The two demon palaces dissipated, and the black-clothed middle-aged man looked dissatisfied. But he knew that the great Emperor Qi had been set up by the eternal immortal emperor, and that he was an extremely powerful being. It seems that the dark forces can't deal with a nobody like me for the time being, Lin Fei said, stroking his chin. In fact, he had almost forgotten the use of the great Emperor Qi. Don't be too full of yourself, kid. The treasure left by the eternal immortal emperor can at most protect you for a while, but not forever. The black-clothed demon emperor sneered. When you lose your protection, I will crush you to death. Lin Fei ignored this and looked around. Immortal emperors, demon emperors, I am not talented, but I want to make a deal with you. Lin Fei's eyes were resolute, and his voice echoed outside the Nirvana realm. I want to trade my spots with you. There were many immortal emperors and demon emperors present. Lin Fei's words were undoubtedly what they wanted. The legacy of the eternal immortal emperor was created by the eternal immortal emperor. Even they, who did not have a spot, would not be able to enter easily. On the contrary, they might even perish inside. If they had a spot, they would rather buy one. Chapter 1139. Damn you, kid. Sky Demon Emperor was the first to be unhappy. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to be so cunning as to choose to trade with them. No, that's not possible. For no reason, the Celestial Demon Emperor shouted. Every spot left behind by the Grand Emperor's key was one less, and he didn't want anyone else to take it away from him. Sky Demon Emperor's words made the other immortal emperors and demon emperors unhappy. They were thinking about how to take a spot from Lin Fei. The eternal immortal emperor had been a godly elite, a true elite in all the realms. These immortal emperors and demon emperors all wanted to get lucky and improve their cultivation. Sky Demon, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you have no confidence? Flower King was the first to speak. After all, Sky Demon's words had been very unpleasant, and Flower King was not willing to say such things. 10 Grand Emperor's keys had appeared, and many of them were controlled by powerful beings. Even for them, it would be very difficult to get a spot. The spots were limited, so they had to be distributed internally. If these immortal emperors and demon emperors wanted to get a spot, they would have to pay a great price. They were not willing to pay that price. Little brother Lin Fei is going to give up the Grand Emperor's key. Are you going to stop us from trading? Qing King said coldly. If Sky Demon hadn't said that, Qing King wouldn't have targeted him. But now that he had said it, he had to. Many immortal emperors and demon emperors were against Sky Demon. Sky Demon hadn't expected that his words would upset the immortal emperors and demon emperors. He quickly suppressed his anger. He had fallen into Lin Fei's trap. Everyone had agreed to the trade, and if he objected, he would be on the opposite side. On the opposite side, he would be an enemy. Sky Demon, who gave you permission to say that? The black-clothed, middle-aged man from the Dark Forces grunted. He wasn't happy with Sky Demon's words. The Dark Forces were notorious, and they didn't care about other factions and people. But the opening of the eternal immortal emperor's inheritance was not a good thing. Don't be angry, Soul Emperor. I said it out of desperation. Sky Demon Emperor didn't dare offend this demon emperor. He was no match for him in terms of status and power. Then stand aside and don't speak. The Soul Emperor humphed. He was disappointed in the heavenly demon's performance. If it weren't for them paying a price and offering up some treasures that the dark influences needed, Then it would have been impossible for such a character to join the dark influences and receive their protection. Everyone, the heavenly demon's words are his own will. We, the dark forces, agree with little brother Lin Fei's words. The Soul Emperor said faintly, I think it's best to auction off the Great Emperor's key slots. Our dark forces won't go overboard. We only want 3 slots. You guys can split the rest. The Soul Emperor relied on the fact that he was someone from the dark influences and didn't care about the feelings of others. He wanted 3 of the spots. Little brother Lin Fei, my dark influences are very sincere. As long as you take out 3 of the spots, I can promise that the matter between you and the heavenly demons will be written off. In fact, the dark influences will even open a great door for you. As long as you become the immortal emperor, you can become a member of the dark influences. The Soul Emperor's words were like a lotus flower, a deluge of heavenly flowers. The heavenly demon's eyes flashed with unwillingness. If it weren't for Lin Fei, he wouldn't have needed to join the dark forces. He wouldn't have needed to pay such a huge price and even lose an emperor's divine weapon. Lin Fei wouldn't take the words of the dark forces seriously. He couldn't believe the words of these people. Dear immortal emperors and demon emperors, I have a total of 6 slots for sale. I will give them to whoever offers the highest price without hesitation. Lin Fei acted as if he didn't hear the Soul Emperor's words. De Shixiang, will you be unhappy if I do this? Lin Fei sent a voice transmission to Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor. Junior brother, do it boldly. We have offended the dark forces. As long as there are other immortal emperors and demon emperors, they won't be willing to do it. Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor, was very supportive of Lin Fei. In such a situation, the only way was to rope in some immortal emperors and demon emperors. As long as they spoke, the dark forces wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Lin Fei kid, did you hear what I said? The Soul Emperor snorted coldly. He was very dissatisfied with Lin Fei's behavior. How dare he ignore his words? Normally, if anyone dared to ignore his words, the Soul Emperor would kill them in one move. Now that the Great Emperor's key was protecting him, it would be very difficult to kill him. I want a slot. I can promise you that I will fight for you once. I won't let anyone attack me. Qing King was the first to speak. Sky Demon Emperor knew very well that he was referring to them. Qing King had protected Lin Fei once, so it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Qing King was also a first-step Immortal Emperor, so it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Thank you, Senior Qing King. I will give this slot to you. Before anyone could react, Lin Fei agreed to give Qing King a slot. Qing King was very pleased. Lin Fei was very good at what he said. He took out an item and gave it to Lin Fei. This is a love charm that I made. If you put your power into it, you can open a portal and I can come here. Sky Demon Emperor's face darkened. Everyone knew about Qing King's love charm. It contained the great Tao of time and space, and it could open a portal and send people over. This Lin Fei is so cunning. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to kill him in the future. The Sky Devil Emperor wanted to stop him, but he couldn't. Lin Fei accepted it and thought, 1 slot in exchange for an immortal emperor's help. That's a good deal. I'm afraid Sky Demon is going to vomit blood. Seeing Qing King take a slot, the other immortal emperors and demon emperors couldn't sit still. They had just been thinking about what to take, and now someone else had taken a slot. They wanted to curse. But now that Qing King had a slot and promised to help once, they didn't dare say anything. There were 6 slots and there were only 5 left. Lin Fei had been planning this for a long time. 6 slots meant 6 immortal emperors and demon emperors. That was enough for them to protect him before the inheritance opened. Why wouldn't they use this free labor? No matter who it was, they had to protect the great emperor's key. Qing King had promised to help once, so the other immortal emperors and demon emperors didn't dare say anything else. They were afraid that people would think they were stingy, so some immortal emperors took out their treasures. They didn't want to fall behind. The treasures they took out made everyone's eyes go red. But at this time, no one dared to take it. Some people were jealous. Why wasn't it them, but Lin Fei, who came from a small world? Chapter 1140. Let's go? As the Soul Emperor saw this, He was well aware that it was impossible for him to deal with Lin Fei today. Because of this quota, as long as they tried to do anything, then they would be doomed. No one would miss the opportunity to enter the eternal immortal emperor's inheritance, not to mention the key to becoming a god. At this moment, anyone who dared to deal with Lin Fei would be making life difficult for them. The Soul Emperor originally thought that with the help of the dark influences, someone from a small place like Lin Fei wouldn't dare to disobey him. If Lin Fei handed over his qualifications on his own initiative, then that would be a great merit within the dark influences. But now he had nothing. Lord Soul Emperor, are we just going to leave like this? Are we not going to deal with Lin Fei? The one who was the most unhappy was the Sky Demon Emperor. To him, if it wasn't for Lin Fei, how could something have happened to his lair? Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the Emperor's divine weapon that could raise one's strength had failed at the crucial moment, causing his strength to be greatly affected. The Celestial Demon Emperor could not take this lying down. Now that he heard that they were going to leave, it was like a slap to his face. How could he take it? Piss off? The Soul Emperor was not happy himself. He had worked so hard to get things done. But now it was like this. How dare he ask why? Boom! The Soul Emperor's palm landed on the Celestial Demon Emperor, sending him flying into space. His body exploded on the spot, and he left with his people. The Sky Demon Emperor, who had reconstructed his body, was extremely indignant. However, he did not dare to say anything more at this point. He could only vent his frustrations on Lin Fei. Although the Celestial Demon Emperor was not weak, without the Emperor's divine weapon, his strength was greatly affected. The Soul Emperor was several times stronger than him in both status and strength. Kid, just you wait. This Emperor will definitely find you to settle the matter? After leaving behind these harsh words, the Celestial Demon Emperor chased after them. As soon as the group left, everyone laughed. They did not like the dark forces and did not like to interact with them. Naturally, most of them felt that Lin Fei of the Holy Heaven Academy was very resourceful. He dared to hand over his qualifications at this moment in exchange for their support. He didn't need to waste his breath to scare away the people from the dark forces. Junior brother, the people from the dark forces have left. You've completely offended them. I believe they won't let you go so easily. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for you. Looking at their backs, Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor, said lightly. The dark forces had a very bad reputation in the myriad heavens and realms. Could be said that they were like rats on the street that everyone wanted to beat up. If it wasn't for the presence of super experts, they would have been completely eradicated long ago. Senior brother, will you be unhappy if I do this? How could that be? Under such circumstances, what you did was the right thing to do. After all, those are worldly possessions. Now that you have the support of several immortal emperors, I believe that no one will dare to do anything to you in a short period of time. Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor himself, was shocked that Lin Fei could create such a big event. When he had first heard about it, he had laughed. The Celestial Demon's lair had been destroyed, and he had offended a demon emperor. The Celestial Demon Emperor would not have a good time in the future. Who would have thought that the culprit was none other than his own junior brother? The retreat of the dark forces did not mean that everything was over. In the following days, a large number of experts gathered outside the Nirvana world. They were all here for the place of inheritance of the eternal immortal emperor. They had their eyes on those who were qualified. The people from the Divine Heaven Academy were undoubtedly qualified, and it was inevitable that there would be some conflict. Fortunately, the forces that had obtained the places arrived one after another. In the end, they left behind a pile of corpses and unwillingly left. As for Lin Fei, there was no need for Lin Fei to say anything. Because of the reputation of the immortal emperors, no one dared to make trouble for Lin Fei. Making trouble for Lin Fei now was equivalent to making trouble for the immortal emperors. At this juncture, even if they knew that they were unhappy, what could they do? At this moment, Lin Fei had a backer. If he went against these few immortal emperors, he would simply be courting death. In the remaining days, Lin Fei was the most relaxed. He didn't have to worry about anything at all. Half a month later, Outside the nirvana world, it was shrouded in the aura of the great Tao. No one knew when the place of inheritance would open. The only thing they knew was that it would open soon. The great Tao of nirvana shrouded the place, and some people tried to force their way through. They were all immortal emperors, and they joined forces to attack the great Tao of nirvana. The immortal emperors' attacks were earth-shattering. Many people joined in. Once they broke through, they would be one step ahead of the others, and the benefits were obvious. Just as the great Tao of nirvana was about to be broken, something unexpected happened. An illusory figure shot down from the sky above the nirvana world. It was a divine saber, and it flashed with cold light. With a single slash, everyone was cut in half at the waist. The weaker ones died on the spot, and all but a few were killed by the saber light. Everyone outside the nirvana world was shocked. Isn't that the legendary demon saber of nirvana? The demon saber of nirvana, the emperor's divine weapon of the demon emperor of nirvana. How could an emperor's divine weapon appear here? Didn't they say it was destroyed? Is it impossible for it to appear again? The ancient heavyweights recognized it. This was an extremely powerful emperor's divine weapon that the demon emperor of nirvana had wielded when he had been on the rampage. No one could stand up to it, and it had made a name for itself. Everyone recognized the demonic saber as soon as it appeared. The eternal immortal emperor is good. Everyone could see that it was impossible to break into the nirvana world and take advantage of it. Some refused to believe it, and a few demon emperors joined forces to fight the demon saber of nirvana. In the end, they were injured and no one dared to try. A month later, the great Tao of nirvana covered the nirvana world. Be it immortal emperors, or devil emperors, no one could see through the interior. Boom, boom, boom. On this day, thousands of beams of multicolored light blasted open the nirvana world, forming many passageways. The appearance of these passageways meant that the legacy zone was about to begin. Ha ha ha! It's finally open. I'm going in. One of the wandering cultivators, unwilling to miss the opportunity, rushed into the passageway. Seeing that there was no danger, he continued onward. Ha ha ha, the eternal immortal emperor is mine. Suddenly, the wandering cultivator turned into a skeleton and lost all signs of life. The great Tao of eternity. What a terrifying great Tao. Eternity could be long, but it could also be short. Over time, one's life force would be depleted, and the wandering cultivator had been reduced to a skeleton because of this. Now, no one dared to try again. Their life force could not sustain such a huge drain. Only now did they realize how terrifying the eternal immortal emperor was. Chapter 1141. Boom! 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 Thousands upon thousands of multicolored lights pierced through the nirvana world, and a series of passageways appeared in front of everyone. Don't go in. The eternal immortal emperor's eternal great Tao is in the passageway. Anyone who goes in will die. No one dared to enter the passageway after a rogue cultivator had died. The eternal great Tao was an extremely domineering and supreme great Tao. None of the immortal emperors or demon emperors dared to think that they were stronger than the eternal immortal emperor. More and more multicolored lights pierced through the world, and the number of passageways increased. What a terrifying eternal great Tao! Lin Fei looked at the passageways, and his powerful divine sense sensed that each passageway contained great terror. At their level, their lifespan and life force were so strong that they were virtually indestructible. Unless they encountered an expert and were killed on the spot, it was very difficult for them to truly die. That expert just now had a strong life force, and was in the prime of his life. Who would have thought that he would unknowingly use up all his lifespan and turn into a skeleton? He won't even have a chance to come back to life. Lin Fei thought to himself. He looked at the experts outside the nirvana world, and all of them were shocked. They were too weak in the face of such terror. The multicolored lights lasted for a long time. When the sky above the nirvana world was filled with passageways, everything stopped. The experts were shocked by the sheer number of passageways, and had no choice but to study them carefully. No one dared to force their way through. There are so many passageways. How do we get in? Everyone had the same thought. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, Rings of light rose up from some of the people, shining as brightly as the moon. These rings of light seemed to have flown out from the Grand Emperor's key. 10 rings of light appeared above Lin Fei's head. After trying to control them, he realized that he could do so, and with a thought he understood what was going on. The rings of light must have protected him from the eternal Great Tao as he entered the passageways safely. There was no need for Lin Fei to explain. The experts all knew what was going on. There were 100 rings of light around the Nirvana world, enough for 100 people to enter. However, they were barely visible among the crowd. Ha 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 ha! Just as everyone was about to enter, a sudden change occurred. The domineering laughter came from the sky above the Nirvana realm. The nearby planets exploded one after another, and a huge projection descended from the sky. Boundless emperors' might covered the entire starry sky. Pu, no matter who it was, they were instantly immobilized, and their blood and chi were shaken. Oh no, that's the projection of the eternal immortal emperor. An immortal emperor expert exclaimed in shock. Too strong. Just the projection alone is enough to suppress all of us. The projection's aura was as vast as the ocean. As soon as this aura appeared, Lin Fei was instantly suppressed by it. His breathing became ragged, and all of his power was suppressed. No matter how he tried to activate it, he couldn't control it. Heaven-defying strength. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. No one in the starry sky was a match for the eternal immortal emperor. I don't need to introduce who I am. I am the eternal immortal emperor. Ha 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 ha. I dominated the heavens and was invincible. The wealth I amassed was beyond your imagination. Immortal pills, Emperor's divine armaments, Emperor's divine armor. Do you want them? Ha 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 ha. Everyone's hearts trembled at the domineering voice, and their eyes turned bloodshot. Immortal pills, Emperor's divine armaments, and Emperor's divine armaments were enough to make anyone envious. No one in the heavens and realms would be a match for him. Even if he didn't dominate the heavens and realms, he would still be famous. Emperor's divine armaments? Emperor's divine armaments? Lin Fei's eyes were filled with desire. Lin Fei had heard from his eldest senior brother how precious these two items were. Not all immortal emperors would have emperor-ranked weapons and armors on them. The eternal immortal emperor had been a very badass person back in the day, and there was no need to even think about how precious the items he had left behind were. If any of them appeared in the myriad of worlds, it would cause a bloodbath. Even Lin Fei himself was tempted. It wasn't hard to see how conceited the eternal immortal emperor was. All right, let's cut the crap. The projection continued. In the past, this emperor left behind the great emperor's key for those who are fated. But today, this emperor's projection has seen many old friends. Therefore, this emperor has decided to change the rules. Among the geniuses and geniuses of the younger generation, I will choose a young and promising genius to inherit this emperor's orthodoxy. He will be qualified to learn this emperor's unique eternal grand Tao. Eternal great Tao? The eyes of those who had thought that they had no chance suddenly lit up when they heard this. If it wasn't for the aura suppressing them, they would have been elated. Everyone knew that the eternal immortal emperor had made his name with the eternal great Tao. His divine abilities were all derived from the eternal great Tao. Now that they had a chance to learn the eternal great Tao, who would dare to sit still? All of yours truly's riches are in the legacy land. There are a total of 5 regions, each of which contains yours truly's riches. The first region contains immortal pills, ingredients, and mystic arts manuals. As you go deeper, the riches will be unimaginable. As for the last region, it contains yours truly's most precious items. Do you really want them? Ha 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 ha. This is not good news. Lin Fei could see greed and ambition in the expressions of the crowd. Outside of the Nirvana world, tens of millions of experts had come. It was a terrifying number, and the legacy land, which had not been too dangerous before, was now much more dangerous. Lin Fei didn't want to see that happen. Who could have guessed that the eternal immortal emperor would suddenly go crazy and change the rules? Very well, I will now announce the rules. I trust that this will be a very interesting game. Who will become my personal disciple? It's going to be a very exciting prospect. The projection laughed heartily. Those who hold my emperor's key will be the first to enter. You will receive my protection for 3 days, and no one will be able to harm you. If anyone dares to harm you, I will kill them. The voice was cold and domineering, and everyone was shaken. 3 days of protection. The 5 regions that I have set up are going to be very interesting. 3 days of protection. You will be very lucky to have 3 days of protection. Everyone else who is under 100,000 years old can enter. Anyone who is over 100,000 years old will be killed without mercy. Immortal emperors and devil emperors, I will allow your clones to enter. Now you may enter. Ha 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 ha. I will control you and turn you into pawns in the vast expanse. The appearance of the projection had changed the rules. This is going to be troublesome. As soon as the last sentence was spoken, Lin Fei knew that there would be a fierce battle in the inheritance ground. Chapter 1142. Good, good, good. That's great, we can go in too. Who would have thought that we would have a chance to enter the eternal immortal emperor's land of inheritance? As long as we can get some benefits, we will benefit for the rest of our lives. It won't be a problem for us to make a name for ourselves. We can even dominate the world. Ha ha ha. The appearance of the eternal immortal emperor's projection in the sky of the Nirvana world and the change of the rules was unexpected. The experts who had given up hope reignited their hopes. It turned out that they also had a chance to enter. Good change, really good change. In an area outside the Nirvana world, the Sky Devil Demon Emperor's face was gloomy as he chuckled. Because of the appearance of the eternal immortal emperor's projection, he had been most worried about the quota. Everyone present could enter the eternal immortal emperor's land of inheritance, which undoubtedly gave him a chance to take revenge. The previous embarrassing scene was all on Lin Fei's head. If my clone goes in, his combat strength will reach about 70% of his peak strength. Killing Lin Fei should be a matter of seconds. The Sky Devil Demon Emperor wanted to kill Lin Fei the most. Even in his dreams, he wanted to kill Lin Fei. Junior Lin Fei, it seems that we will have a lot of trouble. When we go in, if the situation is not good, you can come out. The Shangquang Immortal Emperor said solemnly. The Shangquang Immortal Emperor did not expect the situation to turn out this way. With the appearance of the Eternal Immortal Emperor's projection, everything changed. Now, it was no longer just them, but everyone present. The Eternal Immortal Emperor's rules clearly allowed most people to enter. The Immortal Emperor and the Demon Emperor were exceptions, and they could send a clone in. In this way, the land of inheritance was full of uncertainty. No one knew what was going on inside. Danger? Extreme danger? No one dared to guarantee it. Senior brother, don't worry. Didn't Senior Eternal say that I can be safe for 3 days? After 3 days, if there is no other way, I will come out. Lin Fei said, but in his heart, he did not plan to come out easily. Charge. Land of inheritance. I'm coming. A large number of experts rushed into the passage. The eternal path did not appear, and everyone disappeared into the passage. You, who have cultivated for 103,000 years, will be obliterated. Someone tried to fish in troubled waters. The demonic blade of Nirvana slashed through the air and killed the person in one slash, losing the chance to be reborn. After killing more than 10 people, no one dared to go anymore. The immortal emperors and demon emperors were not in a hurry. Each of them had a clone by their side, and their battle prowess was still very strong. Lin Fei sent out the halo. The halo bounced out and landed on someone else's body. A wave of energy enveloped them. Is that War Sky not coming? After all the slots had been sent out, Zhan Tian was the only one who didn't show up. Among everyone here, Lin Fei had the deepest impression of War Sky. War Sky was an extremely terrifying fellow. Back then, he killed a heaven-ranked immortal king with a wave of his hand. He's here. Soon they saw War Sky. War Sky was travel-worn. He didn't release any aura as he walked over. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. From the way he moved, he could sense that Warsky's strength had greatly increased compared to before. He became an emperor? Lin Fei could faintly sense that Warsky's strength should have reached the immortal emperor realm. I thought you weren't coming. Lin Fei treated Warsky as a powerful opponent. Warsky was clad in green battle robes. His eyes were bright as he said, "The inheritance ground has opened, so of course I have to make a trip here. As for you, your strength has improved greatly in just a few days." With a casual glance, Lin Fei felt that he was seen through by the other party. This fellow is so strange. After sending out the halo, Warsky didn't rush in. He stood not far away. "Junior brother, after you enter, if you encounter that Warsky, try not to fight with him." Immortal Emperor Shang Kuang's voice rang out in Lin Fei's ears. This person's killing intent is very heavy. It seems that his strength is sealed. It's very terrifying. Immortal Emperor Shang Kuang didn't succeed in becoming an immortal emperor back then. His combat prowess had reached the level of a first-step immortal emperor. He was especially sensitive to auras. This Warsky was very terrifying. Immortal Emperor Shang Kuang didn't even dare to make a move. Once he made a move, this Warsky would kill him. This feeling was too real. Lin Fei nodded. "I understand." Even if he didn't say it, he could still sense the change in Warsky. This person was very powerful and very mysterious. "Master, we paid a price for nothing. Are we just going to let Lin Fei get away with it?" Not far away in a region, the affectionate prince said to his master. He wasn't satisfied with the fact that the eternal immortal emperor's projection had appeared and changed his mind. Qing Emperor said indifferently, "That's not a problem. The eternal immortal emperor was not only strong, but also very good at scheming. You don't need to doubt his words. As for Lin Fei, he's just a passerby. You should focus on the future instead of this small battle." Passionate prince trembled and said, "Thank you for your reminder, master. This disciple has indeed taken the matter too seriously. This time, the heroes have gathered, and Lin Fei is like a carp crossing the river. No matter how hard he tries, he'll still be one of them. He'll never stand out." Qing Emperor smiled. "That's right. Lin Fei played a little trick. Once he's inside, he won't be able to protect himself. You don't even need to do anything. Lin Fei will die in the hands of others. This kind of meaningless matter, there's no need to pay attention to it. This disciple understands." Similar words were said many times. Outside the world of nirvana, wave after wave of people entered the passage. Lin Fei took a deep breath. The exciting moment had come. What was behind the passage? He was really looking forward to it. After all, the place of inheritance was the focus of everyone's attention. Moreover, the words from before were constantly stimulating everyone. There were passages everywhere in the world of nirvana. Lin Fei, eldest senior brother Shang Kuang, and great elder Shang 33 talked for a while. He took the initiative to walk through the passages and chose one that was more pleasing to the eye. "Lin Fei, I hope you don't die so quickly." Bai Bo Dong walked over with large strides. He stared at Lin Fei with a strong battle intent. Lin Fei smiled. "Before you die, I definitely won't die. The Neptune's trident in your hands might end up in my hands again. When that time comes, you better be prepared to buy it back at any price." The most depressing thing in Bai Bo Dong's life was losing his weapon. But in the end, he had to buy it back. Hearing this, he almost vomited blood. Lin Fei was really shameless. "Humph, you should think about yourself first." Bai Bo Dong snorted and rushed into a passage like a ray of light. Chapter 1143. Was this time? Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and entered the passageway. He was surrounded by a sense of slowness. It was the aura of the eternal great Tao. The passageway was very long. Time passed very slowly. Lin Fei felt like a very long time had passed. The passageway seemed endless. He did not know how long it had been. Brilliant light streaked across the sky. "I'm here." Lin Fei was shocked to find that he was standing on solid ground. He did not know when he had arrived. He looked up. The space he was in was gray and filled with an oppressive aura. Is this the Nirvana realm? Lin Fei tried to use his divine sense to check out his surroundings. Whoosh! As soon as he sent out his divine sense, a beam of immortal light shot out. Its speed was inconceivably fast, surpassing the speed of sound and reaching the speed of light. It slammed into Lin Fei and sent him flying hundreds of thousands of li away. He smashed into a huge mountain, causing the mountain to collapse and the earth to crack. What was that? As he rushed out of the mountain, Lin Fei felt his blood churn. He was filled with fear and did not dare to use his divine sense to check out his surroundings. Before he could see the immortal light clearly, he had been sent flying. The halo around him had dissipated all the power. Otherwise, his blood would not have been so turbulent. That was an attack from a great Tao. Black Demon's voice sounded in his ear. Black Demon could not come out of the Senfu, but that did not mean that he could not see what had happened. He had seen everything clearly. An attack from a great Tao? Lin Fei was shocked. At that moment, an immortal king came in from not far away. He flew into the air as if he had seen a treasure. The immortal light that had appeared earlier appeared again and killed him on the spot. It really is a great Tao. It must have been left behind when the great Tao was destroyed in the great battle. Once one uses his divine sense to check it, it is equivalent to triggering a great Tao and inviting death. Lin Fei did not understand at first, but after seeing what had happened, he understood what was going on. The protection that the eternal immortal emperor mentioned was referring to these broken great Taos. Lin Fei did not dare to move. A great Tao attack was terrifying, and even his powerful blood could not withstand it. This place is filled with fragments of the great path. It is very unstable and can easily injure people. It should be one of the tests left by Master, Black Demon said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged. He did not know what was going on, but he would wait until he did. Tens of millions of immortals entered the Nirvana world one after another. Some of them were attacked by great Tao fragments. They were fine with the protection of halos, but without them, the great Tao fragments killed them on the spot. Welcome, geniuses from all of the heavens, and geniuses of the younger generation of heaven. Once, the Nirvana of the Nirvana realm was destroyed, and many Tao fragments remained. They were very unstable and could easily injure you. Even the immortal emperor would not dare to fight them. Everyone should be familiar with this place. The place you are in is called the Nirvana world. It belongs to the first region. Your test will be in this region. I believe everyone has already felt the danger from the Nirvana world. That's right, it's the bombardment of the Grand Tao fragments. Back then, the Nirvana world was on the verge of shattering and a large number of fragments of the Grand Tao remained. It was very unstable and could easily injure people. Even immortal emperors wouldn't dare to face it head-on. The Nirvana realm was huge. In the dusky world, all of the immortals felt immense pressure. Pressure from great Tao fragments. A complete great Tao was so powerful that it could easily kill an immortal emperor. Back then, the Nirvana realm had been a major battlefield, and countless immortal and demon emperors had fallen. Almost all of the Nirvana realm had been destroyed, leaving behind countless great Tao fragments. The first test is actually very simple. Collect the great Tao fragments. The giant projection laughed. Great Tao fragments were originally invisible, but I used my supreme divine ability to refine the great Tao fragments into crystals. Every crystal contains a portion of a great Tao fragment. The Nirvana world will become a treasure hunting ground. There will be great Tao crystals everywhere. Collect the great Tao fragments? The immortals present were in an uproar. The great Tao fragments were frightening. Now they were going to collect them? This test was extraordinarily difficult. The rules are out. Of course, there's also what you've been concerned about. The enormous projection continued. In the first stage, anyone who collects 50 great Tao crystals will have the right to enter the first stage's treasury that I've set up. There are unimaginably good things in the treasury. There are risks in collecting great Tao crystals, so everyone should be mentally prepared. Ha 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 ha. As for those who can't collect 50 great Tao crystals, they will be teleported out in 3 days and completely lose their qualifications. 50 great Tao crystals? The crowd gasped. The tests set by the Eternal Emperor were both loved and hated at the same time. What they loved was that they were qualified. As for what he hated, it was nothing more than the first test, which almost took his life. Collect great Tao crystals? Lin Fei frowned. This test was not simple. The immortal light attack from the great Tao fragments had left a lingering fear in his heart. Lin Fei, my master won't set these tests for nothing. I believe that these tests are all connected. You must do your best. The halo around you will help you gain the upper hand in the first trial. Black Demon sent a voice transmission. I have a halo to protect me. I don't have to worry about the great Tao fragments attacks. Lin Fei said to himself. What I need to think about now is how to find the great Tao crystals. That's a problem worth researching. The rules are clear. Everyone go search. If you collect 50 great Tao crystals, you can enter the first test's treasury. Fight hard. Ha ha ha. The giant projection vanished. Let's go find the great Tao crystals. Let's work together. The projection dissipated, and everyone began to move. Some were arrogant and powerful, so they searched alone. Those with average strength found a team to search for the great Tao crystals. Tens of millions of immortals appeared in the nirvanic realm. Lin Fei did not move, carefully probing with his divine sense. In the end, he found that as long as he was within 5,000 kilometers, he would be relatively safe. He would not attract the attacks of the great Tao fragments. After watching for a while, Lin Fei realized something. The great Tao fragments were not as strong as he had imagined. Some of them were much weaker, and he could still catch traces of their movements. Tens of millions of kilometers away, in a forest on a mountain, an immortal king destroyed a beam of immortal light and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He saw a great Tao crystal, sparkling and translucent. Ha ha ha, so this is a great Tao crystal. If I can block the first wave, I can collect it. The immortal king understood. Many thanks for giving me a great Tao crystal. Chapter 1144. After the hand took the great Tao crystal, it disappeared, leaving behind a pile of corpses. So that's what the great Tao crystal is like. Lin Fei observed for a while, and realized that this was one of the benefits of having a protective halo. At the very least, he would have the upper hand in collecting the great Tao crystal, and he would not have to worry about anyone stealing it. Let's go! Lin Fei got up and sent his divine sense out, searching for the great Tao crystal. Whoosh! His divine sense quickly touched the immortal light that the great Tao fragment had produced. Lin Fei used his emperor-class mystic art so close to avoid the immortal light. His domineering saber will flew out, turning into a long saber that slashed at the source of the immortal light. In the forest below, the immortal light shattered, and dust flew everywhere. Lin Fei descended from the sky and appeared in the forest. His saber will flew out, striking the same spot. The immortal light continued to shatter. After all, this saber will had come from an ancient saber emperor. Is this the great Tao crystal? The saber will turned into a large hand that grabbed the item from the ground. It fell onto the saber will hand, and then onto Lin Fei's hand. It was only now that he could see what was in his hand. The great Tao crystal in his hand was prismatic, and it shone with a dazzling light. The great Tao fragment sealed within it emanated a boundless charm. The eternal immortal emperor is good. To seal the great Tao fragment. Lin Fei sighed and put away the great Tao fragment. Only then did he feel at ease. The great Tao fragment sealed within this great Tao crystal shouldn't be very strong. My saber can destroy the immortal light and take the great Tao crystal. With a great Tao crystal in hand, Lin Fei felt a lot more at ease. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lin Fei felt a chill behind him. Saber will surged out and he flew backward. Large swathes of the forest turned to dust that floated down to the ground. Kid! Hand over the great Tao crystal. Not too far away stood an arrogant black-clothed young man with his hands behind his back. The attack from before had come from him. Get lost! Lin Fei turned and said. As he did, the black-robed, arrogant young man's eye twitched as he looked at the ring of light next to him. So, you have the protection of the eternal immortal emperor. No wonder you're so arrogant. Lin Fei's halo protected him, and he would be safe for 3 days. The black-clothed young man was very arrogant, but he also knew that this was not the time to make a move. Just now, he had also sensed the aura of the great Tao fragment and secretly launched a sneak attack, but unexpectedly, the other party had dodged it. It seems that I have to collect 50 great Tao crystals in 3 days. Hua hua hua, in a lake, 3 beams of immortal light came together. Immortal light. Immortal light attacked, vast and mighty, crushing all life, descending upon the world. A certain someone coldly snorted and slashed out with a saber light. A long river of saber light swept towards the 3 celestial lights. The celestial lights exploded and shattered a large portion of the long river of saber light. Immortal light attacked again, continuously shattering the long river of blade light. It was incomparably ferocious. However, that person continued to send out blade lights, clashing with the celestial light. After about 10 breaths, the celestial light dissipated, and a long river of blade lights landed on the lake. 3 great path crystals were found in the lake. Another 3 pieces in hand. A certain someone standing in the air laughed. The combined attack of these 3 great path crystals is truly terrifying. They can continuously shatter my saber intent. Lin Fei put away the 3 Tao crystals. I only have 8 great path crystals so far, and I've already been ambushed quite a few times. I still have 42 great path crystals left. I'm afraid I'll need a lot of time to collect them. Ever since he had obtained the first Tao crystal, Lin Fei had gained some insights. There were Tao crystals everywhere in the Nirvana world. Unfortunately, these Tao crystals were hidden very well. One had to touch them to release their immortal light. In the Nirvana world, as long as immortal light appeared, people nearby would rush over to fight over this great Tao crystal stone, and then another bloody battle would ensue. Lin Fei had been ambushed quite a few times. With the protection of the halos, those people did not dare to attack again. They did not dare to ignore the eternal immortal emperor's words. If the giant projection attacked again and killed them, it would be a tragedy. The Nirvana world. There were people everywhere. They formed groups of 3 or 5 to fight against the immortal light. Killing was also happening everywhere. Wherever the immortal light appeared, people would appear. This must have been a group of palaces, but they were destroyed by the shockwaves of the battle. Lin Fei walked across the mountain and came to a group of ruined palaces. Although all that was left was rubble, it was clear that this group of palaces had been very influential in the Nirvana world. Crack, 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 white bones piled up like mountains as he walked through the ruins. There were corpses everywhere. Lin Fei released his divine sense to search for the great path crystals. His intuition told him that there would be many great path crystals left behind where the battle had taken place. Boom, 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 a rumbling sound came from up ahead. There's someone up ahead. There was a disturbance of energy, and Lin Fei rushed into the depths of the ruins. There was immortal light there, and it was immortal light. Stop right there. Lin Fei moved quickly. As he neared, a ray of light blasted towards him. Someone had moved to stop him. Lin Fei flashed, and the light landed on the ruins. Large swathes of the ruins were blasted to smithereens, turning into dust. Not far away, 5 people appeared. What powerful immortal light! They've used a spell formation to hide it. At close range, Lin Fei could sense the immortal light behind them. It was a large swath, and the spell formation was on the verge of collapse, unable to hide the power of the immortal light. Seeing the person who had come, the 5 people could not help but frown. One of them stepped out and said arrogantly, "Sir, this place has already been taken over by our myriad demon palaces people. If you don't want to die, leave this place as soon as possible." Lin Fei had never heard of the Hall of Myriad Demons. A large swath of immortal light represented a large number of great Tao crystals. Lin Fei, this is an opportunity. You have the protection of Master's halo. If they dare to kill you, Master's divine might will naturally kill them. Black Demon chuckled. Lin Fei knew what he meant. How could he miss this opportunity? Sorry, but I'm interested in these great Tao crystals. Lin Fei strode forward. The 5 people hesitated, as if they were facing a great enemy. The eternal, immortal emperor's words were still echoing in their ears. If they really tried to kill him, it would be a disaster. Get out of my way if you don't want to die. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a river of saber light swept towards them. The 5 people hurriedly dodged, not daring to attack. They rushed in. Deep within the ruins, immortal light shone brilliantly. More than 10 people were currently fighting, some of them coughing up blood. This immortal light was filled with a large number of great Tao crystals. The immortal light was very powerful, and these people used their divine abilities to fight fiercely. There are so many great Tao crystals buried here. I don't know how they found them. Lin Fei rushed in, feeling the majestic immortal light pressing down on him. Senior brother Light Fiend, we can't stop that person. He has the protective halo left behind by the eternal immortal emperor. The 5 people caught up and stood next to a young man not far away. Whoosh! The young man's gaze was sharp and domineering. Do you want to die? Lin Fei laughed. You people from the Myriad Demon Palace are really arrogant. I just came in to watch the show. You want people to die at the drop of a hat? If you have the guts, come and kill me. I promise I won't move. What a shameless person. The young man was a proud son of the Myriad Demon Palace. His name was Light Fiend. He had wanted to scare him off with a single sentence, but it seemed that this guy was not easy to deal with. Senior brother, this is the Lin Fei who offended the Sky Fiend Demon Emperor. Someone immediately reminded him. Light Fiend said, Your Excellency, you are very brave. What will it take for you to leave? Make your request, but don't count on those great Tao crystals. In their world, people like Lin Fei would have killed him long ago. They would not have waited until now. In fact, they would have fled the moment they heard the words, Myriad Demon Palace. Unfortunately, this was the Nirvana world, and he had the protective halo left behind by the eternal immortal emperor. This was the territory of the eternal immortal emperor. Light Fiend did not have the courage to throw himself in just to kill a single person. In that case, he could only send this person away. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm not too interested in anything else. I just like the great Tao crystals. As long as you give me a third of the great Tao crystals, I'll leave immediately. Light Fiend almost coughed up blood. He flew into a rage. This Lin Fei was too shameless. He wanted a third of the great Tao crystals right off the bat. Didn't he see how hard it was for them to deal with the immortal light? Lin Fei saw the other party's expression and said, 1/3 is already very little. I haven't even done anything yet. Once I do, it won't be as simple as 1/3. You want a foot after giving me an inch? Sun Guangmo had never seen such a shameless person, openly asking for Tao crystals. I can't attack. I absolutely can't attack. I have to endure it. This guy is just trying to provoke me into killing him. Sun Light Devil suppressed his anger and repeatedly warned himself. With the protection of the eternal immortal emperor, Sun Guangma didn't dare to make a move. He really couldn't bear to take out a third of the immortal light. They had paid a heavy price. Sir, it's impossible for me to give you a third of the Great Path crystals. Son of Light Devil hesitated for a moment before saying, However, I can tell you how we found this immortal light. Senior brother, this won't do. Someone immediately transmitted. Sun Guangma said, Everyone, don't worry. This technique was obtained halfway through our journey, so it's not complete. We were able to find this place by luck. I'll modify the technique a bit, and if the kid takes it, he'll realize it's useless. In 3 days, if we meet him again, we'll kill him with 1 slash. That's a good move. That kid will definitely fall for it. So this place with immortal light was a technique they had obtained halfway through their journey. They had come here by chance, and if they took out the technique, they wouldn't suffer too much of a loss. Hearing Sun Guangma's words, everyone thought it was a good idea. He's finally willing to take it out? He agreed so quickly. There must be something wrong with the technique. Lin Fei thought to himself. He doesn't know that I have a system that can perfect the technique. No matter where it comes from, it must have its uses. Technique? Not good. Lin Fei shook his head. Who knows whether or not this technique is a scam? I still prefer the Great Tao Crystal Stone. It's easy to use. Son of Light Devil really wanted to slap this guy twice. He was really shameless. He said with a dark expression, I can agree if you want the Great Tao Crystal Stone, but others might not agree. The technique is better than this. If you don't agree, I can give it to you first. I believe that after you see it, you'll immediately understand its uses. Is that so? Lin Fei said. Then let me see it. Son of Light Devil finally heaved a sigh of relief. It was best to quickly get rid of the other party so that they wouldn't dare to make a move. He hurriedly transmitted the technique over. I've added some in. Let's see how you learn it. Son of Light Devil modified the technique a bit so that only he could understand it. The benefits of the technique were obvious. He believed that this guy, Lin Fei, would definitely treat it as the real thing. He really is up to something. Once the technique was transmitted over, Lin Fei opened the system. The system could perfect the technique so he could clearly see the mistakes in the middle. Lin Fei knew that the other party was up to something. You definitely didn't expect that I have a system that can perfect the technique. If the technique is really that amazing, then finding the Great Tao Crystal Stone will be easy. Son of Light Devil paused and said, How is it? This technique is heaven-defying, right? Lin Fei revealed an excited expression and said calmly, It's also. I'm in a good mood today, so this technique is passable. However, you need to give me some more Great Tao Crystal Stones, or else it won't be worth it. Son of Light Devil was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. How shameless! In order to get rid of the other party, Son of Light Devil haggled with Lin Fei and took 5 Great Tao Crystal Stones. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Chapter 11:45. After Lin Fei took the Great Tao Crystal, he activated his celestial power and left the palace ruins. He wasn't worried that they would attack him. They didn't have the courage to do so in 3 days. After leaving the palace ruins, he landed in a valley tens of millions of miles away. He opened up a cave and set up a formation. 10,000 demon palaces' luck is not bad. They were able to find a heaven-defying technique in the Nirvana world. When I use the system to perfect it, I will obtain a powerful technique. The system concluded that the technique given by 10,000 Demon Palace was actually a heaven-defying technique. It wasn't as simple as finding the Great Tao Crystal. Perfecting the system. Perfecting the system. A few hours later, system perfected. Obtained a complete technique. Lin Fei's eyes lit up as he sat cross-legged. He didn't know what kind of technique he would get after the system perfected it. Great Tao Regression Technique. Lin Fei used his divine sense to check and was shocked. This technique was heaven-defying and far exceeded his imagination. I'm rich. I'm rich. He was overjoyed. After flipping through it, Lin Fei was completely moved. How could there be such a technique in the Nirvana world? Weird. This is really weird. No matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't understand. If the people from 10,000 Demon Palace knew that they missed out on a heaven-defying technique, their expressions would be really ugly. They would chase after me for tens of thousands of miles. Even Lin Fei felt that this Great Tao Regression Technique was a priceless treasure after he saw it. Thinking about how they found a whole patch of celestial light, this technique played a huge role. It turned out that this technique could actually allow one to find a complete Great Tao. As long as one had a part of it with the magical effects of this technique, one could easily find all the other Great Tao fragments. Finding Great Tao fragments became even easier. 100,000 miles ahead, Lin Fei grabbed a Great Tao crystal and covered it with his divine sense. It gave him a strange feeling. It was like a patch of celestial light appeared in front of him. Within 100,000 miles, the forest was completely silent. In that battle back then, the Nirvana world almost collapsed, and the birds and beasts were completely wiped out. The intertwining fragments of the Great Tao had turned the Nirvana world into a land of death. If an immortal emperor dared to enter the Nirvana world, they wouldn't be able to return even if they had 10 lives. Lin Fei flew through the air. The God Force Imperial Court smashed down from the sky and smashed into a mountain. The mountain collapsed and the earth cracked. The mountain was flattened and the celestial light that he used collapsed, unable to release its power. Wow, there are 30 great path crystals here. The throne of divine power contained unparalleled power, and its power was at least 50 billion divine dragons' divine power. The supreme power crushed the celestial light produced by the fragment of the great Tao. Lin Fei waved his hand, and all 30 great Tao crystals landed in his hand. This great Tao regression technique is indeed awesome. Among these 30 great Tao crystals, 8 of them belong to the same great Tao. When all the crystals of the Great Path were collected, Lin Fei received a mysterious message. Dark Water Avenue, it can't be. This great Tao fragment is called the Dark Water Great Tao. Collecting 10,000 great Tao fragments can form a great Tao. Lin Fei blinked. He was very surprised by this turn of events. I wonder if I can really form a great Tao after I collect 10,000 great Tao fragments? That shouldn't be possible, right? If that's really the case, everyone will go crazy. Boom, boom, boom. In the ruins of the Nirvana world, a God Force Imperial Court rushed out, shining brightly. Large swathes of celestial light were released, and a shocking aura formed an attack. It contained great terror and constantly shook the Nirvana world. Another 1,000,000-foot-long river of saber light rushed up and landed on the celestial light. It shattered a large swath of the celestial light, and the celestial light reformed once again and attacked through the air. This battle lasted for a long time. 600 great Tao fragments, and the celestial light produced at the same time. I didn't expect it to be this powerful. After getting the great Tao crystals, Lin Fei let out a long breath. In the face of the attack of 600 great Tao fragments, his blood was still roiling, and his true self-body was constantly reforming. Unknowingly, his body was approaching the small perfection state. I now have 1,300 great Tao crystals, and am qualified to enter. The eternal immortal emperor wants us to collect great Tao fragments, so there must be a reason. I should do my best to collect as many as I can. Besides, my true self-body is constantly being crushed by the celestial light, reforming and perfecting itself. It won't be long before my true self-body reaches the small perfection great Tao state. It will be an important step forward. Back when he had planted the great Tao of true self, he had formed a powerful body like the true self-body. But that was only the initial formation. It was equivalent to building a framework, and all that was left was to constantly replenish it. Only then would he be able to push his body to new heights, heights that others could only look up to. There are another 300 great Tao fragments here. Lin Fei's true self-body was nearing the small perfection, and with the protection of the halo and the great Tao primordial regression technique, he could sense the existence of the great Tao fragments. Lin Fei could not be bothered to search for those that were less than 100. He went straight for the few hundred great Tao fragments. Every time he collected a great Tao fragment, he would use his emperor-level divine power and leave. Every time, he would be one step ahead of everyone else, leaving people staring at him helplessly. Lin Fei's great Tao crystals were constantly increasing. From the initial 1,300, it broke through to 10,000 great Tao crystals a day later. On the second day, it broke through to 30,000 great Tao crystals, and on the last day, it broke through to 50,000 great Tao crystals. This result was already very terrifying. At least that was what Lin Fei believed. During this period, he had been in danger a few times, encountering the attacks of powerful great Tao fragments. Fortunately, he had the protection of the halo and the powerful defenses of his true self-body. After experiencing great danger again, his true self-body reached the small perfection great Tao in one fell swoop. This is great. Under the pressure of the great Tao fragments, my true self-body has finally taken a step forward and reached the small perfection level. My defenses have increased once again. If I really encounter the avatars of those immortal emperors and demon emperors, just my powerful physical body alone will be enough to keep them at bay. Lin Fei looked inside with his divine sense. His flesh and blood were crystal clear, and his immortal bones were transparent. They contained a powerful life force, and the powerful chi and blood in his flesh and blood were like the surging waves of the ocean. Power. An unprecedented feeling of power filled his body. At this moment, Lin Fei had the thought of competing with the avatars of immortal emperors and demon emperors. There are great Tao fragments nearby. They seem to be fragments of the dark water great Tao. Chapter 1146. With the small perfection of the true self-body, Lin Fei had a powerful aura. He let out a long roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Coincidentally, the Great Tao regression technique that he cultivated reacted. He sensed that there were Great Tao fragments nearby. It was the fragment of the Great Tao that he had collected the most. Lin Fei's physical body was strong. He moved and traveled through the void. The power of the void landed on his body, but it couldn't hurt him at all. It was all bounced off. In the past, when he traveled, he would inevitably encounter the power of the void. Now that his true self-body had reached the small perfection state, his powerful defense ignored the attacks of these powers. In the next second, a large mountain collapsed, and a man in black walked out of the mountain. Lin Fei's physical body shook, and there was a constant roar, shattering mountains and rivers. The majestic power of his blood could easily kill a group of experts. In front, there was an energy wave in front. Lin Fei strode out like a giant. The mountains shook, and the leaves danced. At the end of the forest, more than 10 people were fighting for the Great Tao crystal. The energy waves flew everywhere, shattering mountains. More than 600 Great Tao fragments. Lin Fei looked over. There were countless corpses on the ground. Most of them had their bodies broken into two. They died with their eyes open. They must have fought against the Great Tao fragments and were killed by the fragments. Hua! Not far away, a water dragon attacked and whipped at Lin Fei. Obviously, someone noticed that someone had barged in and didn't want to be shared. Lin Fei didn't dodge. He opened his mouth and roared. His blood shook, and the sound of thunder rumbled. Soaring into the sky, the huge water dragon shattered in midair, no longer existing. This powerful attack was easily neutralized. That person spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm interested in these Great Tao fragments. Lin Fei took a step forward and welcomed everyone. Among the 600 or so Great Tao fragments, a portion of them were the Great Tao fragments that formed the Dark Water Great Tao. At this time, Lin Fei obviously wouldn't miss it. Young man, don't be so arrogant. A cold snort sounded out from behind him as a blade light slashed over. It was extremely cold, and when it landed on Lin Fei's body, the blade light shattered. That person was greatly startled. This blade attack was specifically designed to break through the physical body. It worked time and time again. Scram! Lin Fei spun around and slapped out with a palm strike. Endless rumbling sounds echoed out, shaking the void and sending that person flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. During this time, that person's fleshly body was destroyed countless times, smashing him into the ground. When that person emerged again, he didn't dare to stay any longer, and immediately fled. The speed of this saber can reach the speed of sound at least. It's a pity that my lesser perfection true self-body is not afraid of such an attack. With a single palm strike, the sneak attacker was sent flying, and his physical body was even destroyed. Everyone present was shocked. Everyone, let's go and kill him. It wasn't easy for these people to find the Great Tao crystal. How could they allow it to be taken by others? They attacked at the same time, their eyes bloodshot. They didn't even notice the halo around Lin Fei. What a bunch of idiots! The sky was filled with divine abilities, drowning Lin Fei within. The halo rippled, and the demon blade of annihilation slashed out, cutting them in half at the waist. One by one, their corpses fell to the ground. Only before they died did they realize that their opponents were protected by the halo left behind by the eternal immortal emperor. Lin Fei reached out with his hand, which grew to hundreds of thousands of meters wide. It slammed into the immortal light, which was already at the end of its tether. It couldn't withstand a single blow, and as it faded away, hundreds of Great Tao crystals appeared in Lin Fei's hand. Dark Water Great Tao. As soon as the Great Tao crystals were in his hand, they flew together. Lin Fei was a bit surprised, and immediately realized what was going to happen. They've reformed. 3 days later, Lin Fei had collected the most Great Tao fragments, and the Darkwater Great Tao was the one he had collected. This Great Tao was not the strongest and was relatively weak. Among the immortal emperors it was average, and the earliest to die had average Great Tao fragments. 10,000 Great Tao fragments gathered together and fused. They're really reforming? Unbelievable. Lin Fei already had an idea, but when he saw the Great Tao fragments combining, he was still very shocked. A broken Great Tao could be reformed? Lin Fei, there's nothing strange about this, because the cultivation technique you obtained is not ordinary. This is a great opportunity. Hearing He Yao's words, Lin Fei thought of the Great Tao regression technique. Just from the name, one could tell that the Great Tao fragments could be reformed. Was it because of this cultivation technique? As long as the Great Tao fragments don't dissipate in this world, some powerful immortal emperors and demon emperors have the ability to reform them. Among first-step immortal emperors, many immortal emperors who have no hope in their lives will buy a complete Great Tao and spend tens of thousands of years to refine it to become a first-step immortal emperor. Lin Fei suddenly realized that there was such a shortcut to becoming an immortal emperor. The Great Tao was still reforming. It was getting faster and faster. A mysterious aura came from the Great Tao. The aura of this Great Tao was incomparable to immortal Emperor Shang Tian's Great Tao. Lin Fei even dared to face this Great Tao directly, because it was too weak. Now that his physique was complete, it was very easy for him to face this Great Tao directly. The difference between the strength of the Great Tao is too great. Not long after, the complete Great Tao was reformed. The aura of the dark water turned the surrounding area into a land of corrosion. Any living being that fell inside would die without a doubt. Now that the dark water Great Tao released its power, it was very easy for Lin Fei to resist the attack of this Great Tao with his powerful blood energy. Suppress. The power of this Great Tao was not strong, so Lin Fei took out the heaven and earth cauldron to suppress the Great Tao. There was only one Great Tao, but he didn't know what use it had. Suppressing it first was definitely not a bad idea. I wonder if this dark water Great Tao can be exchanged for some good stuff, Lin Fei pondered. Suddenly, the Great Tao of true self that was planted with a seed in the depths of his body. In the darkness, there was a desire to devour. Want to devour it? Ever since he had the seed, Lin Fei couldn't find its exact location. Now that it took the initiative to jump out, it was naturally very surprising. How to strengthen the Great Tao of true self had always been a problem for Lin Fei. If he couldn't strengthen it, he wouldn't be able to unleash its true power. Lin Fei used his Great Tao of true self body to grab the dark water Great Tao. No matter how much the Great Tao struggled, he couldn't control it. As soon as he grabbed the Great Tao, a sky-reaching whirlpool formed at Lin Fei's chest. It had a huge tearing force, and the struggling dark water Great Tao seemed to have met its nemesis. It struggled with all its might, and a moment later it couldn't move at all. It was like a subject meeting its king, and it took the initiative to enter the whirlpool. Gone. One Great Tao went down, and its aura instantly disappeared. This speed was too fast. This was a Great Tao. Chapter 1147. After the Great Tao of true self devoured a Great Tao, it left behind a drop of golden liquid that exuded a powerful aura. It was just a drop of golden liquid, but Lin Fei felt like he was facing a powerful opponent. There's no need to look. This is used to nurture a Tao tree. Black Demon explained at the critical moment. Tao tree. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of this term. Black Demon explained, sounding very surprised. Whether it's an immortal emperor or a demon emperor, to enter the immortal emperor realm, one must nurture a Tao tree. There are many ways to nurture a Tao tree, but your method is the most overbearing. You need to devour thousands of Great Taos to strengthen your Great Tao. You can sense it carefully. There's a powerful life force near the golden liquid. Use your divine sense to sense it. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of such a thing. Sense? The appearance of the golden liquid made Lin Fei want to sense it. So he released his divine sense and began to examine the golden liquid carefully, afraid to miss a chance. Unbeknownst to him, inside the Senfu, Lin Fei is really amazing. He planted a Great Tao seed at the Immortal King realm. As long as he nurtures it, his Tao tree has a chance of reaching a height of at least 3 million feet. Black Demon was the true spirit of the Senfu. He had followed his master, the eternal immortal emperor, for a period of time, so he was quite familiar with the situation of this realm. Most immortal emperors and demon emperors at the first step of the immortal emperor realm would not exceed 150,000 feet. Usually, it would be 20 or 30,000 feet. The taller the Tao tree, the greater the potential of the great Tao. If a Tao tree had extraordinary potential and could grow to a height of 3 million feet, it would have a limitless future. Lin Fei calmed his heart and slowly sensed it, using his true self-body to try to communicate. 1 failure, 2 failures, 3 failures. After more than 10 failures, Lin Fei was still calm. Success! After another failure, Lin Fei barged into a place filled with powerful life force near the golden liquid. His divine sense could vaguely see a seed wrapped in power in the middle of that life force. The aura of Daob, before he could take a closer look, the seed exploded with power, pushing Lin Fei's divine sense out. Is that a seed? Unbelievable! Lin Fei could clearly see that there was indeed a seed near the golden liquid, and this seed possessed the aura of Tao. Do you see that? That is the seed of the Tao. The only thing you need to do now is to search for the grand Tao and hatch the seed. Once the seed hatches and grows a Tao tree, you will become a grand character of the immortal emperor level. Lin Fei nodded in agreement, but he also knew that it would be difficult for him to make the seed grow. Fortunately, he had finally found a way, so he didn't need to worry too much. I have the Great Tao regression technique. As long as I keep collecting fragments, I believe I can form a complete Great Tao. When the Great Tao of True Self devours it, I don't believe it can't hatch. Lin Fei was full of confidence. Hua 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 wave-like ripples flowed past Lin Fei's body. It disappeared. When the water ripples passed through his body, the halo that was protecting him gradually disappeared. That's right, it disappeared. When the 3 days are up, the halo protection from the eternal immortal emperor is gone. The real challenge is coming. Just thinking about it makes me excited. His true self-body had reached the minor completion state, and without the protection of the halo, Lin Fei wasn't too worried. Only the clones of the immortal emperors and demon emperors could break through his defenses. Kid, I've been with you for a long time. Your great Tao crystals are all mine now. Ha ha ha. Vicious laughter came from the void. A withered hand reached out from the void. It was thousands of meters long, and it covered the entire sky. It was going to smash Lin Fei to death. You think you can do it? With the true self-world annihilation sword in hand, the sword light was domineering and sharp, slashing the huge palm in the air. There was a muffled sound in the air, and half an arm fell from the sky, fresh blood dripping from the air. Kid, what did you use to cut off my arm? There was an angry roar in the void. Lin Fei said nothing. He raised his sword and slashed out again. The void trembled, and blood dripped down. Soon, there was no more movement in the void. The person had left. Can't even withstand a single blow. Lin Fei put away the sword of true self-annihilation, shocked at the godly power of the sword. Just the initial condensation was already so terrifying. If he cultivated the great Tao of true self and used it to control the sword, its power would increase tenfold. The one who attacked just now was probably an immortal emperor. He fled after taking a few blows from me. Just recovering from his injuries will take a long time. He asked for it. Ha 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 ha. In the Nirvana world, the projection giant appeared again. Whether it was collecting the great Tao fragments or finding a place to heal, everyone stopped. In these 3 days, I believe everyone must have had a very happy time. There are even some people who, by relying on the great Tao fragments, have advanced in their cultivation of Tao. They are very, very close to that step. However, I'm very sorry to tell you that the 3 days of gathering are up. If you haven't collected 50 great Tao crystals, then it's a pity that you will be transported out. Whoosh, 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 a powerful force enveloped everyone's body. No matter where they were, the force enveloped them, opening a black vortex that swallowed them. When they reappeared, they were on a huge platform, densely packed with people. Tao field. Someone recognized it immediately. This was a Tao field that only a powerful immortal emperor could open. Tens of millions of immortals gathered on the Tao field. They were a dense mass of people, and their auras linked together. Even powerful people had to be careful in the face of such a majestic aura. This is this emperor's Tao field. Rumble, 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 in front of the Tao field, There was constant rumbling. A door opened in the void. It was colorful and open to everyone. The first level's treasury? Everyone's eyes lit up. Even if they could not go to the next area, just obtaining the first level's treasures was enough for them to be proud of. They really did not look forward to the next level's treasures. Those with 50 great Tao crystals can enter and be fortunate enough to see the treasures this emperor left behind. As for those who don't, they will all be transported out. The colorful door was wide open, and everyone was excited. 50 great path crystals were not that easy to gather. Many people only had a dozen or so at most. The difference between that and 50 great path crystals was just too great. Buying great Tao crystals at a high price. I will use half my wealth to buy them. As long as I qualify to enter, I will return 100-fold in the future. Someone walked into the shortcut. Chapter 1148. 50 Tao crystals stood in the way of a large number of immortals. Although they were called fragments, they actually came from a complete great Tao. They possessed terrifying divine might and could kill immortals with a wave of their hands. 50 great path crystals were no less than experiencing 50 life and death battles. There was a certain chance of collecting 50 great path fragments. On the sacred Tao grounds, groups of 3 to 5 vied with each other, and for the sake of gathering 50 great Tao fragments, all sorts of words were used. Fortunately, this was the dojo of the eternal immortal emperor, so no one dared to try to rob them. Junior brother Lin Fei, the elders of Sacred 33 and the other academies had gathered in the dojo. The eternal immortal emperor had changed the rules, and some of the elders had been lucky enough to enter the legacy site. Senior brother Lin Fei had collected 50,000 Tao crystals and had used 10,000 of them. He still had a little more than 40,000 left. He was calmer than anyone else. Lin Fei had wanted to find them, but there had been too many people. Many of the elders who had gathered around had their heads bowed. Grand Elder, we did not manage to collect 50 Tao crystals. We've brought shame to the academy. The elders who had spoken were all high-level elders, each of them at the immortal emperor level. It was hard to accept that they had said such a thing. Saint 33 was not surprised. Even he had to use his full strength against some of the Tao crystals, let alone them. Let's just treat it as a test of our strength. The elders nodded. Junior brother Lin Fei, how did you go? If you didn't collect 50 Tao crystals, you can take what we have. Although they could not enter, they still had high hopes for Lin Fei. It did not matter if they did not enter, as long as Lin Fei did. Saint 33 looked over as well. Lin Fei chuckled. Many thanks to the elders for their good intentions. I've collected the 50 great path crystals, and I still have a few extra. I'd like you to go in and see for yourselves. The elders were stunned, and then they all revealed excited expressions. They had not expected Lin Fei to help them. Tens of millions of immortals were teleported out one after another. Of those who were qualified to enter, some of the more powerful geniuses began to show their prowess. All of them had obtained many great Tao crystals, and they were surrounded by a large group of people. What about the avatars? Lin Fei had been paying attention to the Immortal Emperor and Demon Emperor avatars, but he hadn't seen them yet. After reaching the small perfection stage of true self-body, his powerful defense gave him the capital to compete. The Sky Demon Emperor would definitely let go of this opportunity. Lin Fei wanted to spar with the Sky Devil Emperor. It would be great if he could kill the Sky Devil Emperor's clone. Unfortunately, there was no sign of him at all. That's Myriad Devil Palace's son of Light Devil. The gazes from the crowd could easily see through it. That person over there seems to be the Celestial Lord who was injured by my sword. Nether Palace? Lin Fei could sense the gazes around him. All of them harbored malicious intentions. Clearly, they wanted to deal with him. We still don't know who will be fighting who. Fortunately, he only needed to have 50 great Tao crystals for this round. Lin Fei walked into the whirlpool. A second later, his field of vision widened. He was in a huge hall. The surging crowd from before was no longer present in the hall, and the oppressive atmosphere was no longer present. Half of the people are gone. After scanning the place with his divine sense, he saw that the number of immortals had been halved. In other words, those people could not even gather 50 great Tao crystals. Ha 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 ha. Congratulations, everyone. You've passed the first test and have arrived at this Emperor's treasure hall. This place contains my most ordinary treasures. However, even the most ordinary treasures are still priceless treasures to all of you. Ha 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 ha. A huge projection descended once again. Everyone's eyes lit up. Was this the treasury hall of the first round? The treasures left behind by the eternal immortal emperor? Even the most ordinary treasures were priceless treasures? They were puzzled to see no treasures in the huge hall. Whoosh, 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 thousands of beams of light shot out from the hall. It was dazzling. With each beam of light, a treasure appeared, bound by the beams of light. The beams of light emitted a terrifying aura that suppressed everyone. Xianyuan Skycleaver Sword, high-grade immortal treasure, 100 great Tao crystals. I am Supreme Heaven and Earth Technique, 70 great Tao crystals. Unfettered everlasting fan, high-grade immortal treasure, 120 great Tao crystals. Unfettered everlasting fan, only 100 and 200 great Tao crystals. This is unimaginable. It would take tens of billions of true essences to get it. If I had a high-grade immortal treasure, my battle prowess would increase, and I would definitely be able to kill my enemy. Everyone's eyes were red with envy. Opportunity. A truly great opportunity. One after another, treasures of all shapes and sizes appeared, dazzling and stupefying the spectators. This was only the first round of treasure exchanges. If they were to reach the fifth round, they wouldn't dare to imagine what would happen. Firmament Skycleaver Sword, top-grade immortal treasure, 5,000 great Tao crystals. Dragon Sky Immortal Armor, top-grade immortal robes, 8,000 great Tao crystals. Treasures kept appearing in the beams of light, making the onlookers salivate. High-grade immortal treasures were enough to increase one's battle prowess and make one invincible against opponents of the same level. Top-grade immortal treasures were infinitely close to being Emperor Divine weapons. They were only one step away, and in the infinite heavens, there were only a handful of top-grade immortal treasures. How extravagant! And these are just ordinary treasures. Anyone would go crazy if they were in the infinite heavens. Lin Fei clapped his hands in praise. The eternal immortal emperor's wealth was beyond anyone's imagination. The treasures in the first round were so precious that he could casually take out high-grade immortal treasures, high-grade techniques, and even top-grade immortal armor. His own strength was proof of that. If he had the help of other treasures, he could make up for the difference in battle prowess and become invincible among his peers. Ha ha ha! What do you think? These are just the treasures in the first round. The treasures in the later rounds are more precious than you can imagine. The giant projection said proudly. All right, go and exchange them now. You only have one chance. The eternal immortal emperor's words reverberated in everyone's ears like demonic music. Ha ha ha! I finally have a mid-grade immortal treasure. Not far away, an immortal king used a Tao crystal to exchange for a treasure. It was an immortal sword, a mid-grade immortal weapon. The man held the mid-grade immortal treasure, and his aura surged. In the next second, he was teleported out. After exchanging for treasures, he had used up all his great Tao crystals. Chapter 1149. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The treasury hall flashed with light as people were being teleported out. Although many people were not willing to be teleported out and miss out on even greater opportunities, it was not up to them. Even so, the opportunities they had obtained were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. One genius after another began to exchange their great Tao crystals for treasures. As soon as the treasures left their hands, their might was on full display, and they were as dazzling as the sun and moon. Junior apprentice brother, we'll be leaving first. Junior apprentice brother, you must be careful. The college's elders did not have many great Tao crystals, but they had also obtained opportunities. They were all very grateful to Lin Fei. Without Lin Fei, they would not have been able to obtain such opportunities. They were very grateful as they left. This sort of opportunity was something they had never imagined possible. It might even come once in a lifetime. At this moment, They only felt gratitude towards Lin Fei. One elder after another was teleported out. As the first elder, Saint 33 had a smile on his face the entire time. All of the elders of the great Metropolis Academy had obtained good fortune. In the near future, the Academy's overall strength would rise by a great deal, and in the great Metropolis Heaven, they would have even more authority. Junior apprentice brother. Thank you. To be willing to take out extra great Tao crystals was not something an ordinary person could do. This was the result that Lin Fei had wanted. The extra great Tao crystals he had mentioned were actually not much. In fact, he had gained a lot, and all the elders now owed him a favor. It could be said that from now on, the elders of the college would be completely convinced. At this age, it was extremely difficult for the elders to take another step forward. The treasures they had obtained from the great Tao crystals had increased their battle prowess. With this increase in power, the college's influence would also increase. How could Saint 33 not be excited? Senior apprentice brother, aren't you going to trade for some things? Lin Fei asked. The treasures of an eternal immortal emperor are very powerful. I believe that from now on, no one in the great Metropolis Heaven will dare to step on our heads. Saint 33 nodded. You have to choose a treasure. Junior brother, I believe that the fortune of the first test should be related to the next one. You have to choose a powerful treasure so that you can prepare for a rainy day. Don't let yourself be caught unprepared when you get it. Not long after that, Saint 33 chose a top-grade immortal artifact, and Lin Fei's figure could not be excluded from it. So many treasures, but it's a pity that they aren't of much use to me now. Lin Fei swam in the light, not caring about the treasures of others. Now that my true self avatar has reached the minor perfection state, coupled with the true self world destroyer sword formed by the true self Tao, my combat power has increased greatly. Even if I encounter the avatar of the demon emperor and the immortal emperor, I can still fight. What treasure should I choose? The treasures in the beam of light were very tempting, but Lin Fei did not choose a suitable treasure. He had seen many treasures, and these treasures, even if they were high-grade or top-grade immortal weapons, were extremely precious in the eyes of others. But in his eyes, they were really nothing. After walking around a few times, Lin Fei still did not choose a suitable treasure. Ha ha ha! This lightning thunder spear is naturally prepared for me. Lei Guang. Not too far away, tens of thousands of lightning bolts rumbled, forming a world of lightning. Within the world of lightning stood a young man, lightning protecting his body, forming a lightning armor. At this moment, he held a long spear in his hand, making him look like a god of lightning. Exuding a powerful aura, with a thrust of the spear, tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended, terrifying momentum. Rumor has it that Lei Guang was born in a thunderstorm, where boundless opportunities descended. He innately cultivated the great Tao of thunder, and his combat power is extremely terrifying. In the 10,000 worlds, he is a supreme expert on the wind cloud list. His attacks are always accompanied by tens of thousands of lightning strikes, destroying both body and soul. This time, he has obtained a top-grade immortal artifact and will shine even brighter. Someone exclaimed, and the crowd nodded. Not far away, a divine sword attracted a world of sword radiance. The sword intent was sharp, tearing apart the void. Another heavenly genius obtained a precious treasure, releasing great divine might. Everyone was greatly alarmed. That person had a name. His name was Tian Huang. Lin Fei even saw a few old rivals obtain powerful treasures, and caused a great commotion. They were known as the inheritors with the most advantages in the inheritance ground. A few genius disciples of the Nether Palace also obtained great opportunities this time. From time to time, they would shoot sharp glances at Lin Fei, as if they wanted to kill him on the spot. That Warsky chose the most ordinary drum? Lin Fei also saw Warsky choose a big drum, which was also a top-grade immortal artifact. It had an ancient aura, and it seemed to be an extraordinary item. This Warsky is really mysterious. There were originally 40 million immortals in the treasury hall, and half of them were gone. There were only 20 million immortals left, and they were all extremely proud. I still need to rebuild the Tao crystal stones I have, so I'll just exchange them for ordinary treasures. Lin Fei didn't care too much about these things. Lin Fei exchanged for supreme-grade materials. He had a high-grade immortal artifact, the soul-destroying divine spear, which was a half-completed monarch divine weapon, and its power was stronger than ordinary high-grade immortal artifacts. If he exchanged it for supreme-grade materials, he could upgrade the Fanteon seal and the other two immortal artifacts. First Elder, did you see that? Lin Fei exchanged for supreme-grade materials. He missed a great opportunity. An elder from the Nether Palace's area said. I thought Lin Fei would exchange for a powerful treasure, but he got supreme-grade materials instead. What an idiot. Isn't that even better? I just happened to get a treasure. If he meets me, I'll definitely give him a few slashes and let him know the power of the Nether Palace. That day, the first elder of the Nether Palace returned empty-handed, and he became a joke in the great metropolis world. Traceless Nether said. Useless thing. Lin Fei won't be able to escape since we're here. Let's prepare for the next test. Traceless Nether chose to put his hatred for Lin Fei to the back of his mind in the face of such a great opportunity. His hatred was really insignificant in the face of such a great opportunity. Moreover, when he heard that Lin Fei didn't choose a high-grade immortal artifact, but used the Tao crystal stones to choose supreme-grade materials, Traceless Nether felt that he had overestimated Lin Fei. No one would miss such an opportunity, but Lin Fei gave it up. Chapter 1150. When the people had reached a certain point, the eternal immortal emperor's projection descended once again, filling the entire treasure hall with imperial might. All of the immortals stopped what they were doing and looked up at the eternal immortal emperor, their eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Everyone must be very satisfied with this emperor's treasure, right? Ha 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 ha. The projection laughed heartily. Satisfied, of course, he was very satisfied. This was especially true for the heavenly geniuses. They were the first trial and the treasures were precious, helping them increase their battle prowess. No one present dared to say that they were dissatisfied. Just a high-grade celestial artifact or a cultivation technique was extremely important. However, these are only the treasures of the first stage. In yours truly's eyes, these treasures are just little playthings that I casually refined. They aren't treasures at all. The important things will come in the second and third stages. Isn't everyone excited? Yours truly is excited as well. I look forward to the second stage. Who exactly will be able to make it to the third stage? Everyone's expression turned grave, just as he said. The first trial, collecting great Tao fragments, was surrounded by danger. What would the second stage be like? Everyone was looking forward to it more than anyone else. Everyone was looking forward to the treasures in the second stage. If they could obtain some lucky treasures in the second stage and stop at the second stage, they would be perfectly satisfied. This emperor will now announce the rules of the second stage. Everyone listened attentively. The second trial will be the same as the previous trial. Continue to collect great Tao fragments, which are great Tao crystals. At the same time, there are also various benefits waiting for you. This is a rare opportunity, so make sure to cherish it. Let me remind everyone that the treasures of the second trial will still be exchanged with great Tao crystals. You will have 10 years to collect great Tao crystals. If you want to enter the palace of the second trial, you must have 3 million great Tao crystals. 3 million great path crystals? No one heard the rest of the sentence. The focus was on the figure of 3 million yuan. This test is impossible to complete. This is too difficult. Weak Grand Tao fragments are easy to deal with. Once I encounter a formidable Grand Tao fragment, a life and death battle will be unavoidable, let alone 3 million Grand Tao fragments. Everyone was talking at once. This test was even more difficult than the first test. 3 million great path fragments in 10 years? Lin Fei also felt a certain amount of pressure. 10 years was indeed not an easy task. During this period, he would have to face all kinds of sneak attacks and killings. There was a possibility of dying. Hehehe, are you afraid now? My treasures aren't for cowards. If you want them, you'll have to pay the price. You might even die. If you want to enter the second level, you'd better think it through. If you back out now, the treasures you'll get from the first level will be more than enough for you to enjoy. What a joke! Who would give up at this time? They'd discerned that the second stage didn't just have great Tao fragments. There were even some other treasures. This was similarly an opportunity for them. Since everyone has made their choice, let's begin the second stage. Ha ha ha. Everyone felt a wave of energy pushing at them, and they were sent out. Just how powerful was it to be able to send everyone out at once? I'm coming for the second trial. Lin Fei was pushed out of the treasure hall and returned to the Nirvana world. It has changed. After landing, the aura of death was replaced by vitality. Incredible. Truly incredible. What a transformation. Lin Fei remembered the aura of death. He had clearly been in the Nirvana world, facing the mountains and rivers and the rich vitality, but he had not been able to connect the two together. I don't care. The eternal immortal emperor must have used some incredible technique to create this second trial. Let's see what's so special about this second trial. They landed in a mountain range, and it was full of vitality. Lin Fei released his divine sense and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that it was not suppressed. If his divine sense was suppressed in an unfamiliar place like this, all sorts of dangers would come flooding in. Soon, his divine sense found an enormous lake hundreds of thousands of meters wide, stretching as far as the eye could see. Red clouds. A few red clouds floated across the clear surface of the lake, and the sky was dyed crimson. If red clouds floated in the sky, it would not have been strange. But red clouds swimming in the water were unusual. Go, kid. That's good stuff. Black Demon's excited voice suddenly rang out. Good stuff. Lin Fei did not dare to hesitate. He transformed into a stream of light and rushed over. Along the way, he asked about the origin of the red clouds and found out that they were not ordinary. They were a type of sage medicine. This divine medicine was called the scarlet immortal fish. Once it grew to a certain age, it would transform into an expanse of dazzling red clouds. Every single immortal fish possessed heaven-defying abilities, and it was said that consuming them would allow one to achieve twice the results in one's comprehension of the Tao of water. It was even to the extent that one could condense a water element divine physique. Rumor had it that it was very difficult for this sage medicine to mature. Lin Fei was very careful, not daring to make any loud noises, for fear that he would disturb the sage medicine. Wow! This sage medicine is indeed extraordinary. It's sentient. Standing by the lake, Lin Fei saw the red clouds charge forward, summoning immortal light to slay the sea beasts. The sea beasts were at least at the immortal king level, but in the face of the red clouds, they had abandoned their helmets and armor. If anyone dared to underestimate the enemy, the scarlet immortal fish would kill them. The red clouds swallowed the sea beasts cleanly. The seemingly brilliant sage medicine had immortal battle strength. Even immortal emperors would have to turn and run if there was a large school of such fish. This is a sage medicine that has disappeared. It's a rare treasure. Hurry up and suppress it. We can't let others take it. Black Demon was very excited. Boom! Lin Fei soared into the sky and grabbed at the red clouds with his divine power. There were at least 10 immortal fish, and he wanted to catch them all in one go. The scarlet immortal fish summoned immortal light and collided with the divine power hand, evaporating a large amount of the lake water. It took the opportunity to dive into the water, knowing that it was not a match. Interesting. Even immortal emperors would have a headache with that grab just now, but it was blocked by a school of fish. It was really a surprise. An existence that could become a sage medicine was indeed heaven-defying. Lin Fei made his move again, and the massive hand made of divine power grabbed downward. The red scarlet immortal fish all fell into the massive hand and bombarded the divine power hand relentlessly, only to be pulverized by the divine power runes. You think you can take this sage medicine? Chapter 1151. Lin Fei was collecting the sage medicine, but someone intervened and allowed the red scarlet immortal fish to escape. The young man in silver armor walked out from the void. The finger attack was from him, and it was a powerful attack that shook the divine palm. Ha! I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be a little guy in the Celestial King realm. What a weirdo. Do you really think a mature sage medicine like the red scarlet immortal fish is something that you can covet? The young man in silver armor walked over with large strides. His immortal talisman swirled, and a stairway to the sky appeared under his feet. It reached the top of the lake, and a large amount of water vapor evaporated. Swish, 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 the silver-haired young man made a grabbing motion and shot out numerous immortal talismans. They were like shooting stars, and their speed was at least 4 times that of the speed of sound, killing people without leaving a trace. Little guy, you are really my lucky star. The red scarlet immortal fish has been extinct for a long time. Now that I have collected the sage medicine, I will definitely form a water divine body in the future and greatly enhance my defense. Time seemed to stop between heaven and earth as the young man grabbed with his hand. There was no time to resist. PFFF, 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 PFFF. The immortal talismans landed on Lin Fei's body one after another. Flowers of blood bloomed. You won't die after being hit by my immortal talisman light, the young man in silver armor said smugly, but he suddenly stopped before he finished speaking. The young man who was bound to die was not injured at all. How dare you attack after disturbing my sage medicine? Didn't your mom teach you not to show off when you're outside? Lin Fei flew across the sky and used the emperor-level divine ability, Worlds Apart. Swish, a saber light shot out from Lin Fei's eyes. The saber intent of an ancient saber emperor rustled through the void as the saber slashed toward the young man. What kind of body is this? It can block the power of my immortal talisman. A huge immortal talisman flew out in front of the young man in silver armor and blocked in front of him with a brilliant immortal light. The power of this immortal talisman was the ultimate art of a powerful celestial emperor. The power of the immortal talisman turned into a long wall. Lin Fei's saber intent came from an ancient saber emperor, and it was extremely domineering. The power of the immortal talisman kept shattering, and it blasted open a path that passed through the young man in silver armor. Kid, let's wait and see. A few streaks of blood appeared on the face of the young man in silver light, and soon after, his entire body exploded. A beam of light flew out from his body and escaped. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Fei's saber will shot out once again, forming an inescapable net that blocked the way. The huge net twisted and crushed the saber will into pieces, disappearing into the void. Hua hua hua, the radiance was extinguished, and the great Tao crystals fell down like raindrops. Wow! This guy has so many great path crystals on him. Lin Fei's hand made a grabbing motion, and all the great Tao crystals landed in his hand. There were 3,000 of them. This scoundrel! Why didn't he come earlier or later? All the red scarlet immortal fish have run away because of him. After putting away the great Tao crystal, Lin Fei released his spiritual sense. The red scarlet immortal fish had disappeared without a trace, evading the search of his spiritual sense. Lin Fei was very dissatisfied. The eternal immortal emperor must have left behind many treasures, and the red scarlet immortal fish was one of them. It's a pity that it was destroyed, and I missed my chance to collect the fully matured sage herb. Soon Lin Fei comforted himself. If an extinct sage herb like the red scarlet immortal fish could appear here, then there must be other sage herbs elsewhere. He might be able to find them. 3 days later, Lin Fei encountered another sage herb. It already had a spirit, and it had taken the form of a giant with immense strength. Although it was slightly weaker than the red scarlet immortal fish, it was still very powerful. 3 slashes. In just 3 slashes, the domineering saber will had severely injured the sage herb. Lin Fei had obtained his first sage herb, just as he had hoped. This sage herb can raise one's god power, allowing one to become a minor success god power expert in a single step. It really is a heaven-defying sage herb. My god power has reached the major success stage, so consuming it won't do me any good. After putting away the sage herb, he set off again. There are a lot of great Tao crystals 50 million li to the east. As he flew, he activated his technique. Soon, Lin Fei discovered something. His eyes lit up as he vaguely sensed that there were likely to be great Tao crystals. As he flew in the sky, immortal light shone everywhere. It was filled with the aura of treasures and massive energy fluctuations. There was bound to be a fierce battle. Luckily, there's no one here. After reaching his destination, the aura of the great Tao crystals could no longer be hidden from Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei slapped out with his god power hand. There was a loud rumble, and a sinkhole appeared. Immortal light rushed out and gathered in one place. There were many great Tao crystals below. Roar, 100,000 zhang tall ape burst out of the sinkhole. It roared and sent out shockwaves. Large areas of the mountain range exploded and were razed to the ground. Damn it! There's a powerful ape under the ground. Whoosh, with a slash of saber will. Lin Fei didn't dare to hesitate. Roar, 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 the giant ape was furious. Someone was trying to steal its things. It raised its hand and slapped at the saber will. The saber will broke apart bit by bit. This was a saber will that could kill a celestial emperor powerhouse with a single slash. So powerful! The saber will was shattered by the giant ape. Roar, the giant ape leapt into the air. His huge body was like a dark cloud. Divine power surged out, and its claws slapped down at Lin Fei. Shockwaves rushed down, cutting through the void. So that's how it is. No wonder the giant ape is so angry. As soon as the giant ape leapt into the air, Lin Fei could clearly see that below the sinkhole, there was a huge lair covered in great Tao crystals. There were at least 3,000 or 4,000 of them. Lair. Whoosh, 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 Lin Fei slashed out with saber will. The giant ape's body bloomed with immortal light, resisting the saber will's attack. Its defensive power was equally terrifying. This was a giant ape that had been modified by great Tao fragments for a long time. Roar, a phantom appeared behind the giant ape. A great Tao attack swept through the air, shaking heaven and earth. Heaven and earth changed color. It was as if a great celestial emperor had been reborn. Lin Fei didn't dare to hold back anymore. This giant ape was too powerful. He took out the divine power imperial court and used the body of true self to protect his body. One man and one beast fought back and forth, punching through the starry sky. It was shocking. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Lin Fei relied on his divine power to suppress and heavily injure the giant ape. With the sword of true self, he killed the giant ape and obtained more than 4,000 great Tao crystals. If I'm not wrong, the great Tao crystals of this level should have been collected by some powerful existence. Under the influence of the great Tao fragments, their strength has increased. Those powerful beasts that collected hundreds of thousands of crystals are probably equivalent to a celestial emperor or a demon emperor. At this moment, Lin Fei completely understood. Chapter 1152. The first year. Lin Fei killed more than 100 beasts and obtained 300,000 great Tao crystals. At the same time, he collected many holy medicines. It was a rare harvest. The second year, Lin Fei obtained 500,000 great Tao crystals. The beasts he encountered were constantly getting stronger. It was very difficult to deal with them, so he had to go all out. In the third and fourth years, the gains were about the same. There were too many immortals searching for the great Tao crystals. In the first few years, no one was sure, but as time went on, they would definitely be able to obtain great Tao crystals by killing some beasts. From then on, everyone formed teams to hunt beasts. After 5 years, it was almost impossible to find any weak beasts. They had all been cleaned up. Starting from the 6th year, everyone reached a bottleneck in collecting great Tao fragments. They slowed down. Don't think that 3 million great Tao crystals was a lot, but it was still an astronomical number. From time to time, they would encounter some powerful beasts. Their ferocious auras filled the sky. Their attacks were earth-shattering, and they would be wiped out. This made everyone tremble in fear. After millions of immortals died in the mouths of powerful beasts, everyone became careful and didn't dare to act recklessly. Powerful beasts couldn't stop the path of the geniuses. In the first stage, the geniuses weren't very eye-catching. After 6 years, these geniuses began to show their talent. Their powerful side shocked everyone. These powerful existences from all over the world had heaven-defying combat power. Each of them could instantly kill cultivators at the same level. Even immortal emperors could be killed in one move. They single-handedly challenged powerful beasts. In 6 years, they were so amazing that everyone knew about them. Many people even guessed that these geniuses' combat power could rival the avatars of celestial emperors or demon emperors. There were other rumors that some of these geniuses were reincarnated celestial emperors. They were once celestial emperors. Whether or not the rumors were true, no one knew. However, everyone knew that these geniuses' battle prowess was incomparably strong. For example, there was a genius from a great world called the Golden Crow, and it was rumored that his original form was a plant. His battle prowess was monstrous, and he had once fought against 3 ferocious beasts alone, shattering mountains and rivers as he killed all 3 ferocious beasts. There was another genius who obtained the legacy of lightning, and he called himself Lei Guang. Whenever he attacked, lightning flashed from hell, and in the treasure-hunting area, he fought against a group of heroes alone. He looked down on the world and displayed incredible power. The power of lightning in his body could cause great destruction and destruction. There was another person who was born with 3 eyes, and his name was Heaven God. It was an extremely domineering name, and he could see through all divine abilities. Rumor had it that he came from a mysterious race, the Heaven Eye race. Rumor had it that this race had once had a god-level expert among their ancestors. Their bodies flowed with divine blood, and their bloodline was extremely thin. Once their bloodline was activated, they would possess heaven-shaking might. Heaven God's bloodline was activated, and they could open their 3rd divine eye, which contained unrivaled might. It was unknown how many such prodigies had appeared in the past 6 years. These heaven's prides possessed terrifying combat prowess, and there was no lack of bloodthirsty individuals among them. They wantonly seized the great Tao crystals, causing others to flee upon seeing them. Where did he go? These rising heaven's prides had nothing to do with Lin Fei. At this time, Lin Fei was holding his sword and charging into an abyss. Behind him, he left behind white bones and the ripples of energy left behind from the battle. Since 3 months ago, Lin Fei's cultivation method had inadvertently sensed the existence of great Tao crystals, and there were quite a few of them. Now, there were tens of thousands of great Tao crystals which were rare. He took the risk and charged into an abyss. Within the abyss, there were many ferocious beasts. The lairs of these ferocious beasts had more or less great Tao fragments, which nourished the ferocious beasts, causing their intelligence to be unlocked and allowing them to cultivate supreme divine abilities. 10 days ago, Lin Fei was attacked by powerful ferocious beasts. One of the ferocious beasts was the leader, and its combat prowess was not inferior at all. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, he could only injure the ferocious beast, but could not kill it. Lin Fei chased all the way here, wanting to kill the ferocious beast. He believed that the lairs of the ferocious beasts contained unimaginable great Tao fragments. Roar! More than 10 red ferocious beasts rushed out of the abyss. Obscene sounds rang out, and fairies appeared. A red mist blew over. Lin Fei slashed out with his saber, breaking the red mist. The huge bodies of the 10 ferocious beasts exploded. He was already used to the ferocious beasts that came out from time to time. Yesterday, there were not many ferocious beasts that came to deal with me. Today there are more and more. There is no time at all. I should be close to the lairs of the golden ferocious beast. Almost there. 5 days later, Lin Fei did not know how many ferocious beasts he had killed. These ferocious beasts did not fear death. As their strength increased, they became more and more ferocious. Roar! 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 From the depths of the abyss, there was a sudden roar that shook the entire abyss. Roar! 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 The originally quiet abyss was now filled with roars. Ferocious beasts leaped out of the abyss, their hostility soaring into the sky, turning into a sea of ferocious beasts. Not good. Someone must have found the depths of the abyss. Lin Fei released his divine sense and saw that in the vast abyss, a large number of ferocious beasts had appeared out of nowhere. The number was shocking, and it was quite terrifying. These ferocious beasts that rushed out, some of them were very powerful. Their bodies were golden, and they headed towards the depths of the abyss. Clearly, they were supporting the king in the depths. That ferocious beast should be a king of the abyss. That is why it could attract these ferocious beasts. I have to go there immediately. I can't let them take advantage of me. At the end of the abyss, it was a desolate land. At this time, a large number of ferocious beasts had gathered. There were corpses everywhere, but the ferocious beasts were still like the tide, rushing forward without fear of death. Behind those ferocious beasts, there were 10 golden ferocious beasts surrounding a huge dark golden ferocious beast. They surrounded and protected the dark golden ferocious beast. Looking at the dark golden ferocious beast, it was glaring fiercely, and blood was gushing out. It was still looking down on the world, its eyes blazing fiercely as it stared at the figure in the distance. This time we have come to the right place. I did not think that a place like the Abyss would have a terrifying existence at the Demon Emperor level, and there are also 10 Demon Kings guarding it. In its lair, there must be a large number of great path crystals. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts fell, killing one ferocious beast after another, and blood flowed like a river. It's him, the one who obtained the lightning. I did not expect him to come here. Lin Fei recognized that person. He was a proud son of heaven, and in the past 6 years he had made a name for himself. That lightning hell was like a hell, and it emitted a terrifying divine might. A demon emperor. Lin Fei's expression was solemn. The one he had chased before was just a guard. The one that emitted the dark golden light was the most powerful existence. A terrifying existence at the demon emperor level. Just the strength of its physical body alone was enough to make people not dare to underestimate it. More importantly, this demon emperor had collected a fragment of the Great Path, and its combat strength must be very heaven-defying. There will be a great battle in a while. Chapter 1153. Roar, roar! Hundreds of ferocious beasts glowed with bloodlust. They saw through Lin Fei's whereabouts and attacked with immortal light. I've been discovered. Now that he had been discovered, Lin Fei didn't bother hiding anymore. He pushed his speed to the speed of sound and charged at the nearest ferocious beast. He pressed his hands on the ferocious beast's body, and with a loud roar, the ferocious beast collapsed to the ground, dead. Whoosh, 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 saber intent slashed through the air, slashing at the ferocious beast. Its hard head was severed with one strike, and its heads flew into the sky. Roar, roar, the ferocious beast swarmed over. Interesting. An immortal King Realm guy can kill his way here from outside the abyss. How rare. Amidst the thunder, the young man wielded a spear. Lightning flashed, and he smiled disapprovingly. The spear shook, and a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm killed more than 100 ferocious beasts. There must be a large number of great Tao crystals in this demon emperor's lair. No one can snatch them from my hands. Lei Guangzi's lightning fell, forming a net that covered the area. There was a burning smell. The ferocious beasts were charred, and their spears flew up and down. The lightning mystique showed its divine might, and it continued to close in on the 10 golden guards. Lei Guangzi is known as a heaven's chosen, and his reputation is well-deserved. The power of lightning is extremely terrifying and destructive, as expected of a heaven's chosen from a great world. His strength has reached an extremely high degree, and if he breaks through the bottleneck, he would be able to enter the legendary immortal emperor realm. Lin Fei's blade was very fast. He had a simple understanding of Lei Guangzi's strength. Roar, roar, the 10 golden guards roared, and the abyss shook as they swarmed forward. Lei Guangzi laughed and raised his spear to meet the 10 golden guards. Terrifying power radiated in all directions, and hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts died on the spot. The 10 golden guards constantly released immortal light. The immortal light condensed into phantoms, and their mystiques attacked. In addition to their physical strength, they were equivalent to 10 experts that surpassed the immortal emperor realm. Lei Guangzi's battle-intent soared. He stabbed out with his spear, and lightning rumbled. Then, lightning hell flew out, trapping the 10 golden guards and suppressing their mystiques. Good chance. The 10 golden guards were entangled, and Lin Fei realized that his chance had come. Kill! Lin Fei circulated his saber intent, and a river of saber light swept through the dark golden sovereign personage. Everywhere the river passed, thousands of ferocious beasts exploded, forming a river of blood. Just this demonic emperor alone was shockingly valuable, and he couldn't miss it no matter what. Very soon, Lin Fei charged into the range of the Dark Gold King. The Dark Golden King was infuriated. He opened his mouth and spat out a jade palace. At the end of the palace, on a throne, an illusory figure slowly stood up. His face was dignified, and it was impossible to see his appearance clearly. He slapped out with his palm through the air. The phantom's palm slammed down, and Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. This demonic emperor was too powerful, so close yet worlds apart. He activated his emperor-level divine ability and dodged the palm strike. Seeing that their attack had failed, the Dark Gold Kings started to walk out of the air. Powerful auras soared into the sky, and all sorts of divine abilities rained down on Lin Fei and Lightning Ball. True self-body. Lin Fei's body shook, and he didn't take it head-on. Instead, he chose to dodge. Lightning Ball did the same. Both of them knew how powerful the Dark Golden Kings were. The slaves that followed Lightning Ball weren't as lucky. Their bodies were shattered, and they suffered heavy casualties. What a terrifying divine ability attack. It should have come from the Great Tao Fragment. Lin Fei's blood churned. The shockwaves from the divine ability attack had affected a portion of his body. If it was an immortal emperor without a certain level of physical strength, they would have died without a doubt. After that powerful attack, the Dark Gold King's aura weakened quite a bit. It stopped using its abilities and charged forward with its main body. Its dark gold tail swept toward the two of them. Facing the divine ability, Lightning Ball's face turned slightly pale. "You guys, go kill that brat." Lightning Ball knew the Dark Golden Sovereign personage the best. If the demonic emperor hadn't been injured, Lightning Ball wouldn't have dared to fight the Dark Golden Sovereign personage with his slaves. The brat in black didn't die from that attack, so Lightning Ball decided to deal with him first. The slaves that didn't die all released the aura of an immortal emperor. After receiving the order, they charged at Lin Fei. "You still want to kill me?" Lin Fei used several times the speed of sound. He had comprehended the intent of wind, so he had a huge advantage in terms of speed. The divine palace throne flew out from the back of his head, and the divine power runes shone brightly. This was the power of 50 billion dragons. Bang! 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 The moment the divine palace throne appeared, the slaves that charged over were smashed to pieces. The difference in strength between them and Lin Fei was too great. Their physical bodies weren't good either, so they were easily killed. "Go!" Lightning Ball didn't care about the dead slaves at all. These slaves were defeated by him, and they were used to die at the crucial moment. Lightning gathered with one hand, and a whip appeared in Lightning Ball's hand, aiming at the brat in black not far away. Wherever the whip passed, the void was blasted apart. As a proud son of heaven, Lightning Ball had killed countless geniuses in the past 6 years. This casual attack was the unique destruction whip, which contained the terrifying power of lightning. Once it hit the body, it would destroy both body and soul. Almost all of those geniuses died to this attack. Lin Fei's eyes shone. In the past 6 years, he had met some powerful geniuses, but none of them were his match. Lightning Ball had become famous in the past 6 years. Even if he hadn't seen him before, Lin Fei had heard of his name. This move contains the endless power of lightning, and it specializes in breaking the physical body. I wonder if my true self-body can withstand the terrifying attack of the power of lightning. This lightning ball was very strong. Lin Fei wanted to know how big the difference was between him and the geniuses in the universe. Facing the terrifying attack of Lightning Ball, the power of lightning covered the sky before the destruction whip arrived. Thunder flashed in his ears, and arcs of lightning shot out. Lin Fei stood still, and his blood and divine power runes flashed, and arcs of lightning exploded. Whoosh! The destruction whip struck. Facing the destruction whip, Lin Fei was calm. He stood with one hand and reached out to grab the destruction whip. As he grabbed the destruction whip in his hand, A terrifying wave of lightning swept through his body, like an evil dragon coming out of its nest, wanting to destroy him. Bang, 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 bang. Flowers of blood exploded in Lin Fei's body, covering his whole body, and he instantly became a bloody man. You reckless thing, you dare to resist my destruction whip. Among the geniuses, who dares to resist it, unless it's those freaks from the Dragon Clan? Lightning Ball didn't look anymore. I thought the geniuses were powerful, but it seems like they are only SOSO. Even my physical body can't be broken. Chapter 1154. The lightning dissipated, and Lin Fei walked out with majestic strides. A killer move that could instantly kill an immortal emperor was easily blocked. More importantly, the opponent's cultivation level was not high, only at the immortal king realm. What a strong body! Lei Guangzi was surprised. To be able to block his destructive whip, his body must be quite terrifying. Are you from the dragon tribe? Lei Guangzi could count the number of people who had strong bodies on his hands. He suspected that the black-robed man was from the dragon tribe. The people of the great divine dragon world were all lunatics. Ordinary people were not willing to offend the dragon tribe. Ha ha ha! I am just an ordinary person. Whoosh! Lin Fei turned into a shadow and punched at Lei Guangzi. In the fist radiance, sword will, saber will, and yin and yang combined, killing a large number of fierce beasts. I am a proud son of heaven. You can't even take one blow. You don't have to show that you can compete with me. Lei Guangzi snorted coldly. Lightning flashed, and he waved his fist. The monstrous lightning destroyed heaven and earth. The true battle strength of a proud son of heaven was completely revealed. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows in an instant. The two fists collided, and the wind howled. The wind was like a divine saber, with lightning in the saber, and the smell of burning was everywhere. The two geniuses retreated from each other, violent energy exploding behind them, causing the void to explode unceasingly. Again, Lei Guangzi activated the lightning again. This black-robed young man gave him a rare fighting spirit. The opponent's physical body is so strong that it can withstand the power of this emperor's thunder. This emperor doesn't believe that his physical body can withstand many attacks from this emperor. Whoosh, 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 the lightning flashed, and it specialized in breaking the body. Lin Fei was shocked. The battle strength of this proud son of heaven, Lei Guangzi, was indeed very heaven-defying. If he had not cultivated the body of true self, his body would not have been able to withstand the destruction of the power of thunder. The power of thunder was known as the most destructive power. It specialized in breaking the body, and it was difficult to recover in a short time. In the abyss, the lightning youth and the black-robed youth were fighting. Lei Guang's every move was filled with the power of lightning. The lightning in his fist contained the power of destruction. However, when facing the black-clad man, the power of lightning could not do anything to him. As for Lin Fei, the more he fought, the more valiant he became. His physical body in the small perfection state allowed him to ignore the power of thunder as much as he wanted. Whenever the opponent's power of thunder entered his body, it would be instantly ground to pieces. The attack of the power of lightning caused Lin Fei's body of true self to improve a little. You're pretty good. Even after a long time, Lei Guangzi was unable to take down the other party, and a serious look appeared on his face. Over the past 6 years, he had fought more than 100 geniuses, and this black-clothed man was the first one that was difficult to deal with. Thunder God's fury. Behind him, rumbling sounds could be heard from the lightning hell as a huge door opened up, and an enormous projection descended from above. It was a 3-million-meter-tall giant, surrounded by a thick pillar of lightning. You should be satisfied to be able to die under this move. As the huge phantom appeared, Lin Fei sensed danger. This Lei Guangzi has a powerful background. This phantom has an incomparably sacred aura. I've already been locked on by his killing intent. Indeed, none of the geniuses are easy to deal with. Lei Guangzi drove the huge phantom, which was 3 million meters tall. Its speed broke through the speed of sound, reaching a terrifying speed of light. The thunder light palm slapped down towards Lin Fei. On the palm there were mountains, rivers, mountains, birds, and beasts. Bang, 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 the phantom's huge palm pressed down with monstrous power. Chi and blood churned, bones creaked. The power of this palm exceeded the scope of an immortal emperor, and it could kill everything. Lin Fei raised his head, and the thunder light palm was like a supreme existence, suppressing all living beings. Body of true self, hold on. His body of true self was pushed to the limit, and blood gushed out. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. It was the true self world destroyer sword, and it contained terrifying divine might. As soon as this sword appeared in his hand, immortal energy surged and poured into the sword. In this world, no one can suppress me. Break for me. Lin Fei let out a long roar, and his aura merged. He raised the sword and slashed upwards. The sword light was vast and incomparably sacred. This sword contained 30% of immortal energy. Back then, when he injured an immortal emperor in the void, he used 10% of immortal energy. The great Tao of true self had yet to take form, and activating this divine sword required immortal energy to replenish it. 30% of immortal energy. This sword was like a sword from the heavens, and it was extremely overbearing. Lei Guangzi, who had just revealed a complacent expression, had always been very conceited. When he saw this sword, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Hua, the sword with 30% of immortal energy, was vast and overbearing. When it landed on the thunder light palm, the mountains, rivers, and lightning all collapsed. The world in the palm was almost completely destroyed. Whoosh! The second sword came again. The thunder light palm shattered, and the huge projection also disappeared. Thunder God, indestructible body. Lei Guangzi was shocked. He quickly retreated and turned into a flash of lightning. The speed of the lightning was pushed to 7 or 8 times its original speed, and the void kept shattering. Lin Fei's second sword arrived. Lei Guangzi's body exploded with lightning, and his whole body turned silver. The arcs of light formed a lightning armor, and the runes jumped. What sword is that? Is it an emperor's divine weapon? To be able to break my thunder god's fury with one sword. Lei Guangzi didn't have time to think. His opponent's sword made him feel great terror. In the past 6 years, he had rarely encountered such a situation. Whoosh, 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 the sword came straight, shattering the lightning and landing on the lightning armor. Blood splattered everywhere, and he was blasted into the barren mountains millions of miles away. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Whoosh, against such a genius, Lin Fei wouldn't miss the opportunity to take his life while he was down. The divine palace throne flew out once again, slamming into the mountain range. It was the manifestation of 50 billion dragon god force, containing unparalleled might. At this moment it was pushed to the limit. Numerous gods and demons appeared in the void, slamming into the mountain range. How dare you! Lei Guangzi rushed out from the mountains, and the divine throne attacked. His pupils constricted, and he cursed, "Bastard! This is the divine throne of the dragon race. It has unparalleled might, and the dragon race is crazy." That sword heavily injured Lei Guangzi. When the divine throne came, it smashed into his body, and he vomited blood. The lightning was destroyed and then reformed. It didn't have the might from before, and his face was pale. His divine body is so strong, and he still didn't die. Lin Fei had been paying attention. The power of the divine throne was enough to kill him. His divine body was very terrifying, and the power of lightning protected his body, reducing part of the force. "Kid, I'll remember you." Lei Guangzi took out the divine throne for the second time, and he was shocked. His eyes flashed with unwillingness. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't have the chance to. Divine wings of lightning. 2 translucent jade-like wings appeared behind Lei Guang's back. The wings seemed to come to life as they dodged the divine court throne and escaped into the void, disappearing without a trace. What a good treasure. It's even faster than my emperor-grade mystic ability, so close yet worlds apart. It should be a lightning treasure. Chapter 11:55. You ran fast, or else I would have killed you. At the crucial moment, Lei Guangzi used a precious treasure to escape, avoiding the fate of being killed on the spot. This was a genius, and if he was killed, the entire Nirvana world would be shocked. Defeating a genius and killing a genius was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Geniuses had trump cards unless they used all of their trump cards. Lin Fei licked his lips. Of all the calculations, the only thing I didn't take into account is that this guy has a lightning treasure that can increase his speed. Lei Guangzi escaped, but Lin Fei was unwilling. There was something important that he had to do. He had obtained 300,000 Great Tao crystals from the slaves he killed. The Great Tao crystals were refined with supreme methods, and even though Lin Fei's power was domineering, he couldn't break them. While no one is here, I'll kill the Demon Emperor first. I can't let it escape, or else it'll be a waste of time. In the depths of the abyss, darkness covered everything. Energy ripples spread out, flipping over many tall mountains. In the sky, a black figure and a dark golden figure appeared. Their auras soared into the sky. The two of them chose to fight in close combat, and it was a shocking sight. Geniuses who saw this couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Go down! The celestial court throne pressed down like a 10,000 mountains, erupting with a powerful divine might. The dark golden demon sovereign shot out a celestial light and blasted towards the celestial court throne. However, he was unable to stop it. The celestial court throne pressed down and the huge body of the demon sovereign smashed into a mountain range. The mountain range was instantly crushed and turned into a flat land. Cough, cough, cough. Dust flew everywhere, and celestial light gathered without dissipating. A certain person walked out of the celestial light, his entire body in tatters. The celestial armor he wore had long since shattered, and his body was on the verge of collapse, as if he could fall at any moment. Not far behind him, there was a huge existence with no aura. Further away, 10 golden guards were lying on the ground, each body blasted with bloody holes, or their heads exploded. I finally defeated this demon emperor. I didn't die. Facing the injured demonic sovereign and the 10 golden guards, Lin Fei used all of his means. The danger he experienced was horrifying, and there was still lingering fear in his heart. As expected of someone who had received enlightenment from the Great Tao fragment, he almost died at the hands of the demonic sovereign several times. The heaven and earth smelt flew out, and a gigantic vortex sucked in the 10 golden guards and the gigantic demon emperor. Precious lair. On a barren mountain in the abyss, Lin Fei found the demon emperor's nest. Immortal light pervaded the air, supporting an expanse of immortal palaces. It was magnificent and majestic. Up ahead was definitely the fiend emperor's nest. Only large amounts of Great Tao crystals could produce such a scene, so there was no need to doubt it. Lin Fei charged towards the immortal palace like a beam of light. Up ahead was an expanse of barren mountains. Immortal light shone resplendently. A giant heavenly crater appeared before them. The bottom of the heavenly crater was covered in Great Tao crystals. Immortal light connected together. Lin Fei glanced over. In the vast expanse of immortal palaces, numerous heavenly palaces actually appeared. In the depths of the heavenly palaces, there were many tyrannical existences. Although they were illusory figures, the might they exuded indicated that they were all major characters at the immortal emperor realm when they were alive. God-fiend body. Lin Fei turned into a giant. This was the God-fiend body. He broke through to 1,000,000 feet tall, and his God-fiend aura rippled. He punched towards the immortal light. This punch was terrifyingly powerful. This punch was like a terrifying beam of light. The barren mountains and the void instantly shattered. The immortal light was shaken, and the vast expanse of immortal palaces collapsed. The Great Tao crystals at the bottom of the heavenly crater had long been suppressed by the demon emperor. The immortal light was just an instinctive reaction. Bam, 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 bam. The vast expanse of immortal light completely collapsed moments later. Lin Fei released his divine sense and obtained a shocking number. He was shocked again and again. What a great harvest! Just where did this demon emperor gather so many Great Tao crystals? There are at least 1,000,000 of them. At the bottom of the heavenly crater, There were indeed 1,000,000 great Tao crystals. Collect. Lin Fei came back to his senses. The god fiend grabbed, and the 1,000,000 great Tao crystals were all collected. He was all smiles. Great harvest. Reassembly successful. Obtained a great Tao. Blazing sun great Tao. Reassembly successful. Obtained a great Tao. Hengshui great Tao. Reassembly successful. Obtained a great Tao. Greenwood great Tao. 1,000,000 great Tao crystals were in their hands. Because he cultivated the great Tao regression technique, the great Tao crystals had reassembled into a complete great Tao. In 6 years, Lin Fei had gained a lot. He had collected almost all of the great Tao fragments and 1,000,000 great Tao crystals. His luck was good, and he had reassembled a few complete great Taos. As soon as the complete great Taos appeared, they were devoured by the true self great Tao. It really is a bottomless pit. After the great Tao devoured them, just like last time, drops of golden liquid appeared around it. Not even a trace of the Tao tree could be seen. The second test requires 3,000,000 great Tao crystals. I have 5,000,000 on me now, and am qualified to enter. I don't think I have enough to exchange for precious treasures. Lin Fei was not interested in the treasures of the first test. Just as the eternal immortal emperor had said, those treasures had been casually forged. 7 years, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. The time for the second test had come. On this day, everyone was still searching for the great Tao crystals. Beams of light filled the sky, and all of the immortals in the world were sucked in uncontrollably. At the dojo, last time in the dojo, the immortals appeared on the dojo once again. The spacious dojo was soon filled with people. Compared to the last time, everyone looked exhausted and did not look as relaxed as the first test. Moreover, there were less than a third of the people standing on the dojo. Losing a third of the people meant that they were either killed by humans or beasts. There are less than 20,000,000 people left. Lin Fei looked travel-worn. In the last 4 years, he had traversed many dangerous places. His face was covered in dust, but his eyes shone with confidence. After a brief inspection, Lin Fei found Grand Elder Sage 33 and gathered together. Congratulations, senior brother. Your strength has increased greatly. As soon as Lin Fei arrived, he saw Grand Elder Sage 33. His aura soared into the sky, sharp and domineering. The immortal palaces behind him were even more powerful than before. Sage 33 smiled. I've had some fortuitous encounters, and my stagnant cultivation level has loosened. It's far from enough to break through. Lin Fei nodded in agreement. It was not easy to break through to the immortal emperor realm. It was very difficult to improve at this level. I heard that you defeated the lightning photon? Sage 33's expression was grave. Senior brother, you even know about this? Senior brother, I killed a genius and learned about this from him, Sage 33 said. The lightning photon is here. Chapter 1156. Lei Guozi is here. Whoosh, shock waves as sharp as sabers and lightning flickered. The domain of lightning appeared behind Xiao Chun as he walked over to Lin Fei, surrounded by the crowd. Lei Guozi, a genius of his generation. Lei Guozi's appearance caused a huge commotion. Lei Guozi, why is he here? What happened? Everyone exclaimed. A genius like Lei Guozi wasn't someone they could meet easily. In addition to the exclamations of surprise, everyone was shocked once again. They saw that the group of people clustered around him were clearly geniuses from the various heavens and realms. Each and every one of them was a genius disciple nurtured by the various sects, and they were existences that could instantly kill opponents of the same level. At this moment, their eyes were filled with fanatical reverence, and they were filled with fanaticism towards the lightning photon. Li Tianyi, Gui Ming, the geniuses were recognized one after another. Secret technique. As a genius, Lei Guozi came from an extraordinary background and had a giant behind him. He had no lack of secret techniques and abilities. He used his powerful battle prowess to enslave them one by one. Lin Fei. Lei Guozi walked over with large strides. Lightning bolts surged with each step. There was no one within the vicinity. No one could withstand the might of the lightning. Seeing Lei Guozi's direction, he finally realized what had happened. Lei Guozi stopped and lightning flickered in his eyes. It was the person who defeated him that day. It was the greatest humiliation of his life. He had almost lost his life to the other party. After 4 years, he met his enemy again. Lei Guozi, are you looking for trouble? Lin Fei smiled. Don't forget who was in such a sorry state back then. Do you want to run again? Lin Fei would not give the other party any face since they had come in such a threatening manner. Whoosh, the crowd was in an uproar. Lin Fei of the Holy Heaven Academy was too arrogant. Many people didn't believe that Lei Guozi had lost to a genius from a lesser world. They couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Fei wasn't bad. He even dared to expose the wound back then. Brat, you're courting death. How dare you blaspheme my master? The eyes of the slaves behind Lei Guozi were filled with killing intent. A few of them charged out with shocking fists. Bang, the few genius slaves who attacked exploded on the spot and turned into dust. The eternal Tao right didn't allow people to attack, and they would automatically kill those who did. A few more geniuses have died. What a waste. Lin Fei said regretfully. What's the point of making the place reeking of blood? The corners of Lei Guangzi's eyes twitched. The lightning domain was constantly being destroyed. One could see his current mood. Very arrogant. This kid was too arrogant. Brother Lei, he's just a mere immortal king. There's no need to be angry with him. This young master can kill such a minor character with a single finger. Before us, geniuses, who dares to be arrogant? Who dares to be arrogant? The crowd parted, revealing a path. A red-haired fellow walked in with a sinister smile on his face. His eyes were filled with laughter. Young Master Hong Mo is here. It is rumored that this young Master Hong Mo obtained a great supernatural power and cultivated the supreme demon body of the demon race. His physical body is terrifyingly powerful, and his divine power is even more terrifying. 3 years ago, there was a prodigy who was killed by young Master Hong Mo with a single punch. The appearance of young Master Hong Mo caused the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. They subconsciously retreated, afraid that young Master Hong Mo would act recklessly. Even though this was the Tao right, they still felt apprehensive. Lin Fei followed the gaze and saw a red-haired young man exuding a sinister aura. 1 black and 1 white pupils, layers upon layers of demonic palaces, possessed a breathtaking charm. Although his physical body didn't seem strong, his blood and chi were powerful like a boundless ocean, surging with waves. What a powerful physical body. His divine power is even stronger than mine. My divine power can reach 100 billion dragon power. This guy is at least stronger than me. He's another powerful genius. After determining a portion of his strength, Lin Fei didn't feel any fear. He wanted to fight these geniuses. Brother Hong, what wind blew you here? Lei Guangzi's eyes flashed with a hint of apprehension. Young Master Hong Mo came from a great world and had obtained great benefits. His battle prowess wasn't bad, especially in regards to his physical body. Even Lei Guangzi's lightning attacks couldn't do anything to his opponent's physique. It was unimaginably powerful, a heaven-defying immortal physique among immortal physiques. This young master heard that there was a blind guy who offended us geniuses, so I personally came to take a look and see what kind of divine being he is. Young Master Hong Mo evilly smiled and shook his head. Regretfully, this young master only saw a little brat. Disappointing, truly disappointing. I thought it would be a 3-headed, 6-armed guy. There was always competition between geniuses. After hearing this, Lei Guangzi's expression became unsightly. This was clearly referring to him. In his heart, he hated the person who spread the news. That day, when he ran away in a sorry state, Lei Guangzi didn't think anyone saw him. But for some reason, the news was spread later on. It must be that brat Lin Fei. What a sinister guy. He clearly wants to increase his own influence. What a good plan. Lei Guangzi was furious. He believed that Lin Fei was the biggest suspect. The two of you have seen enough. You can leave now. Without waiting for them to speak, Lin Fei clasped his hands behind his back and spoke first. Who do you think you are? Who allowed you to speak? A cold voice, like the voice of the 9 heavens, rushed towards Lin Fei. If it was any other time, this young master would kill a little brat like you with a single palm. Young Master Hong Mo glared at him. A country bumpkin was a country bumpkin. Daring to interrupt in front of a genius, he really didn't know how to write the word death. Lei Guangzi said, "Brat, I was tricked by you last time. Next time, I won't be so lucky. I will definitely crush your bones and scatter your ashes. I will personally kill you and make you disappear from this world. I'll be waiting." Lin Fei smiled. Threatening him? He wasn't afraid at all. In these 4 years, Lei Guangzi's strength had increased again. For someone at his level, an increase in strength was a world-shaking change. If they met again, he had absolute confidence that he could smash the other party into pieces. He wouldn't be in a sorry state like before. Young Master Hong Mo swept a glance over and revealed a look of disdain. What a small mouth. I hope you won't meet this young master in the future. He. The 2 geniuses left one after the other. When everyone looked at Lin Fei again, their expressions had changed. They subconsciously stood further away. Lei Guangzi and young Master Hong Mo were both geniuses of their generation. Any one of them had heaven-defying battle prowess and would inevitably become a true giant like the immortal emperor stage in the future. Who would dare to offend 2 future immortal emperors? Who would dare to approach Lin Fei? The powers that were previously in contact with Lin Fei chose not to contact him anymore. They didn't want the 2 geniuses to vent their anger on them. If the 2 geniuses were angered, the powers behind them wouldn't be able to handle it. "Senior brother, I've caused trouble for the school again." Saint 33 laughed heartily instead. "Your elder brother knows best what kind of personality you have. You defeated a heaven's chosen, and I'm happy in my heart. In our academy, no one has ever defeated a heaven's chosen before, and you are the pride of our academy. Your elder brother believes that in the near future, you will become a powerful heaven's chosen, and you will be able to trample on them." Chapter 1157. Lei Guangzi and the Red Devil Prince had appeared one after another, targeting an insignificant young man. It was unimaginable. Some people were gloating over this. Especially those from the great metropolis world. They did not want the academy to grow because of this and gain the right to speak in the future. If they could capture the entire Divine Sky Academy in one fell swoop, the Divine Sky Academy would never be able to rise again. Lin Fei was the key. No matter what methods Lin Fei used, it was an indisputable fact that Lin Fei was no match for the Thunder Photon. It was a good plan, but it could not be denied that Lin Fei was constantly improving. No matter what, some people saw Lin Fei as a thorn in their side. No matter what method they used, they had to cripple Lin Fei. Lei Guangzi was a genius, and the Red Devil Prince was a genius. No matter which genius acted, Lin Fei and the Divine Sky Academy behind him would not be able to bear the consequences. Gaji. In the deep sky, the door to the treasury opened. The treasury hall had opened. No one had time to care about the treasury of the 2nd stage. Their eyes fell on the door of the treasury hall. Behind the door was the treasure they had been waiting for. "I've saved 3 million great Tao crystals. I can definitely exchange them for a peerless treasure. Even if I can't enter the 3rd stage, I'll be satisfied. Peerless elixir. I'm coming. My peerless immortal physique has improved a lot. As long as I keep exchanging for peerless elixirs, I will definitely become as powerful as the god physique. I'll look down on all heroes. When that time comes, geniuses will be nothing." Everyone's eyes were burning with passion. They could not wait to enter the treasury hall. "Congratulations, everyone. You've obtained the treasury hall of the 2nd stage. You've all succeeded. I've left a peerless treasure on the 2nd floor. It's a rare opportunity in life. Ha 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 ha." The Eternal Emperor's wild laughter echoed in the dojo. "Brother Lei, you usually don't make life difficult for a country bumpkin. What's wrong with you today?" The door to the treasury of the 2nd stage opened. In an area not far away, there were a few young men with powerful auras standing there proudly. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were all heaven's chosen with a single glance. The geniuses and elites of all worlds. Lei Guangzi's body flickered with lightning. His eyes were gloomy and uncertain. He was most unwilling to talk about this sad matter. Let's not talk about this anymore. Lei Guangzi shook his head as he gazed into the distance, changing the topic. If the second test is already like this, then the difficulty of the third test will not be as simple as we thought. Long Jingtian, Feng Yun, Xiong Ba, and the other geniuses, we must be careful. As geniuses, they didn't care about ordinary people. Their focus was on geniuses of the same generation. In the distance, the wind was like a dragon, and the clouds were like a tiger. Wind and clouds gathered behind that person. He was dressed in white, and the wind and clouds were calm. Just by standing there, he gave off an unfathomable aura. Mighty tyrant of wind cloud, he was a powerful existence among the prodigies. Further away, divine power sliced through the void, and the roar of a tiger filled the world. His blood and chi were like the ocean, wave after wave. His body was wrapped in beast skin, and his veins bulged like a horned dragon, looking sinister and terrifying. His name was Long Jingtian, and he was also a genius of his generation. Although his surname was Long, he was not from the great divine dragon world. Brother Feng, when was the last time we met? Long Jingtian stood there motionlessly. His blood and chi flowed like the ocean. This was the result of having a strong physique. His blood and chi were like the ocean. On the other side of the dojo, another person stood there. He was dressed in white, and his clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. He was Feng Yun Xiongba. It has been 300 years since we last met. I really miss the days of the past. Feng Yun Xiongba said calmly. Long Jingtian's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Back then, we were looking for a breakthrough in the martial Tao, and we battled various genius disciples. 300 years ago, we battled and comprehended the Tao together. 300 years later, I'm afraid your strength has risen to an unimaginable level. You're not far from that realm. That realm is not too far for me. Feng Yun Xiongba said. Becoming an immortal emperor is not my goal. Since I want to become an immortal emperor, I want to become the strongest immortal emperor. Aren't you the same as me? You have a strong foundation, and you want to become a second step immortal emperor. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Both of them laughed out loud. The other prodigies stood together and discussed quietly. The door to the second stage's treasury opened. 3 million great Tao crystals became the qualification to enter. One by one, the immortals and prodigies entered the second stage's treasury. The peerless treasures that they were looking forward to were there. 10 years of life and death battles were all for this moment. Those who did not have enough great Tao crystals were transported out helplessly, completely disqualified. Inside the treasury hall, of the 20 million or so immortals, only about 13 million remained. About 8 million had been eliminated. Just like last time when everyone entered, everyone was excited. The most exciting moment had arrived. Beams of light shot out one after another, wrapping around countless treasures, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers. Fervent. Everyone revealed fervent auras. Lin Fei released his divine sense. Information from the beams of light surged in continuously. Heavenly Divine Fan, top-grade immortal treasure, contains 10% of heaven's might. Requires 1.5 million great Tao crystals. Supreme-grade blue star stone, 2 million great Tao crystals. Yellow Springs Avenue, 10 million great Tao crystals. After looking through the information, Lin Fei was extremely shocked. Good heavens, all of them are treasures. Now it seems that the treasures of the first test really aren't much of a treasure. The treasures of the second test easily cost millions of great path crystals. It's not something an ordinary person can exchange for. Lin Fei knew the value of these treasures the best. Top-grade immortal treasures contained heaven's might. That was why they were so valuable. Why could only immortal emperors control emperor armaments? Why did they have such limitless power? It was because they were recognized by the heavenly Tao. Why did the celestial demon emperor value emperor armaments so much? It was because they could contain the might of the heavenly Tao. If a top-grade immortal treasure was not imbued with heaven's might, its power would be limited. But once it was imbued with heaven's might and recognized by the heavenly Tao, its power would be heaven-defying. This was why the celestial demon emperor hated Lin Fei and wanted to kill him as soon as possible. A top-grade immortal treasure imbued with 10% of heaven's might could only be created by a top blacksmith grandmaster. Ordinary blacksmiths did not have the ability to create immortal treasures with heaven's might. An immortal treasure imbued with heaven's might was unimaginably precious. How could Lin Fei not be shocked? The treasures of the first stage were precious, but compared to the second stage, there was no comparison at all. The difference was too great. Heaven's might immortal treasures could overwhelm everyone. Chapter 1158. Insanity. Everyone went crazy over it. Insanity could turn one into a demon. Each and every one of these priceless treasures, any one of which would cause a huge commotion in the universe, was placed before everyone's eyes at this very moment. 10 million Tao crystals could be exchanged for a complete Great Tao. A complete Great Tao could allow one to become an unparalleled immortal emperor and stand at the peak of life. Immortal emperors were the rulers of a region. Immortal emperors were the rulers of a region, ruling over the world and ruling over the 3,000 great worlds. Ha ha ha, top grade immortal treasure. 10% of heaven's power. 1. 5 million Tao crystals. This is a great deal. Ha ha ha. A complete Great Tao, just a little bit more and I can buy it and become a great immortal emperor. I can rule the world and control life and death. A great existence that everyone respects. My peerless immortal physique can finally take another huge step forward and become a terrifying immortal physique. I might even reach the legendary god physique. Defensive immortal armor. Offensive heaven's might immortal treasure. 1 for defense and 1 for offense. My combat ability will increase by several folds. Entering the third stage will no longer be a problem. Shocked, Lin Fei searched for things that would be useful to him. Heaven's might immortal treasures, he didn't care much. After planting the great Tao of true self, one would have absolute confidence that the strongest would be oneself. Without the help of external objects, one would never be able to become a great person and reach the pinnacle. Heaven-destroying Earth God Fist, Emperor-level Mystique, 5 million Great Tao crystals. Sky-destroying Finger, Emperor-level Skill, 9 million Tao crystals. 8 Desolation Palm, 12 million Tao crystals. Lin Fei quickly looked through the cultivation methods. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. There was no reason for him not to be tempted. These cultivation methods are very domineering. A peerless attack will be terrifying, and the consumption will be equally terrifying. I must accumulate a lot of energy and use it perfectly. Lin Fei continued to look. My techniques aren't bad either. Plus, my main body's dragon power is currently at 110 billion. Even though I can't compare to those heaven-defying geniuses, I haven't reached my limit yet. There is still a lot of room for improvement. Lin Fei didn't dare to underestimate the second stage's treasury. The treasures in the treasury hall were precious and had many uses. Cultivation techniques, divine weapons, all of them were ignored. Before he found something suitable, Lin Fei would not exchange for it. Somehow, his subconscious told him that the thing in front of him was not the most suitable. Upon reaching this realm, Lin Fei could vaguely sense it. This was the feeling that only a supreme powerhouse would have. Berserk Indestructible Immortal Pill and 500,000 Grand Tao Crystals to form the Berserk Indestructible Immortal Physique. Dragon Roar Tyrannical Body Elixir, 1.5 million Great Path Crystals, and the Dragon Roar Tyrannical Body will be formed. The Earth, 3,000 Lightning Pellets. Peerless Immortal Pills were precious and miraculous, creating a peerless immortal body. If the current celestial physique was a mortal physique, then after taking the supreme celestial pill, it would create a supreme celestial physique. In terms of quality, the celestial physique would increase once more, and it would be comparable to those supreme celestial physiques. Supreme immortal pill. Lin Fei slowed down. The peerless immortal pills wrapped within the beams of light could create all kinds of peerless immortal physiques, even some lost immortal physiques. It was a big move. The supreme immortal pills are decreasing. There were many peerless immortal pills stored within the beams of light, and the number was decreasing. Many heaven's favorites want to use the supreme immortal pills to form a supreme celestial physique in one go. Once they do, their physiques will be unbelievably strong, and the gap between them will be widened once more. Lin Fei's heart was as clear as snow. His true self-body had reached the minor perfection state, so Lin Fei's body was ridiculously strong. Back when he encountered the lightning bolt, he had a certain advantage against it. If the heaven's favorites formed a supreme celestial physique, then it would be much more difficult to deal with them. His own advantage would be infinitely reduced, and he would lose his capital. I wonder if my true self-body can improve again from the minor perfection state to the greater perfection state. Then I will be invincible among the heaven's favorites. Lin Fei didn't care too much about the peerless immortal pills creating a supreme celestial physique. No matter how strong a celestial physique was, it couldn't compare to his true self-body. Lin Fei pondered. After looking back and forth, there were countless peerless immortal pills, but there wasn't a single one that targeted the true self-body. Lin Fei knew very well what his advantage was, and that was his true self-body. In terms of cultivation techniques and divine weapons, he could only hold on for a short period of time. He could not hold on for too long. Geniuses were constantly improving. Improving the celestial physique was the only way. Lin Fei stared at the peerless immortal pills and pondered again. After thinking about it repeatedly, he had a flash of inspiration and finally made a decision. My true self Tao can devour great Tao and gather thousands of great Taos to form the strongest great Tao. I believe my body can also absorb all the supreme celestial physiques and become one of a kind. Fight to the death. Lin Fei thought this was the most feasible method. Let's start with the Berserker Immortal Pill. 500,000 Great Tao crystals for one is really not cheap. Let's get 5 first. Lin Fei exchanged for 5 of the peerless immortal pills. The immortal pills landed in his hands and were wrapped in power. The wild power within them could crush mountains and rivers and destroy all living things. The wild and inextinguishable aura almost shot up into the sky. What a terrifying peerless immortal pill. Consuming such a peerless immortal pill definitely requires an extremely powerful fleshly body. If one's fleshly body can't endure it, the berserk power will instantly tear one to pieces. I can even withstand the destructive power of lightning. Theoretically, refining this peerless immortal pill shouldn't be a problem. Lin Fei was very excited. He couldn't wait to refine the peerless immortal pill and see if it could improve his true self-body and take an even more important step forward. Anticipation. Everyone must be very excited. No one in the world can compare to my treasures. The giant projection appeared again, and the eternal immortal emperor's voice boomed out. The eternal immortal emperor had the right to say such things. Many of the treasures in the second stage had long since been lost to time, and would never appear again. Especially the heavens might immortal treasures, which caused a huge commotion every time they appeared. 10 years. You've obtained the chance to enter the second trial. I believe everyone is tired. Now you can have a good rest. The third trial will be a true bloody battle. Do you hate that you don't have enough great Tao crystals and can't exchange for peerless treasures? Who didn't want to exchange for peerless immortal treasures? That was what everyone was thinking. Some of the most precious treasures in the second stage could be exchanged for a terrifying number of great Tao crystals. It was a number that none of them could afford. Could it be that the next stage had something to do with great Tao crystals? The immortals and geniuses present were not bad at divination, and they could vaguely guess what the next stage would be. Perhaps it was Chapter 1159. A fight to the death. A bloody fight would definitely be a fight to the death. Is it really a fight to the death for the right to enter the third stage? I like to fight to the death. Kill, 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 turn the heavens and earth upside down. Kakik, I'm sure everyone has guessed that the right to enter the third stage is a fight to the death. The requirement to enter the third stage is 300 million Great Tao Crystal. The eternal immortal emperor's projection laughed. I will call this fight to the death a Great Tao Crystal Contest. 300 million Great Tao Crystals? Everyone who had entered the second stage was exhausted. The third stage was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was an impossible task to complete. Even the geniuses had grave expressions on their faces. 300 million Great Tao Crystals was too difficult for them. They might not even be able to complete it in 100 years. The Great Path Crystal Competition will be a battle to the death, and those who participate in the competition will have to fight to the death. Both sides will place all of their Great Tao Crystals. The winner will take all of their Great Tao Crystals, and the loser will die. Also, for every win, you will receive my Great Tao Crystals as a reward. So that was how it was going to be. If that was the case, then the 300 million Great Tao Crystals task could be completed. You will have 3 days to rest. In 3 days, the first fight to the death will begin. The eternal immortal emperor's voice faded away, along with the giant projection. Whoosh, 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 something strange happened on the dojo. One immortal abode after another appeared out of nowhere on the dojo. With a quick glance, it was impossible to see the end of the immortal abodes. Whoosh, 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 some people transformed into streaks of light and flew towards the senfu. They knew that the senfu that emerged from the dojo would be their resting place. Before long, the dojo was empty. Some people tried to check on the senfu, and were surprised to find that once they entered, the senfu was covered with a layer of power that blocked out divine sense. It was very safe. Many people chose to go into seclusion after entering the senfu. Senior brother, I'll choose this place. Lin Fei and Saint 33 chose a place with fewer people. It was quiet and quiet. All right, I'll stay next to you. I've just bought a Heaven's Might divine artifact, and I need some time to refine it. With that, he flew to the nearest senfu. In the Holy Heaven Academy, all of the elders had returned, leaving only Lin Fei and the Great Elder, Saint 33. Everyone, get ready for the competition. I also want to refine the Berserker Indestructible Immortal Pill and see if I can strengthen my true self body. Senfu was huge. As soon as Lin Fei landed in the senfu, the mysterious power was activated. Inside the senfu, there were fake mountains and flowing water, hundreds of flowers in full bloom, beautiful and magnificent. The dense immortal energy made one feel relaxed and refreshed. It was not an ordinary senfu. Within the immortal palace, Lin Fei took out the Berserker Indestructible Immortal Pill. Pa 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 pa, pa 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 pa. As soon as the peerless immortal pill was taken out, the berserk energy in the immortal palace was like a wind blade, cutting the endless void. The senfu released light, suppressing the berserk energy and controlling it within a certain range. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky full of berserk energy landed on Lin Fei's body. With a thought, God Force runes filled the sky, erasing the berserk energy and calming it down. As expected of the peerless immortal pill. Just the celestial might produced by the peerless immortal pill is so terrifying. Those with weak bodies will be torn apart on the spot, exploding and dying completely. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to refine it. The peerless immortal pill was covered in celestial marks. The celestial marks contained endless profundities, created by an alchemy grandmaster. After a while, Lin Fei picked up the peerless immortal pill. The berserk energy kept attacking, but it was controlled in his hand. Let me see how terrifying the peerless immortal pill is. He opened his mouth and swallowed the peerless immortal pill. Pa 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 pa. Pa 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 pa. Heaven and earth were destroyed. Lightning surged. The peerless immortal pill entered his body like thousands of lightning bolts. The berserk energy poured down, wanting to tear Lin Fei's body apart. What a domineering medicinal effect! Lin Fei was secretly shocked. The peerless immortal pill lived up to its name. The berserk energy almost tore his body apart. True self-body, refine it. Bang bang bang, his body swelled up like a rubber ball. It was covered in cracks, as if it would explode at any time and die. Lin Fei's body swelled up and returned to normal. He kept moving back and forth. At the same time, his body emitted multicolored light. The multicolored light was filled with runes, shining brightly. At this moment, Lin Fei's body was crystal clear, releasing an immortal fragrance, and his mouth was fragrant. As expected, Lin Fei let out a long sigh of relief and checked his body. My true self body can contain the berserk inextinguishable immortal pill to strengthen my body. Now, when I move my body, it will automatically release berserk energy. Collapsing mountains and rivers is nothing difficult. Boom, boom, boom. With a thought from Lin Fei, the wind howled, and the surrounding area was filled with berserk violence. This was one of the effects of consuming the peerless immortal pill. At the same time, it was also one of the signs of achieving the berserk inextinguishable immortal body. Lin Fei waved his hand and punched out. Divine power surged, and the sky was filled with gods and demons, majestically. The supreme immortal pill of the eternal immortal pill can actually increase my divine power once again. Once I successfully cultivate the violent immortal physique, my divine power will reach another level. Continue. Lin Fei realized the benefits of the peerless immortal pill. 1, 2, 3. With the miraculous effects of the true self-body, the difficulty of refining the first pill wasn't small. It was as if his fleshly body was about to explode. After refining the first pill, the second pill, the third pill, the refining speed became faster and faster. The true self-body was like a stabilizing needle, suppressing his body and preventing it from being invaded by external forces. I've refined all 10 peerless immortal pills. Lin Fei opened his eyes, and a berserk power flashed. Like a wild beast, the air was destroyed layer by layer. At this time, he was not a human, but a wild beast. This immortal body is only half complete, but it already has this power. I want to continue. In the meantime, Lin Fei went out again and exchanged for the peerless immortal pill, the berserk inextinguishable immortal pill. This time, he exchanged for a total of 20 peerless immortal pills. Empty. Completely empty. 10 years. The great Tao crystals that Lin Fei collected were almost all used up. There was not much left. At this time, Lin Fei did not care too much. Fighting to the death was the main show. It did not matter if the great Tao crystals were used up. Pa 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 pa, pa 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 pa, the berserk power slammed into the immortal palace. The person sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes, colliding with the immortal estate and exploding out with terrifying power. If it weren't for the mysterious power blocking them, the immortal estate would have been blasted apart. Boom, boom, boom. The person stood up, and a thunderous berserk power rushed down. The surrounding void collapsed, becoming unsafe. This is the berserk inextinguishable immortal body? In 3 days, Lin Fei used 40 peerless immortal pills to cultivate a peerless immortal body. At this time, Lin Fei's body was filled with berserk power. He was like a beast in human form, able to kill immortal emperors with his bare hands. Once the berserk inextinguishable immortal body is formed, my main body's divine power instantly increased by 100 billion dragon divine power to 200 billion dragon divine power. Incredible! With the increase of 100 billion dragon divine power, Lin Fei finally understood the terror of these peerless immortal bodies. It was no wonder that geniuses who cultivated peerless immortal bodies would leave their names in all the worlds. Junior brother, the fight for the great Tao crystals is about to begin. The communication immortal stone on Lin Fei lit up, and Sage 33's voice came through. Chapter 1160. On the Eternal Dojo. The geniuses who had been training in seclusion came out of the Senfu, their eyes shining with the desire to fight. A great battle. Lin Fei opened the Senfu. Saint 33 came in from outside and landed in the courtyard. The eternal immortal emperor had taken out the Senfu. Now that someone had entered it, that person would be able to open the door and allow others to enter with a single thought. In just 3 days, Saint 33's aura had become even stronger, and his strength had increased yet again. When he saw Lin Fei, for some reason, he felt as if he was facing a wild beast. At this cultivation level, it was rare for one to be wrong. Saint 33 was very happy. For the Divine Sky Institute, the stronger junior brother Lin Fei was, the better it would be for the Institute. especially not long from now at the grand event. Senior brother, Lin Fei walked up. The wild and indestructible immortal body had been put away, and he was now like an ordinary person. The body of true self contained this peerless immortal body. Unless Lin Fei thought about it himself, no one would know that such a peerless immortal body existed. Junior brother, are you going to participate in the first round? Lin Fei looked up into the sky. Since some time ago, countless arenas had been erected in the depths of the dojo. Yes, of course I'm going. Even though there were not many Dao crystals left, Lin Fei still wanted to participate in the first round. After all, he did not have many Dao crystals left. Mosquito meat was meat too. Senior brother, I won't be going. At Saint 33's cultivation level, his strength was comparable to those heaven-defying geniuses. There was no need for him to participate in the first round. Lin Fei could easily understand. Senior brother, you have to be careful. The treasures in the second round are heaven-defying. The experts of the older generation and the geniuses are probably going to be heaven-defying again. The fight for the Dao crystals will probably be a battle to the death. Lin Fei's gaze was solemn. A life and death battle is the best. I've been stuck at this stage for a very, very long time. A life and death battle is inevitable. I believe that this battle will allow me to take that final step. Lin Fei smiled. Then I'll congratulate senior brother first. The battle for the great Dao crystals begins now. The voice of the eternal immortal emperor reverberated through the air. Hua hua hua, the voice was like a stream of water, and beams of light shot out, rushing to the front of the crowd and transmitting the message. Whoosh, a beam of light appeared in front of Lin Fei, informing him whether he wanted to participate or not. I'm in. Please take out all of your great Dao crystals. Within the beam of light, a disc appeared out of thin air. Lin Fei placed the remaining Great Path crystals on it and sent a number over. 321,000 Great Path crystals. Following which, the beam of light opened up a passageway and teleported him in. Ha ha ha, after waiting for 3 days, I can finally have a life and death battle. I'm so happy. Within a senfu, a middle-aged man, 30 meters tall and radiating demonic aura, threw his head back and laughed heartily. This was a powerful nightmare expert, and behind him was an endless demonic realm. Demonic generals and demonic spirits worshipped this middle-aged man. It's time for a massacre. In the courtyard of another immortal abode, a vicious aura shot up into the sky. The huge senfu was a barren wasteland, and the fake mountains and rivers had all withered. The people of my barren world will be the biggest winners in the eternal immortal emperor's inheritance. Sooner or later, all the geniuses in the universe will fall at my feet. Kakik. In another senfu, many people had gathered. These people followed the lead of the people in the middle, and their eyes were filled with fanaticism. In this battle for the great Dao crystals, you must give it your all. You must kill your opponents and fight for the great Dao crystals. Once I pass the third stage, you will all be rewarded. Don't worry, my lord. We will do our best. No one can stop us. Suddenly, the leader of the group frowned. His eyes shone, and a figure appeared in the air. This person is called Lin Fei, and he is from the Divine Heaven Institute. Last time, he ruined our plan. This time, if you meet him, kill him without mercy. Yes, my lord. Situations like this kept happening in the senfu. Of course, there were other situations as well. In the central area, some of the young geniuses were gathered in groups of 3 or 4. The first round of life and death battles was of little interest to some people, and the great Dao crystals they could obtain were limited. They would not fight on the first day. Watch and see. The light faded. Lin Fei was in an arena, surrounded by the void, as if he were in the endless starry sky. This was an arena that had been set up with a great mystique. A true life and death arena. The power outside the arena was not something they could break through. In the arena, they would have to fight to the death. Bad luck, really bad luck. You only have 320,000 great Dao crystals, and you want me to break your neck with one hand. Opposite him stood a bald man with pitch-black skin, looking like a piece of black stone. At this moment, he was grinning viciously, as well as a flash of disappointment. 3,000,000 great Tao crystals. Lin Fei laughed. Two numbers floated in the air above the arena. One was Lin Fei's 320,000, and the other was 3,500,000. Go to hell, kid. Seeing that his opponent still dared to laugh, the bald man snorted. He took a step forward, and in the air, with the weight of Mount Tai, he slammed his palm toward his opponent's head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the palm arrived, the wind howled, instantly drowning Lin Fei in it. Only 90 billion dragon divine power, and you want to kill me? Lin Fei, who was standing amidst the raging winds, calculated his strength. He casually punched out with 200 billion dragon god power. The dragon god power destroyed the raging winds, and the punch landed on the bald man's body, causing his body to explode into pieces. The difference in strength between the two was too great. With the bald man dead, all the great Tao crystals on his body belonged to Lin Fei. Lin Fei's net worth was restored to 3,320,000 great Tao crystals, as well as the rewards he received. Successfully killed the opponent. 300,000 great Tao crystals as a reward. Junior brother, you're really strong. You killed an immortal emperor with one move. Lin Fei killed his opponent and returned to Senfu. Saint 33 had not left. He looked at Lin Fei, his eyes full of surprise. In the eternal recluse great Tao crystals, one could watch the matches in the arena. Saint 33 used the great Tao crystals to watch and gasped in shock at junior brother Lin Fei's strength. 90 billion dragon divine power. A very powerful existence. Even the higher-ups and elders of the institute could not reach this level. It could be said that any one of them who stood in the arena had unimaginably terrifying strength. A guy who could casually throw out 90 billion dragon divine power had been killed by his junior brother with one punch. How could Saint 33 not be surprised? Haha, that guy underestimated his opponent too much. That's why I blew up his body with one punch. Saint 33 did not ask too much. Most of the people here are just spectators. We can see the ultimate mystiques of those geniuses and the experts of the older generation. On the arena in the void, a young man in white was calm and collected. He held his long sword, not moving at all. Pretentious fellow, go to hell. Apocalyptic hurricane. The white-robed young man's opponent was a middle-aged man. He was like a hurricane, enveloping the entire arena. Inside, the hurricane swept across the arena. The power of this hurricane was at least 100 billion dragon divine power. And this did not include the power at the center of the hurricane. The middle-aged man laughed wildly. He wanted to kill the white-robed young man. Everyone knew how powerful he, Black Skeleton, was. Whoosh! The white-robed young man drew his sword. At a frequency invisible to the naked eye, a sword light flew out. The white-robed young man sheathed his sword and stood. The middle-aged man had a smile on his face. His body was split in two and he fell from the sky, no longer breathing. Great power doesn't mean great. Heh, the white-robed young man turned and left. On another arena, a young man with a human head and a bear's body exuded the aura of a ferocious beast. He strode forward, facing the incoming innate techniques, allowing them to land on his body. In a breath's time, he appeared in front of a young man. Hee, what genius! I'll eat you in one bite. The young outsider opened his mouth and bit down. A huge image appeared. It was a huge mouth that swallowed the young outsider in one gulp. His blood chi isn't strong enough. He can barely be an appetizer. So fast. On another arena, a middle-aged man did not move. He opened his mouth and spat out a few words. Then his body collapsed. Beside the middle-aged man, a young man in green appeared. In this world, speed is the only thing that cannot be defeated. In front of my speed, your mystiques are useless. The young man in green turned and left. On the first day, originally there were more than 10 million immortals. After hundreds of thousands of matches, hundreds of thousands of immortals died in the arena. And this was only the first day. During this period, there were no lack of arrogant geniuses who were killed in the arena. Overall, there were not many participants on the first day. The experts on the arena were indeed endless. There are so many experts. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Although it was the first day, there were many experts. For example, there was a God Force expert whose God Force was at least 400 billion dragon divine power. He used an unparalleled attack to blast his opponent into pieces. Another example was a young man whose speed surpassed the speed of sound and reached the speed of light. He had reached an extremely high level. When one reached a certain realm, strength in certain aspects, no one could ignore it. That person's opponent had not even made a move, and the young man used his absolute advantage to kill his opponent. This was the advantage of speed. Against such people, it was very difficult to kill them unless one had superior speed. Tomorrow's competition will be even more intense and bloody. Although Saint 33 had not become an immortal emperor, his battle strength was extremely strong. After seeing the battle strength of those geniuses, his expression turned serious. Especially the immortal emperor and demon emperor avatars. They also appeared in this stage. Chapter 1161. One punch is enough to kill you. I don't need a second punch because you won't be able to block it. Eternal Retreats, second day. On an arena of life and death in the void, Lin Fei, with his long hair fluttering in the wind, gently extended a finger and shook it. Kid, you're too arrogant. Then, with a single punch, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. His opponent's disdainful expression turned into fear as he was drowned by the wind from the punch. Instant kill. Instant kill with absolute power. Eternal Retreats, third day. Lin Fei still killed his opponent with one punch, clean and decisive. Eternal Retreats, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day. In the arena of life and death, Lin Fei's attacks had always been a single move. With absolute strength, he would crush his opponent in an open and above-board manner, destroying his opponent's body and obtaining an overwhelming victory. The number of Great Tao crystals continued to increase. The Great Tao crystals collected over 10 years paled in comparison to a few days. That was because the number of Great Tao crystals had reached 30 million. Thunder God Tyrannical Immortal Pill. After he had enough Great Tao crystals, Lin Fei exchanged for a supreme immortal pill to strengthen his true self-body. Lin Fei didn't frown even though the exchange was expensive. After a few days of fighting, those with average strength were mostly dead. Of course, there were those who were timid and chose to give up. That was a wise move. There was no lack of greedy people who died tragically in the arena. With the average strength gone, he would be facing true geniuses, elites, or even heaven-defying geniuses, as well as the avatars of immortal emperors. The real battle had just begun. Crack, 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 inside the immortal palace of Senfu. Lightning flashed as thick bolts of lightning flew out of his body and bombarded the immortal palace. Success! The person who was sitting cross-legged leaped to his feet with excitement on his face. I have also cultivated a supreme immortal physique, allowing my main body's divine power to increase from 200 billion divine dragon power to 500 billion divine dragon power in one go. With a thought, Lin Fei retracted all the lightning into his body. Every time I cultivate a supreme immortal physique, my divine power would increase by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, supreme immortal pills are not cheap. They need to be exchanged at a high price. If I have more Grand Tao crystals, then cultivating one supreme immortal physique after another will no longer be a problem. At that time, my true body's power will truly be unbeatable in this world. The true body dragon divine strength is 500 billion Great Tao. I can kill a celestial emperor expert with a casual punch. A divine court appeared behind Lin Fei out of thin air. Behind it, more divine courts appeared, faintly discernible. Behind them, a dense crowd of gods and demons stood tall. It's time to level up. He infused his god force into it, and it was as if the divinity court had found its source. The phantom behind him became even more solid. One divinity court appeared, and then another. It only stopped when there were 7 divinities. The unique skills of the great divine dragon world are extraordinary. With the 7 divine courts behind him, an unprecedented power erupted. Large areas of the void collapsed, unable to withstand the power of the divine courts. Lin Fei was very satisfied with his masterpiece. This is another trump card. When he came out of Senfu once again, it was already the 8th day of the Great Tao Crystals competition. Compared to the previous few days, there were much fewer people participating on the 8th day. Everyone knew that those left were all experts, and the Grand Tao crystals on each expert would be a terrifying number. After each round, the rewards kept increasing, and they were very generous. It was a number that could not be refused. On the 8th day, those with average strength completely gave up. The treasures in the second round's treasury were enough for them to increase their strength. There was no need to throw away their lives. One should not be too greedy. Whoever dared to take the risk would definitely meet a genius and die a horrible death. Knowing when to stop was the way of the king. Senior brother, you're injured. When Lin Fei found the First Elder and discovered that the First Elder was injured, he frowned. First Elder's battle prowess was at least half a step into the immortal emperor realm. He was someone who had comprehended the Great Tao, and yet he was injured. Who could injure First Elder? At this time, First Elder's face was a little pale, but he revealed a rare smile. It's just a small injury. No need to make a fuss. Saint 33 spoke casually, but when he thought back to that battle, his heart still palpitated. Lin Fei did not ask about the specifics, but he could tell that First Elder's opponent must have been very strong. It might have been some heaven-defying genius that could cause such an injury. Are you participating in the life and death battle tomorrow? Lin Fei nodded. Yes, opportunities like this are rare. No matter what, I won't miss it. Saint 33 did not say anything more, but his expression was much more serious. At Eternal Retreats, a new day had arrived. It was the 9th day of the Great Tao Crystals competition. The real, cruel, and bloody battle was about to begin. Fear flashed in the eyes of many experts in the Immortal Mansion. The battles in the past few days were just appetizers. Today was the real bloody battle. Under the risk of certain death, there would be huge rewards, because after a bloody battle, the number of Great Tao crystals could range from 40 to 50 million to 70 to 80 million. It was even possible for there to be hundreds of millions. The prerequisite was that you had to pay a huge price. 50-50 chance. Lin Fei stood in Senfu, looking at the life and death battle arena in the void. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. My main body's divine power has increased to 500 billion dragon divine power, and I can form multiple god courts. One punch of mine can kill an immortal emperor over 100 times. No matter how strong their physical body is, it will explode in front of my fist. I wonder what level the genius I will meet will be at. I am really looking forward to it. The two supreme immortal physiques had improved Lin Fei's body of true self, but it was still far from the greater completion realm. Every bit of improvement would increase his defense tenfold, or even tenfold. It was because of the miraculous nature of the body of true self that Lin Fei could refine the supreme immortal pill and quickly cultivate the supreme immortal physique. That was how his strength increased. Now, Lin Fei needed a good fight to test his combat strength. Congratulations on participating in the 9th day of life and death battles. You will be glad that you participated in the 9th day. From today onwards, for every win, you will be rewarded handsomely. An unimaginable number. Fight! The eternal immortal emperor's voice reverberated throughout the eternal retreats. Whoosh, 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 beams of light shot out towards every senfu. It's finally here. Lin Fei laughed heartily. He put all the Great Tao crystals he had on him into the arena. He had a total of 6 million Great Tao crystals, which he had used to exchange for the supreme immortal pill. He could not afford to be too stingy. I wonder how much of the 6 million Great Tao crystals I can get back. Chapter 1162. Today is the 9th day. I already have 85 million Great Tao crystals. If I win a few more matches, I'll be able to enter the 3rd trial. I'll have a chance to obtain the treasures of the 3rd trial. On the life or death arena, a young man stood with his hands behind his back. This person was a genius and a powerful one at that. He had an extraordinary background and was a genius of a great world. Is he finally going to appear? Light came from the front. Sun Luminous Devil knew that his opponent was about to appear. Over the past 9 days, Sun Luminous Devil had participated in every match, slaughtering his way to fame. Anyone who fought with him would eventually become a puppet, a walking corpse for him to use. At this moment, Sun Luminous Devil was thirsty. He was about to turn his opponent into a walking corpse. As long as I don't run into Feng Yun, Xiong Ba, the mysterious war sky, Long Jing Tian, or the avatars of the immortal emperors and demon emperors, who can do anything to me, I'll definitely enter the third trial's treasury. The resplendent light faded. There was one more person on the life or death arena. Sun Luminous Devil didn't sense a powerful aura and was startled. When he looked again, the light faded and his gaze fell on that person. It's you. For no reason, Sun Luminous Devil's eyes flashed with a cold light. The scene from that day flashed through his memory. I actually ran into someone from Myriad Demon Palace. There were all sorts of strange things in the boundless world. Lin Fei hadn't expected to run into someone from Myriad Demon Palace on the 9th day. He had taken a powerful technique from them which had helped him greatly. Ha ha ha! Kid, you didn't expect us to run into each other here, right? Back then, you used the protective halo left behind by the eternal immortal emperor to act recklessly. Today I've run into you. Do you remember what I said back then? The next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Sun Luminous Devil laughed, his killing intent surging. It would have been fine if you hadn't appeared. Killing you would have been troublesome. Now that you've jumped out, don't blame me. Seeing that it was the fellow who had disrespected Myriad Demon Palace that day, Sun Luminous Devil let out a sigh of relief. He had seemed relaxed just now, but he was actually worried that he would run into a heaven-defying genius. The appearance of this hateful brat was equivalent to giving away the great Tao crystals for free. Son of Light Devil thought to himself, what a lucky bastard. You really can't amount to much. You only have 6 million great Tao crystals, and you dare to come up and fight? If you had your protective light, I would have to go easy on you. Now that you've lost your protective light, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand. I really didn't expect you to send me 85 million Great Path crystals. I was just worrying about not being able to find Great Path crystals. I really wanted to sleep. Someone is going to send me a pillow soon. I thank you in advance. Lin Fei looked at his opponent's Great Path crystals. There were 85 million Great Path crystals, which was a terrifying number. If he won this battle, he would gain almost 100 million Great Path crystals. He was tempted. What a sharp tongue. It's a pity you don't know who you've met. Sun Luminous Devil sneered. I kill people like flies. I can kill celestial emperors with one palm. I wonder how you will block my palm. I'm afraid that if this palm of mine comes down, your body will be smashed to pieces. Ha ha ha. I'm in a good mood today. Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. Kowtow until I'm satisfied, and I'll leave your corpse intact. This kind of treatment isn't something that just anyone can get. Sun Luminous Devil's expression was relaxed. He wanted to play with this brat. This little fellow, if it wasn't for his protective light that day, he would have killed him long ago. He wouldn't have allowed this brat to be so arrogant. Now that he had a chance, it would be too boring if he didn't toy with him. Hurry up and kneel down and beg for mercy. I'm a soft-hearted person. Ha ha ha. Idiot. Why did your mother give birth to such an idiot like you? Lin Fei laughed loudly. The one kneeling down should be you. Seeing that you contributed the great Tao crystal, I'll reluctantly leave your corpse intact. Arrogant fellow, since you're so stubborn, I'll beat you until you kneel down and admit your mistake. Sun Luminous Devil said coldly. Let's see if your mouth is stronger or my fist is stronger. This was the first time Sun Luminous Devil had met such an arrogant fellow. He would teach him a lesson. Suddenly, a puppet appeared out of thin air behind Sun Luminous Devil. It was a walking corpse. Break that brat's limbs. The puppet was expressionless. Whoosh! The puppet's speed was very fast, instantly reaching 5 times the speed of sound. I forgot to tell you, this is a demon puppet that I refined using my genius. It's undying and indestructible. Have a good taste. Even without Sun Luminous Devil's reminder, Lin Fei could recognize that this was a genius with amazing strength. He was still a bit away from being a heaven's pride, but he was still a powerful genius. Bang bang! The demon puppet's speed was too fast. Just based on this speed alone, many celestial emperors could only look at it in the dust. When one's speed reached an absolute advantage, it was equivalent to a method of killing. It proved that, in the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. This guy must have had amazing talent in the path of speed when he was alive. Lin Fei blocked the two punches head-on. He was surprised that this puppet was powerful, but his reaction wasn't slow. When the puppet wanted to attack again, he took the initiative to counterattack. Using his palm as a saber, he slashed the puppet's body. The puppet was sent flying, but it wasn't split open like he had imagined. Brat despair. This puppet's body has been refined by our myriad demon palace with a secret technique. It has a powerful defense and is impervious to swords and spears. Prepare to fall into endless fear. The puppet charged forward once more. Its speed increased from 5 times the speed of sound to 7 times the speed of sound. Lin Fei instantly fell into the puppet's torrential attacks. No matter how Lin Fei attacked, the puppet was sent flying, but it wasn't injured at all. Instead, it attacked again, and its combat strength wasn't affected at all. This guy from the Myriad Demon Palace is really something. Lin Fei didn't underestimate his opponent. Just because of this puppet, he knew that it wasn't easy to provoke him. Unbeknownst to him, Son of Light Devil was in a bad mood. This puppet was refined using a supreme secret technique. It retained its strength and divine abilities from when it was alive. In addition, it was undying and indestructible. It was quite terrifying, but it couldn't kill this brat. Again, another puppet walked out and joined the battle. This puppet specialized in assassination. It appeared and disappeared unpredictably. One couldn't catch its aura at all. It was a god of death in the darkness. I don't believe that he can still hold on. If I'm not wrong, Son of Light Devil's strength isn't strong, and his body isn't that strong either. He relied on these puppets to get this far. As long as I destroy his body, these puppets naturally won't be a threat anymore. With the true self-body, Lin Fei's physical defense wasn't afraid of these puppets' attacks. They couldn't even break through his defenses. Scram! Lin Fei sent out 2 palm strikes in a row, stirring up a gale and sending 2 puppets flying. Then, he moved like a stream of light and used his Emperor-grade divine ability. He appeared in front of Son of Light Devil and pressed his palm down. Bang! With this press, the thing below exploded into a mist of blood. Brat, you still want to kill me? Too naive. Not far away, Son of Light Devil sneered. You just killed one of my puppets, but you're quite smart to know where my weakness is. I've underestimated you. Unfortunately, you only have this one chance, because you won't have another. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Figures appeared one after another. All of them were puppets with powerful auras. Puppet Grand Formation. Over 100 puppets came out in full force, forming a grand formation that trapped Lin Fei within. All kinds of divine abilities were unleashed, drowning him within. Over 100 puppets were extremely powerful. All of them were immortal emperors with indestructible bodies. Once the grand formation was formed, demonic runes appeared on the puppets' bodies, reflecting damage. Lin Fei's divine force was 500 billion dragon god force, enough to kill an immortal emperor with a wave of his hand. But now, all of it had been dispelled and couldn't destroy the puppets' bodies. The most important thing was the damage reflection. Even with a powerful physique, he wouldn't be able to withstand such a siege. Damn it, this brat's physique is too strong. With this grand formation, killing this brat is just a matter of seconds. I didn't expect his physique to be this terrifying. As long as I kill him, his physique cultivation law will belong to me. With this powerful physique cultivation law, I will no longer have any weaknesses and become truly perfect. This is the heaven's favor for me. Ha ha ha, I've obtained a powerful physique cultivation law. Perhaps it's a cultivation law comparable to a supreme immortal physique. Lin Fei's powerful physique was beginning to be unable to withstand the storm of attacks. These puppets are connected by power. As long as I break this connection, the grand formation will naturally be broken. I'll kill him in one blow while he's unprepared. While attacking, he secretly searched for a way to deal with it. Not long after, he found a way. The structure of the grand formation wasn't too profound. It wasn't difficult to see through it. Lin Fei already had a way to deal with it. All he needed was a chance to kill him in one blow. No one knew if Son of Light Demon still had puppets. Lin Fei didn't want to miss this opportunity. He wanted to kill him in one blow and cut off his opponent's chance to make a comeback. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Fei began to vomit blood, looking like an arrow at the end of its flight. Brat, you're dead. I'll leave your corpse intact and refine it into a puppet. This is a blessing that you can't cultivate. Ha ha ha. Son of Light Demon threw his head back and laughed. If he could successfully refine Lin Fei, he would become the trump card of the grand formation in the future. This is the moment. Here's the chance. Lin Fei was waiting for this chance. The true self-world annihilation sword appeared in Lin Fei's hand. He slashed at a spot in the grand formation. The brilliant sword light was unstoppable. The puppet formation paused for a moment and Lin Fei broke out of it. The pause time was enough to kill one person. Die! Lin Fei slashed again using 30% of his strength. The sword light flashed. Only then did Son of Light Demon react. Puppets appeared in front of him. Ha ha ha! You want to kill me? Lin Fei put away the true self-world annihilation sword. One slash is enough to kill you. Son of Light Demon's eyes dimmed. His upper and lower body parts separated and fell on the stage. Chapter 1163. Hee. I knew your body was weak. I killed you with one strike. I don't believe your body can block an attack with 30% of my celestial power. As expected, Luminous Demon Palace's Son of Light Demon was not outstanding when it came to body tempering. His physical body was extremely weak, so he could not block Lin Fei's sharp sword at all and was killed. Speaking of which, Luminous Devil Son was unlucky. He was good at controlling demon puppets, but his body cultivation was average. The demon puppet formation was very strong, and he met Lin Fei who could see through it. 8,500 Great Tao Crystals are in hand. Including my own, I have 91 million Great Tao Crystals. Lin Fei chuckled, and then he heard an exciting voice. Challenge successful. Reward: 10 million Great Tao Crystals. A pile of Great Tao Crystals flew out of the void. Damn! What a grand spectacle! After killing the Son of Light Devil, my Great Tao Crystals have increased from 6 million to about 100 million. I'm not far from 300 million. A few more rounds and I'll be able to enter the third stage. He kept it. All the Great Tao Crystals were put away. The demon puppets are very strong. Let's talk after we keep them. After losing control, the demon puppets stood still. Lin Fei smiled and kept the good stuff. Luminous Devil Son is actually dead. In a senfu. At this time, there were a few young people surrounding them. Not far from them, there was a light screen that played the battle just now, as well as the sharp and domineering strike. In the senfu, as long as one paid a Great Tao Crystal, they could watch any battle. How is this possible? That kid is only at the Celestial King realm, but his combat strength is so strong. He killed Luminous Devil Son with one strike. Luminous Devil Son is one of the geniuses of Myriad Devil Hall, and his formation is exquisite and unique. If I encountered him, I would not be able to break it so easily. That kid pretended to be weak and pretended to be injured to fool his opponent. That's why he was killed with one strike. The young people were young and aggressive, and they did not believe the result. They were all people from the same world. The Myriad Demon Palace was a major faction. This is the fate that Son of Light Devil deserves. He can't blame anyone else for this. Who told him to have such a weak mortal body? He relied on the puppet array to think that he was infallible. If he had gone to cultivate a body refinement technique, he wouldn't have ended up like this. He was killed by a single sword strike. It's good that he died today. If he doesn't die today, he will die at the hands of others in the future. Everyone frowned and sighed. That brat sword is not ordinary. It was caught off guard. Even if it was me, I wouldn't feel good if I were to encounter it. I didn't expect there to be a great god hidden among the geniuses. Interesting. We already know his trump card. Next time, we won't have such a good opportunity to kill him with a single sword strike. The leader of the Myriad Devil Hall will definitely go crazy. A fellow from a small world killed the genius that the Myriad Devil Hall nurtured with a single sword strike. This will be interesting. Junior brother, you used that sword well. A sword from beyond the heavens. Like an antelope hanging by its horns. Untraceable. Lin Fei exited the light beam and returned to Senfu. For now, Senfu was the safest place. Saint 33 had also watched the battle. He had to admit that Son of Light Devil was very powerful. The undying and indestructible demonic puppet formation retained the battle strength of his previous life. Anyone who encountered him would have a headache. Junior brother Lin Fei killed his opponent with a single sword strike. Amazing! Senior brother, you flatter me. That fellow's physical body is too weak. His weakness is too obvious. That's why I could kill him with a single sword strike. If his physical body was slightly stronger, my sword strike would at most injure him and not kill him. That's true. However, it's good that you won. In the life and death arena, death was death. There was no meaning to it. Thinking back to that scene, Lin Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. If he didn't have the true self-world annihilation sword, it would have been very difficult to kill his opponent with a single sword strike. There was only one chance. It was really not easy to deal with. Boom! Boom! A large dark cloud floated above the immortal abode and turned into a stream of light. It crashed into the immortal abode and stirred up ripples. Brat, get out here for this old man. This old man is going to kill you. A huge face appeared on the roiling dark clouds. It was covered in wrinkles, and its eyes were large and filled with killing intent as it stared at Lin Fei, who was in the immortal palace. Not good. This person is very strong. He is at least a half-step immortal emperor. These dark clouds are his Tao. Saint 33's expression changed. This person was stronger than him. Lin Fei looked over and revealed a cold smile. Kill the young and come out the old. Your Myriad Devil Palace is really shameless. There was no need to guess. Lin Fei knew where this person came from. Other than the people of Myriad Devil Palace, there was no one else. No one would attack him in such a threatening manner. You have good eyesight. You killed people of Myriad Devil Palace and still dare to boast shamelessly. This old man is very angry. A mere person from a small world dares to kill people of Myriad Devil Palace. This old man will definitely kill you. Even the force behind you will be buried with you. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Old thing, if you are not skilled enough, then don't come out. You deserve to die. If you have the ability, then kill your way in and kill me. If you don't have the ability, then don't waste your breath. Scram to the side and avoid embarrassing yourself. Courting death. Dark clouds surged. A heaven-defying mystic art bombarded Senfu, causing one scalp to go numb. An attack from a half-step immortal emperor. Who allowed you to act recklessly? In the sky above the dojo, a huge palm with glossy luster pressed down on the roiling dark clouds. The huge face changed and endless fear flashed in its eyes. Senior, I know my mistake. It's that brat, Rumble. The dark clouds dispersed and the sky above Senfu returned to normal. He dared to cause trouble in the dojo. He doesn't know how to spell the word death. Lin Fei rubbed his chin. I wonder if the eternal immortal emperor killed that guy just now. If he did, then I won't have to worry about him again. Lin Fei was very bold now. If he had killed someone, then so be it. There was nothing to worry about. This old man is clearly much more powerful than Son of Light Devil. He is a powerful half-step immortal emperor. When I have the chance, I must kill this old thing, lest he goes to the great metropolis world to do bad things. While I have time, I'll refine the demonic puppet first. It's a good thing to use to trap people. Immortal and indestructible. After exchanging a few words with Saint 33, Lin Fei ran back into seclusion. in yet another immortal abode. A silver-haired old man sitting cross-legged in the immortal palace spat out several mouthfuls of blood. When he opened his eyes, a fierce look flashed across them, as well as a hidden fear in the depths of his pupils. The power of a projection left behind by the eternal immortal emperor is so terrifying. I am already a half-step immortal emperor and have cultivated 50% of the great Tao. I thought I could block an attack from a projection of the eternal immortal emperor, but I was killed by a single palm strike. It's all that brat's fault. He is indeed sinister and cunning. Son of Light Devil was heavily cultivated by the sect. He wanted to compete with the geniuses in the inheritance ground. Now that Son of Light Devil is dead, we have to count on the others. Chapter 1164. The life and death battles on the 9th day were terrifying and shocking. One by one, the prodigies went all out. In just one day, countless experts and geniuses from all walks of life fell, becoming stepping stones for their fame. Those who died were naturally worthless. Those who survived became the topic of everyone's discussion. Which prodigy appeared in that arena? Which one pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger? Which prodigy was killed became the topic of everyone's discussion. The most talked about was the ultimate prodigy. The battles on the 9th day were very cruel and intense. After each battle, the amount of Tao crystals was over 100 million. Could be said that winning one battle was equivalent to taking a step forward. After winning 3 battles in a row, one would be qualified to enter the 3rd stage. Done! On the 2nd day he came out. Lin Fei had mastered hundreds of puppets. He had mastered the art of refining treasures and easily refined the demonic puppets. With this puppet grand formation, every single one of them is a supreme expert at the immortal emperor realm, and their fleshly bodies are indestructible. It's just nice to be used to trap others. At that time, I'll surely be able to instantly kill them with a single strike of my sword. Mastering the demonic puppets in one night wasn't something ordinary people could do. Facing the next battle, Lin Fei was even more confident. The 10th day, it was another bloody battle. After the 9th day, hundreds of thousands of immortals had died in one day. It was very tragic. Plus, today was the 10th day. One could imagine how tragic it was. Standing in the Senfu, Lin Fei licked his lips and welcomed the beam of light. I wonder which expert I will meet today. He put in all his belongings. 100 million Tao crystals. Lin Fei didn't use them to buy immortal pills. Up until now, Lin Fei didn't know how many more days he had to go. He had to save up enough Tao crystals. As for other things, he could ignore them for now. He didn't want to be accidentally eliminated. Whoosh! The beam of light wrapped around Lin Fei and rushed into the life and death arena. Rustle, rustle. What a strong concept of wind. The moment Lin Fei landed on the arena of life and death, azure wind sabers filled the air and fluttered about, covering the entire arena of life and death. Lin Fei stood in the center of the wind sabers. It's him. He's dressed in green. The guy who's known for his speed. He recognized it. I know you. You killed Myriad Devil Palace's Son of Light Devil. The green-clothed young man said to Lin Fei, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Sakya. At least you'll know who killed you. I watched your battle yesterday, and your last sword strike was amazing. Light Devil dying at your hands is not an injustice." After yesterday's battle, Lin Fei was very clear that a sword with 30% immortal force would definitely attract attention. After all, that brat from the 10,000 Devil Palace had a strong background. It was only natural that he would attract attention. Hee. I didn't think I would become famous. Lin Fei chuckled and said, "Since you know my name, then let's have a good fight. I heard that you're very awesome in the Tao of Wind. Let me experience it." Whoosh! Lin Fei flicked his finger and shot out several saber lights. He could already comprehend saber intent as he pleased. With this move, over 100 saber lights arrived one after another, charging forward in an extremely domineering manner. "You're courageous to take the initiative to attack." The azure wind sabers gathered together and shot towards the incoming saber lights. The two clashed and shattered in the void. More wind sabers instantly reached 5 times the speed of sound. Break! Lin Fei had 3 heads and 6 arms. His head turned and punched towards the sky full of wind sabers. Bang bang bang. A large number of wind sabers shattered. Kill! Lin Fei took a step forward. This was an emperor-level divine ability. His 2 arms slammed forward, breaking open a path and arriving in front of the other party. His 6 arms were like 6 beams of light as they fiercely slammed towards the other party. One time the speed of light is too slow. The astonishing attack had missed. Emperor tier sacred art, so close yet worlds apart, could reach 1 time the speed of light. The speed of light was a speed that only an immortal emperor could achieve. It surpassed the limit of sound. Sakya stood on the other side and smiled calmly. 1 times the speed of light. It's not bad to use it to kill people, especially in a sudden attack. The success rate is at least 80%. It's a pity that you met me. Damn. I'll believe you. Lin Fei moved again, activating his Emperor tier sacred art. 3 heads and 6 arms, continuously slamming towards his opponent. In the life and death arena, there were loud booms. If not for the eternal immortal emperor's great sacred art, the life and death arena would have been destroyed long ago. Damn. This Sakya can dodge dozens of my attacks. Lin Fei missed again. He realized that his speed was indeed inferior to his opponent. Sakya's speed was at least 3 to 4 times the speed of light, and he could not be defeated by his speed. Lin Fei had expected this situation. In any battle, one could not look at the geniuses with ordinary eyes. Otherwise, one would not even know how they died, let alone kill them in the arena. Haha! Now it's my turn. Whoosh! Faster than the speed of sound. Sakya appeared in front of Lin Fei. His 5 fingers clawed out, and a wind blade slashed out, landing on Lin Fei's body. His flesh and blood were mangled, and he was thrown to the edge of the arena. Cough! Lin Fei vomited blood. Not bad. You can block one of my attacks. Sakya moved again. Whoosh 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 on the arena. Only a green figure was left. The figure was sometimes in front, sometimes behind, and sometimes on the left. It was elusive and untraceable. Bam bam bam. He was too fast. Lin Fei put up a defense, but still could not block his opponent's attacks. In a short while, his entire body was covered in wounds. And this was thanks to his strong physical body. This guy is not only fast, but his strength is no less than mine. Each of his wind blades contains at least 650 billion dragon divine power. Coupled with his speed that surpasses the speed of sound, he's a terrifying genius. This kid is dead meat. He's up against Sakya. His speed has reached 4 times the speed of light. No one can defend against his killer move. He's lucky to be able to kill Son of Light Devil. It's impossible to kill Sakya. Many people were paying attention to this battle. Sakya's reputation was not small. The heaven-defying geniuses did not dare to underestimate him. It was easy to defeat someone who was not at the immortal emperor realm and had mastered the speed of light, but it was impossible to kill him. Rumor had it that Sakya had the legendary wind constitution and was born with speed. Even without Skywave and Shenzong, this kid will die in Sakya's hands. I have to say, Sakya is very strong. Even if I were to take action myself, it would be very difficult to kill Sakya. In the Senfu, an old man's eyes were cold as he locked onto someone. In another Senfu, demonic flames surged like waves, drowning the entire Senfu. It's a pity that I can't kill Lin Fei with my own hands. The man in black shook his head. Chapter 1165. Hua hua hua. The continuous attacks drowned Lin Fei within. The green figure moved back and forth without a trace. Sakya, a genius, relied on his incredible speed, the speed of light that only an immortal emperor could have, to stand above everyone else. To be able to last for so long, your physical body is very strong. The green figure stopped. The surrounding wind blades continued to attack Lin Fei, not stopping at all. The wind was Sakya's best partner. With a thought, the wind blew, and the blade light shot out, boundless. This was the beginning of mastering a part of the Tao. If I, Sakya, want to kill someone, no one can escape. You are no exception. The attack just now was just an appetizer. Sakya stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The hundreds of wind blades merged into one and turned into a green whip. He controlled 10 similar green whips, and each of them contained a terrifying might. Divine ability, destruction of wind and cloud. Shio shio shio. The 10 green whips shattered the void, shaking the life and death arena. Bang bang bang. Wherever the whips passed, everything was destroyed. The power that Lin Fei sent out was destroyed by the 10 whips. This is his true power. It has at least reached 1 trillion dragon divine power. He wants to kill me on the stage. With just a thought, the 10 whips, like the light wind, wrapped around his body. This was the ultimate control of power. Between hardness and softness, great mastery of power. The 10 whips wrapped around him, releasing surging power, madly strangling Lin Fei, rendering him immobile. Ka 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 ka. His crystalline bones, feeling threatened, let out a sound. Lin Fei would not resign himself to fate. At the crucial moment, his power began to explode. Explode! With a boom, Lin Fei's aura soared into the sky, a huge aura billowing like smoke. 10 times explosion. The terrifying divine power shattered the whips that wrapped around him, one by one. The whips that flew into the air continued to shatter, and the 10 whips shattered one after another. Divine power storm. With Lin Fei as the center, a storm of divine power was set off. A 10-fold increase in divine power transformed into a hurricane that enveloped the arena. Sakya's wind blades shattered, unable to block the attack of the divine power storm. They were destroyed in the storm one after another. Kill! The moment the God Power Storm appeared, Lin Fei seized the opportunity. With the True Self World Annihilation Sword in his hand, he raised the sword and slashed over. You hid your strength and used a secret technique to increase your strength. You really didn't disappoint me. In the face of Lin Fei's sudden outburst, Sakya laughed. Wind shield. The wind shield appeared in front of him. Lin Fei's sword arrived and slashed at the wind shield, causing it to explode on the spot. The next wind shield appeared again, and the cycle repeated itself, continuously blocking in front of Lin Fei and dissipating the sword might. This sword of yours is very powerful, but it's a pity that it can't kill me. Instead, it consumes a large amount of your celestial power. I wonder how many more times you can use it. After smashing hundreds of thousands of wind shields, Sakya raised his hand and blasted out a punch, causing the terrifying sword to explode. If this is your last attack, then you can accept your fate. A green long sword suddenly appeared in Sakya's hand. Once this green long sword appeared, the might of heaven roared. It was actually a heaven's might immortal sword, containing the might of heaven. Die! Sakya simply slashed with his sword. A green dragon roared and swayed as it attacked. This is the might of heaven. In an instant, a terrifying aura shrouded Lin Fei. That was a powerful and heaven-defying aura. Lin Fei felt like he was facing an undefeatable giant. This giant had not even made a move, but its aura alone could kill him 10,000 times. In front of this giant, he was as insignificant as an ant. There was no way he could defeat this giant. Am I really going to die? In front of this aura, Lin Fei realized that he could not use all of his combat strength to fight against it. All of his strength was suppressed. The aura of death shrouded Lin Fei's body. You can be proud that you are worthy of me using the heaven's might immortal sword. Sakya stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the dying Lin Fei. This was because Lin Fei had given him a big surprise. Lin Fei's realm was not high, but his combat strength was quite terrifying, especially his tyrannical physical body. Sakya could not completely destroy it, so he used the heaven's might immortal sword. In front of the might of heaven, no matter how tyrannical a physical body was, it would still be torn apart and completely shattered. No one could survive in front of the might of heaven. Heaven's way, the strongest existence. If I give this guy a few hundred years, I might not be his opponent. It will be even more difficult to kill him. Sakya thought to himself. This was a potential stock, but it was a pity that he was going to die in his hands. Sakya was very proud of killing such a guy with such potential. Lin Fei was an existence that would not be inferior to him in the future. The green dragon roared and destroyed the divine force runes. It opened its mouth and its ferocious eyes released a murderous intent. Bam bam bam, Lin Fei's strong physical body shattered inch by inch. After it shattered, it was enveloped by a force that could not be recovered. This was the most terrible thing. At this realm, with the support of endless celestial force, it was impossible for the physical body not to recover. This was the reason why the physical body was so strong. When the physical body collapsed, there was no chance of resurrection. This is the might of heaven affecting my physical body. Lin Fei activated his celestial force and tried to tear apart the power of the divine force, but it did not work. Whether it was celestial force or divine force, they could not break through the power of the divine force. The aura of death was getting closer. Lin Fei felt as if he could see death approaching. Without a strong physical body, facing the sword of the heavens' might immortal sword, he had no confidence that he could block it and not die. Until now, Lin Fei had ignored the horror of this world's heaven's way and the terrifying combat strength of the geniuses. Compared to them, he was still far behind. Bam bam bam, the might of the sword was still wreaking havoc. More than half of Lin Fei's body was completely destroyed and could no longer be recovered. The aura of death was getting heavier. The azure dragon roared and opened its mouth to bite down. I am not willing. Why does the heaven's way have to suppress me? As long as I, Lin Fei, survive sooner or later, I will get rid of this damned heaven's way. I will become an existence that surpasses the heaven's way. The might of the heaven's way was too terrifying. Even if Lin Fei's combat strength was terrifying, facing the might of the heaven's way, his combat strength was infinitely suppressed. Buzz buzz, the true self-world annihilation sword, which had been motionless, suddenly moved. It moved on its own. Lin Fei also discovered that in the depths of the sea of consciousness, the constantly rotating golden liquid suddenly exploded with a tyrannical power. In the unseen world, a supreme power was added to the sword. The true self-world annihilation sword exploded with a heaven-defying might. Jingguang shone. Fear appeared in the depths of the azure dragon's eyes, and it had the intention to retreat. The sword from the heavens slashed down, and the azure dragon collapsed. The might of the heaven's way on Lin Fei seemed to have weakened. Open for me. Rumble. Lin Fei activated the dragon divine power, and his aura gradually increased, breaking through the seal in one fell swoop. His immortal force circulated, and his physical body recovered. He reached out, and the true self-world annihilation sword landed in his hand. Go to hell! The terrifying sword turned into a beam of golden light. In the midst of the golden light, there was an illusory existence that couldn't be seen clearly. He blocked it, he blocked it. Sakya's expression suddenly changed. This heaven's might immortal sword contained 20% of the heaven's might. It was purchased at a huge price, and its power was unimaginable. He never used this sword unless it was an important moment. Now someone blocked it. The other party's body exploded with a terrifying aura, and a sword broke his killer move. Do you think a sword strike before death can kill me? That's impossible. Sakya had seen many big scenes, and he did not think that Lin Fei had a chance to turn things around. He activated the heaven's might immortal sword again, and in one breath, he slashed out 100 times, and 100 azure dragons roared. After these 100 strikes, Sakya was panting, and his face was slightly pale. The golden light was like a flowing light, and it was not suppressed by the heavenly Tao. It rushed through the azure dragons, and they exploded one after another. In less than a breath's time, the sword broke through all the attacks. Armor, come. The endless power of wind turned into a green immortal armor. Immortal patterns flickered, and its quality was extraordinary. This is the heaven's might immortal armor. Let's see how you kill me. The wind shield blocked in front of him again. Sakya was very clear that if he blocked this sword, Lin Fei would no longer have a chance, and he would die without a doubt. But as the light approached, the terrifying aura caused Sakya's expression to change again. That was an arrogant, lawless power that was even stronger than the heavenly Tao's pressure. Sakya finally felt endless danger looming over him. Impossible, this is clearly a killer move that only an immortal emperor can release. How can he use it? Could he be a reincarnated immortal emperor? Bang, bang, bang. The golden sword pierced through the windshield, causing the windshield to explode and shatter into pieces. This tyrannical sword slammed into the immortal armor. Immortal runes filled the sky, blocking this sword, making it hard for the armor to advance even an inch. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me. This is the Heaven's Might immortal armor, and it contains the heavenly Tao's defense. In the depths of Sakya's eyes, he let go of his fear. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Jingguang's long sword union erupted with heaven-defying might. The sword pierced through the immortal armor and passed through Sakya's body, leaving a bloody hole. I won't die. I am a proud son of heaven. I have not yet become an immortal emperor, but I have already mastered 4 times the speed of light. When I become an immortal emperor, I will at least be able to master 10 times the speed of light. I will have a place among the immortal emperors, and my name will be known throughout the world. Moreover, I was born with the wind immortal physique. My future is not here, but in crack, 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 crack. Cracks appeared on Sakya's face. The cracks continued to spread downwards, covering his entire body. A gust of wind blew, and the cracks shattered. Sakya turned into pieces on the ground. A powerful son of heaven of a generation had died just like that. Cough, cough, Lin Fei spat out blood. After using this powerful sword, he found that all his immortal power had been used up. His whole body showed signs of exhaustion. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, the golden liquid had decreased by 1 drop. Is that the power of the great Tao? At the crucial moment, what saved him was the golden liquid of the great Tao. The true self world-destroying sword returned to Lin Fei's hand. He used his divine sense to check it, and just like before, the golden liquid was gone. Congratulations, challenger. The challenge is successful. The reward is 30 million great Tao crystals. Chapter 1166. Phew. I've passed another round and killed a powerful genius. I've also found a way to fully activate the true self world-destroying sword. Lin Fei panted heavily as he revealed a smile. He had gained a lot from this battle. The powerful Sakya, who possessed heaven-defying speed, had still died at his hands in the end. In this battle, Lin Fei had witnessed the power of powerful geniuses. The light devil son was very strong. After all, he had a weakness. As long as he found a way, he could kill him in 1 strike. Sakya was different. He was countless times stronger than the light devil son. Even 100 light devil sons would not be a match for Sakya. After fighting for half a month, the result would still be the same. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief and checked Sakya's great Tao crystals. After a look, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. 300 million great Tao crystals. I'm rich. After entering, Lin Fei did not check. He was attracted by the other's aura. Now that he looked, he was shocked. Powerful geniuses were not simple. 300 million great Tao crystals was a terrifying number. I now have the right to enter the 3rd round. Ha ha ha. After a short shock, Lin Fei laughed. The great Tao crystals on him had soared from 100 million to 450 million. He had the right to enter the 3rd round. Damn, that kid didn't die and killed Sakya instead. What kind of joke is this? This is unrealistic. In a senfu, a certain old man's face was as black as coal under the ground. He shot up and stared at the sky in the void. His eyes widened to the point where they were about to pop out of their sockets. Damn it! How can this be? The Sky Devil Emperor paced back and forth, staring at the screen. He had thought that Lin Fei would die without a doubt against Sakya. Even 10 Lin Fei would die. He felt that he could finally vent his anger. This cruel scene was no less than a slap to his face. The final sword strike clearly contained the aura of a supreme grand Tao. It's utterly impossible for a little immortal king like him to execute a sword move of such a level. Could it be that divinity is causing trouble? I can't let Lin Fei continue to grow. Even Sakya, who can move at 4 times the speed of light, isn't a match for him. I have to kill him. I have to find a chance to get rid of this brat completely to prevent any future troubles. It would be best if I can snatch the physical body cultivation technique and the mysterious divinity. Sakya is dead, in yet another immortal abode. A white-robed young man hugged a long sword and looked calm. A hint of regret flashed in his eyes. I heard that Sakya can reach 5 times the speed of light if he goes all out. I wanted to spar with him to see if his speed or my sword is faster. Sai, I didn't expect. Brother Feng, you should be interested in that kid now, right? What do you think of the last sword? Not far away, a young man dressed in beast skin asked with a smile. It was a very powerful sword strike that contained the aura of a Grand Dao. Moreover, it was an overbearing Grand Dao that carried an aura above the Grand Dao. That young man hid his strength well. If he doesn't die in the inheritance ground, he will definitely become a heaven-defying celestial emperor in the future. The young man in beast skin was shocked. He understood what Feng Yunxiong meant. No one knew Feng Yunxiong's character better than him. He was a man of his word. Since he dared to say such words, it meant that he had the ability to do so. Another heaven-defying genius. The inheritance ground will be interesting. Otherwise, there won't be many competitors. Ha 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 ha. The white-robed Feng Yunxiong laughed. Brother Long, what you said is true. If there's a chance, you must spar with him. Really? That kid's cultivation level isn't high. Let's wait for another 100 years. Long Jingtian shook his head. Otherwise, this spar of yours is a bit of a bully. That genius just now was killed by you in 3 moves. Ha 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 ha. Back in Senfu, Lin Fei was still immersed in the battle. It's a pity that I can't take out the Heaven's Might Celestial Sword and the Heaven's Might Celestial Armor. What a pity. Those are good items. Everyone would be jealous of them. What a tycoon. 2 treasures that contained Heaven's Might. Their value could be easily imagined. For Sakya to have 2 peerless treasures, he must have a powerful background. Now that he was dead, he could only take it 1 step at a time. It's more important for me to increase my strength. After the battle with Sakya, Lin Fei had learned something. He needed to go into seclusion. He had met the requirements of the 3rd stage. It was fine if he didn't participate. After chatting with Saint 33, he went into seclusion. During this time, he took out 100 million Great Dao crystals and exchanged them for a large number of peerless immortal pills to increase his body of true self and godly power. Crackle, boom boom boom. In the immortal palace of Senfu, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Sometimes, a violent aura swept through the immortal palace. Sometimes, flames burned the void. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared. It was earth-shattering. If someone saw it, they would be shocked. His physical body could withstand the power of all kinds of peerless immortal bodies. It was unbelievable. It was like a dream. After all, every peerless immortal body was exceptionally domineering. It was not something a mere immortal body could withstand. It was not a joke to explode and die. This state persisted for a long time without end. Return. No one knew how much time had passed. The person sitting cross-legged shouted. All kinds of strange phenomena returned to his body. The immortal palace regained its calm. A certain person opened his eyes, and with a flash of light, the space in front of him was shattered. The might of the immortal body was displayed to its fullest, but when it returned to his eyes, everything returned to normal. He then stood up, and a series of ka-ka-ka-ka sounds rang out. So good. So comfortable. Lin Fei shook his head. The 100 million Great Dao crystals were not spent in vain. With the miraculous effects of the peerless immortal pills, his body of true self had taken an important step forward. Compared to the battle with Sakya, his defense was stronger. My current Dragon Divine Power has reached 1 trillion Dragon Divine Power after the completion of several peerless immortal bodies. It has improved by leaps and bounds. I can throw out 10,000 punches in 1 breath without losing any power. There was no one else who could have such a monstrous improvement. This is still not enough. Lin Fei shook his head. He was still not satisfied. In the battle with Sakya, His opponent's divine power was terrifying. The most terrifying thing was his speed. He was not at the immortal emperor realm. He had grasped the speed of light and could kill with a single thought. System. Is the simulation space loading complete? Lin Fei opened the upgrade system. After the last update, many system functions were added. Simulating a battle was one of the most important functions after the upgrade. He did not usually use it. Ding! Loading complete. Simulating a battle. Lin Fei squinted. Activate the battle simulation immediately. This matter was very important. Whether it succeeded or not would be crucial to the next stage. A beam of light shot over and pulled Lin Fei into a world. In the void around him, an arena appeared. Following that, a green figure appeared. It was Sakya, who had been killed. Wind blades fluttered around him like the wind. The aura is exactly the same. I hope I can make a breakthrough with him. Lin Fei pulled out his sword and stabbed out. It turned into a beam of light and moved at 7 times the speed of sound. After grasping the concept of wind, one's speed was already fast. 7 times the speed of sound was indeed very easy. Sakya casually stabbed out with his sword and hit Lin Fei's forehead. Fresh blood splattered and he fell. Just based on speed, I am not as good as Sakya. This person is really amazing. After falling, Lin Fei reappeared. This is just the beginning. No matter what, I have to increase my speed and make it my trump card. That's right. Lin Fei wanted to break through his speed limit. Sakya was the best training target. 80th failure. 240th failure. 806th failure. On the narrow life and death arena, Lin Fei threw everything to the back of his mind and focused on increasing his speed. With the upgrade system, his understanding of this was much faster. After 1,000,000 failures, Lin Fei increased his speed to 8 times the speed of sound. After 30 million failures, his speed reached 9 times the speed of sound. Every time Sakya made a move, the system would analyze everything and feed it back to Lin Fei. Invisibly, Lin Fei had improved. This kind of true understanding was very rare. The longer Lin Fei and Sakya fought, the more the system could analyze. In the eyes of outsiders, extreme speed was no longer something that was difficult to break. 10 times the speed of sound. 11 times the speed of sound. 20 times the speed of sound. In the eyes of others, it was impossible to break through the speed limit. At this moment, in Lin Fei's eyes, it was completely the same thing. After a comprehensive analysis, his understanding deepened. It was as easy as drinking water. Could be said to be irresistible. 90 times the speed of sound. 95 times the speed of sound. 100 times the speed of sound. At this moment, he had reached the limit of his speed. 100 times the speed of sound. This was a speed that ordinary people could not achieve. Usually, the body could not withstand 100 times the speed of sound. Most people use treasures to achieve 100 times the speed of sound. Lin Fei did it with his body. A big freak. With Sakya's speed, he could not defeat Lin Fei with one sword. It's still not enough. After 100 times the speed of sound, his understanding of the Tao of Wind took a big step forward. Lin Fei was not satisfied with 100 times the speed of sound, even though 100 times the speed of sound was not inferior to the speed of light. After 100 times the speed of sound, his speed would enter a whole new realm. Breaking through the speed of sound to the speed of light was a threshold, a limit. It could not be broken through just because one wanted to. It required a certain amount of fate. It's still not enough. After a long time, Lin Fei stopped and shook his head, feeling very unwilling. It was too difficult to break through the speed of sound to the speed of light. No matter how the system analyzed, it could not be broken through. Just a little bit more. Lin Fei was very clear. Although this last point was not something that could be improved through the system. Perhaps it required a certain amount of fate. Once the fate arrived, 100 times the speed of sound would be able to break through to the speed of light. I wonder how many times the speed of light is at 100 times the speed of sound now. I am really looking forward to it. Although he had not broken through to the speed of light, his understanding of the Tao of Wind was very deep. With a thought, strong winds howled behind him, and the green wind blades made a swooshing sound. If Sakya was not dead, he would definitely give up the thought of fighting after seeing this scene. There was no way to compare. Lin Fei was a huge freak. He had mastered 100 times the speed of sound, which was comparable to a top-grade flying treasure. Chapter 1167. Lin Fei came out of Senfu. Saint 33, who had been worried, could finally heave a sigh of relief. "You're finally out. I thought something had happened." After receiving the news, Saint 33 rushed to Lin Fei's Senfu immediately. He was completely relieved when he realized that nothing had changed. It was good that he came out safely. Saint 33 was worried that something had happened to Lin Fei. Every Senfu on the Eternal Dojo had the prestige of Senfu. Other than the people who lived there, no one else could enter. If something bad had happened, Saint 33 couldn't help much even though he wanted to. "I'm sorry. I've made you worry." Saint 33 waved his hand. It was good that Lin Fei came out. Everything else didn't matter. The two of them didn't talk too much about this. Lin Fei took the initiative to ask about the recent situation. After being in seclusion for a few days, the outside world must not be peaceful. He knew that Sakya wasn't an ordinary genius. "Senior brother, what happened outside when I wasn't around?" Actually, Saint 33 had to say it even if he didn't. At this stage, junior brother Lin Fei had become the hope of the Academy's future emperor in his eyes. "You're famous." When he said this, Saint 33 was smiling. Lin Fei touched his chin and pondered. "It should be because I killed Sakya." Yes, Sakya was an elite among the geniuses. He grasped the speed of light and had the upper hand. In the end, you reversed the situation on the arena and smashed him into pieces with a sword. "Everyone knows your name." Saint 33 was all smiles when he mentioned this. The great metropolis world was just a small world among the many worlds. The Holy Heaven Academy was even more insignificant. Ever since he killed Sakya, Lin Fei had never been famous. He became an extremely powerful genius and couldn't be underestimated. What else? After killing Sakya, he could no longer hide himself. Lin Fei was very clear. Because Sakya was not an ordinary person. Saint 33 sighed. "The people behind Sakya have spread the rumor that whoever kills you will receive a great reward from them. This means that junior brother has offended another powerful force. Also, the other geniuses are filled with hostility toward you. They want nothing more than to fight you for 300 rounds. Did I steal their limelight?" Lin Fei laughed. "I guess so." Lin Fei was prepared for such a situation. After reaching 100 times the speed of sound, the ordinary geniuses in the eyes of everyone no longer cared about them. Killing them was as easy as flipping one's hand. "Don't mention it. Talk about something else." Lin Fei didn't mind that he had offended a force. Saint 33's expression changed, and he said, "When you weren't here, some heaven-defying geniuses surged out from the life and death arena. They swept through the geniuses of the same generation with a single move. You must take a look at some of these geniuses. They are extremely heaven-defying." This was what Lin Fei was concerned about. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Saint 33 was very satisfied. He didn't see any arrogance or condescension on junior brother Lin Fei's face. He knew what he was facing. After killing a powerful heaven's favorite like Sakya, many people would become conceited and think that they were invincible. In that case, congratulations, you are not far from being killed by others. Then let me tell you about those heaven-defying geniuses that appeared when you weren't here. Saint 33 solemnly said, "When I meet some heaven-defying geniuses, I have to go all out. Otherwise, I might die." Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. "So strong?" "Yes, very strong. Very strong. Sweeping through those of the same level is not a problem." Then he had to listen to it. "Do you see this guy in white? He is called Feng Yun Xiong Ba, a genius in the sword Dao. He has shocking comprehension and kills with one sword. No flaws can be hidden from his eyes." After paying a price, he checked Feng Yun Xiong Ba's recent battles. In the sky, Feng Yun and Xiong Ba were fighting against a genius. That genius relied on his powerful physical body to push his way through in an insolent and tyrannical manner. His opponent stabbed out with his sword and pierced through the space between his eyebrows, killing his Yuan Shun. Very strong. Lin Fei was very serious. He had never seen such an expert with a sword. One sword killed a mighty existence whose strength was comparable to a half-step immortal emperor. This is Long Jingtian. He is not from the great divine dragon world. He is very crazy and violent. Through the sky, Lin Fei could see that this Long Jingtian was filled with a violent aura. Clearly, he was a god force expert. The moment he attacked, the weather changed. He had the upper hand in close combat. He didn't need any mystiques, just his god force. Long Jingtian's god force is at least 1 billion dragons in each punch. He can maintain his god force. Once he gets close, he will die for sure. Saint 33 said. That's Qin Luanhui, a heavens chosen from the heaven-devouring Python clan. Back in the day, the heaven-devouring Python clan produced a god-ranked expert who devoured an entire planet in one gulp. Even the gods revered him. This Qin Luanhui has unlocked the power of his bloodline and mastered the most powerful divine ability. He's regaining the glory of his ancestors' past. In every battle, he'll eat people on the spot. Every time he eats a heaven's chosen, he'll be able to grasp their divine ability. Do you recognize this person? He's the mysterious war sky. His killing technique is extremely simple. He takes out a heavenly drum, and once it's out, it's capable of killing people. I suspect that this heavenly drum is an emperor divine weapon. Saint 33 described all the heaven-defying geniuses, afraid that he would miss any one of them. Any heaven-defying prodigy could pose a threat to Lin Fei. He had to be on guard. Lin Fei listened attentively. The terror of heaven-defying geniuses was truly beyond imagination. Those who had been defeated by him, Ocean Surge and the Amorous Prince, had their battle prowess improved by leaps and bounds. All of them were on the list. Right, you have to be careful. Those immortal and demonic emperor avatars are no weaker than heaven-defying geniuses. Saint 33 reminded again. Heaven-defying geniuses were far less terrifying than immortal emperor avatars. The trump cards of immortal emperors and demonic emperors were not something they could guess. Without reaching the immortal emperor level, one would never know the might of an immortal emperor. Senior brother is right. None of these heaven-defying geniuses are easy to deal with. I will be careful. Lin Fei nodded. He would not underestimate these people. Junior brother, do you still want to participate? Tomorrow will be the last day. Lin Fei shook his head. No, I won't risk my life. Saint 33 sighed in relief. In fact, he didn't want Lin Fei to participate. There was no need for such a dangerous battle. He knew that junior brother Lin Fei had gathered 300 million great Tao crystals. The last day, there was no fierce battle like everyone had expected. Only a few people stepped onto the arena. Clearly, everyone realized that there was no need to waste time. Everyone had gathered 300 million great Tao crystals and qualified to enter the next stage. Passing the next stage was the most important thing. Anything else was not important. If anyone was injured, they would lose some of their advantage in the next stage. The last day of battles came to an end as everyone waited expectantly. There had been more than 20 million immortals, but now there were only 2 million left. Every single one of these 2 million immortals was extremely powerful, and they were the cream of the crop amongst tens of millions of immortals. In their own world, they were all powerful, and could call the wind and summon the rain. Congratulations, everyone. After a life and death battle, you've gathered 300 million great Tao crystals and obtained the right to enter the third stage. There are even greater opportunities waiting for you there. And there are even treasures left behind by this emperor. Aren't you excited? This emperor is very happy as well. Who will obtain this emperor's treasures? I'm really looking forward to it. Now, place the 300 million great Tao crystals and enter the third stage. The eternal immortal emperor's projection descended, his voice echoing throughout the eternal retreat. Everyone fell silent. Everyone was excited. Pillars of light appeared in front of everyone. Without hesitation, Everyone took out 300 million great Tao crystals and placed them in the pillars of light. After the pillars of light collected the great Tao crystals, they opened up a black vortex that sucked in the immortals. One scene after another played out in the Senfu. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what the third stage will be like. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with excitement as he rubbed his palms together, eager to get started. The treasures of the second stage had involved the Heaven's Might Immortal Treasure. What about the treasures of the third stage? The Eternal Immortal Emperor had said that there would be treasures in the third stage. For them to be called treasures, they had to be priceless. There would definitely be a bloodbath. After handing over the 300 million great Tao crystals, Lin Fei strode into the black vortex. It felt very distant. A moment passed. Lin Fei felt as if he had experienced darkness. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a dark passageway. It was quiet all around him, and he could not hear a single sound. Is this the third stage? He did not act rashly. He released his divine sense, but when it reached a radius of 10,000 kilometers, it was blocked by a mysterious power. Oh, it's blocked. He tried to break through, but it did not work. Lin Fei realized that this place had restricted his divine sense. He quickly checked his physical body and found that everything was normal. He breathed a sigh of relief. Since I'm here, I believe I will soon find out what the third stage will be like. A long time passed. As Lin Fei prepared to take action, he finally heard the Eternal Immortal Emperor's voice. Welcome, everyone, to my heavenly demon labyrinth. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. When it came to the word labyrinth, this place was no ordinary place. The heavenly demon labyrinth is a little plaything that this emperor casually refined back then. The third stage's test is very simple. This emperor raised 300,000 heavenly demons in the heavenly demon labyrinth back then. Each heavenly demon has a heavenly demon card, and in each heavenly demon card, a treasure will appear, and at the same time, obtain the qualification to enter the fourth stage. Here, this emperor will remind everyone that among the 300,000 heavenly demon cards, only the first 50 cards carry the treasures left behind by this emperor. If you want to obtain the treasures, hunt to your heart's content. Among the 300,000 heavenly demons, there are 10 heavenly demon kings, and they even carry supreme treasures. Resurrect 300,000 heavenly demons. Chapter 1168. Resurrect 300,000 celestial demons. The Eternal Immortal Emperor's voice rang out like a demon's, filled with a mysterious majesty. Roar, 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 roar. The demonic voice echoed through the air above the sky-fiend labyrinth. Everyone's expressions changed as they faced this demonic roar. Something slumbering in their subconscious was awakening from the endless darkness. Demonic power swept through the sky-fiend labyrinth. Everyone was shocked. This was not going to be easy. The demonic voice was filled with terror and terror, pierced straight into their hearts, giving them a sense of danger. Great danger. Faintly, they could feel the danger that had been bestowed upon them. Legend has it that celestial demons are ferocious. They can transform into thousands of forms, and no one can see their true form. Yes, celestial demons are very powerful. The Eternal Immortal Emperor sealed them in the Sky-Fiend Labyrinth. 300,000 celestial demons must be terrifying. Humph, they're just celestial demons. It's not like I haven't killed them before. 300,000 celestial demons. I'll kill the most powerful celestial demon kings, take their celestial demon cards, and obtain supreme treasures. Ha ha ha, I can finally kill them all. Hateful things. They'll all die by my hands. Inside the Sky-Fiend Labyrinth, the geniuses revealed their desire to fight. A challenge was the most interesting. In one of the passageways in the labyrinth, demonic energy roiled around a huge black chrysalis. Black demonic herbs grew around it, and demonic flowers bloomed, swaying in the wind. It was a beautiful sight. Crack, 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 the chrysalis broke. A naked celestial demon walked out of the egg, its eyes shining with a demonic light. It opened its mouth, sucking in all the demonic herbs and flowers. Demonic tattoos appeared all over its body, hideous and terrifying. The celestial demon's body swayed, its blood-red eyes twitching. Heh heh heh. I can smell the sweet scent of human blood. Whoosh, the celestial demon licked its lips and turned into a beam of light, moving at 10 times the speed of sound. Humph, it's just killing a celestial demon. That's child's play. 3 people appeared cautiously in one of the passageways. All 3 of them were dressed in the same way and came from the same place. Elder brother, a middle-aged man on the left said, frowning. The celestial demons are not easy to deal with. They are sinister and cunning, so we have to be careful. The third trial set up by the eternal immortal emperor will not be easy to pass. I've also heard that the sky demons are very powerful. Their bodies are very strong and they are most proficient in close combat. Once we meet them, we have to attack with all our strength and not give them a chance to get close to us. The person on the right had a grave expression. The savagery of the heavenly demons had a long history, so they had to be careful. The gray-robed, middle-aged man in the middle said disapprovingly, "You two are so cowardly. In the second stage, we bought treasures. If a heavenly demon dares to appear, we can take out our treasures and kill the heavenly demon 100 times over. I really hope to run into a heavenly demon soon and let him have a taste of my power." Hearing the gray-robed man's words, the other 2 thought that it made sense. The heavenly demons had been sealed for such a long time. Their strength would not be that strong. Killing a heavenly demon was a piece of cake. Hee. Suddenly, a cold laugh came from the quiet passage. The 3 of them shuddered subconsciously. There's movement. It's the sky demon. The heavenly demon has appeared. Do it! The 3 of them took out their immortal weapons, all of which were top-grade immortal weapons. Without any explanation, they attacked the source of the sound. With the 3 of us attacking, the heavenly demon will not die. The gray-robed man said proudly. Using 3 top-grade immortal weapons, they could kill whatever they came at, let alone a heavenly demon. It was more than enough. The gray-robed man was about to go up to see the situation, when he suddenly realized that his 2 junior brothers were standing still. He turned around and said, "What's wrong with you two? Why aren't you following me? Don't you want the heavenly demon card anymore?" Pooh. 2 heads fell from their bodies, blood spurted out, and they were no longer breathing. Junior brother. The gray-robed man was so scared that his hair stood on end. His 2 junior brothers did not even know how they died, and they did not notice it. He. The gray-robed man looked subconsciously, and immediately, a bloody palm appeared on his chest, and a blood-red heart was beating on the palm. Humans are so weak. A naked heavenly demon came out of the darkness. He. The heavenly demon shook his body and turned into a gray-robed man, and even the aura on his body was exactly the same. Similar scenes kept appearing in the passageway. In the sky above the heavenly demon labyrinth, miserable cries kept coming. "Fairy, the heavenly demon in the passage is cruel and cunning. Why don't we move together and then we can take care of each other?" In the passage, a young man in red walked out. He was elegant and handsome, and he approached a fairy in white not far away. "So it's a senior brother from the famous mountain sect. Thank you very much." The fairy in white's tense nerves quietly relaxed. The senior brother from the famous mountain sect was familiar with the sect, and it was good to take care of each other. As soon as she relaxed, the red figure came, opened his mouth, and bit off the fairy in white's head, revealing a ferocious face. He. Humans are so gullible. This young man in red was not a disciple of the famous mountain sect, but a transformed heavenly demon. Transformation was an innate divine ability of the heavenly demon. 300,000 heavenly demon cards, the chance is not small, but it is a little cruel. Millions of people fighting for one of 300,000 qualifications. In a passage, Lin Fei was walking aimlessly, releasing his divine sense to check the movement. No matter what I have to do now is to find a heavenly demon and obtain the qualification to enter the next stage. 300,000 heavenly demons. My luck is not bad. I will encounter one no matter what. Lin Fei quietly increased his speed, passing through one passage after another. After mastering 100 times the speed of sound, he was like a breeze, and even divine sense could not capture him, because he was too fast. Not this one. Not this one either. Not here either. The heavenly demon labyrinth is really big. I don't believe that I can encounter a heavenly demon. Lin Fei continued to pass through the passage. As long as he encountered someone, he would immediately change direction. From the beginning to the end, he did not encounter anyone. With 100 times the speed of sound, Lin Fei was like an invisible person. Unless he wanted to, no one could see his true body. There's movement. After a long time, Lin Fei felt that there was movement in front of him. At 100 times the speed of sound, he entered a passage. Just as he entered, his nose twitched, and he smelled blood. It was obvious that someone had died. Not far ahead, under the rock wall of the passage, there was a person squatting. It was unknown what he was doing. It has been a long time since I tasted fresh meat. The squatting person muttered to himself. After eating this person, I will be able to transform into him, grasp all his abilities, and catch his senior brothers in one fell swoop. I will eat them all, he. After hearing this, Lin Fei frowned. Heavenly demon? Who? Suddenly, the squatting person reached out and grabbed, rushing to where Lin Fei was. 15 times the speed of sound. This heavenly demon was very confident in his speed. Heavenly demons were born with speed, and with their tyrannical strength they could kill people in a breath. Empty? The confident attack was useless. The heavenly demon was stunned. It was impossible for anyone to dodge his attack. Could it be that he was wrong? There was movement just now, it couldn't have been wrong. You heavenly demons are really a strong race, mastering 15 times the speed of sound. If not for my good speed, I would have been hit. Lin Fei appeared behind the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon turned his head, his face ferocious. Not bad to be able to dodge my sure-kill attack. He attacked again. The heavenly demon punched towards the opponent's chest. Unfortunately, it missed again and still didn't touch the opponent. Impossible. The heavenly demon was dumbfounded. He was prepared to attack. How could he miss? Again. The heavenly demon's demonic energy surged, and his speed increased again, from 15 times the speed of sound to 18 times the speed of sound. Thousands of punches drowned the opponent. These heavenly demons are not ordinary, directly increasing from 15 times the speed of sound to 18 times the speed of sound. The power of this attack has reached a trillion dragon divine power. Anyone who gets close to it will definitely die. 18 times the speed of sound combined with this divine power could defeat many geniuses. After a short contact, Lin Fei realized how terrifying the heavenly demon was. Before he increased his speed, he had to constantly use his emperor-level mystiques to avoid this attack. I'm done playing with you. Lin Fei strolled leisurely, avoiding the sky full of punches, and appeared in front of the heavenly demon. He pointed a finger at the opponent's brow, and divine power surged, crushing the heavenly demon into pieces. And in the face of absolute advantage, the heavenly demon's advantage is non-existent. After the heavenly demon was crushed, his physical body completely collapsed, and a black card fell out. This was the heavenly demon card. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, and the black card landed in his hand. The black card was very heavy, covered in immortal patterns, and one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. I didn't expect to get a heavenly demon card so easily, and obtain the qualification to enter the 4th stage. The heavenly demon was difficult to deal with, but unfortunately, he met Lin Fei, and no matter how good his advantage was, it was useless. I have no interest in this level of heavenly demon card. No matter what, I have to get a heavenly demon card from the heavenly demon king. That would be of great significance. Lin Fei kept the heavenly demon card and did not open it. This kind of heavenly demon card was not worth opening. If it was bound, he would miss a great opportunity. The heavenly demon maze was very big. After mastering 100 times the speed of sound, after killing the first heavenly demon, Lin Fei did not encounter another heavenly demon, as if these heavenly demons had disappeared. Since he could not find the heavenly demon, there was no rush. They would come out sooner or later. Everyone quickly chase. The one who ran was a heavenly demon. He pretended to be an elder of our nether palace. Kill him, and we will get a heavenly demon card. Lin Fei just happened to pass through a passage, and in another passage not far away, a group of people rushed past, as if they were chasing something. Nether Palace. The words just now, without missing a word, fell into Lin Fei's ears. Nether Palace, I did not look for you, but you appeared on your own. Now we can settle old scores. If I don't make you all stay in the heavenly demon maze, I am not Lin Fei. I will first kill you all, then go back and destroy your nether palace, completely removing it from the great metropolis heaven. Chapter 1169. When he was looking for the next heavenly demon, he coincidentally bumped into the people from the nether palace. The opportunity was here. The opportunity to deal with the nether palace. Ever since he ascended to the great metropolis world, Lin Fei couldn't tolerate the existence of the nether palace because they had infiltrated the college and targeted his woman. It was just that he didn't have the chance to make a move. It wasn't the right time. Secondly, he wasn't strong enough, so he had to pay a price to make a move. It wasn't worth it. Once he achieved 100 times the speed of sound, his every move contained 100 times the speed of sound. The fastest, the strongest. Lin Fei had the confidence to say that the nether palace was a colossus and had the strength to deal with it. In the heavenly demon maze, some of the elders from the nether palace entered, including the great elder, Hades Wuhan. The nether palace's strength would be greatly affected by the removal of the elders from the upper echelons. It was inevitable that they would suffer a great blow to their vitality. 15 high-level elders. Lin Fei followed behind and counted the number of people. There were a total of 15 elders from the nether palace. The strength of the nether palace is really strong. There are 15 high-level elders in the third stage. No wonder they can dominate the great metropolis heaven. They are an existence that can stomp their feet in the top 10 forces. That's good too. It doesn't matter if these high-level elders are usually cultivating in seclusion or searching for opportunities outside. Since they dare to appear here, it can only be said that they are unlucky. If we can catch them all in one go, it should be very interesting. Lin Fei smiled. It would be boring if there weren't many people. It's easier to deal with them without the great elder. Lin Fei didn't see the strongest great elder among the 15 elders, so it didn't affect his plan much. A fork appeared in front of them. The people from the nether palace came to the fork and frowned when they saw 7 or 8 passages. What should we do? There are so many forks here. That heavenly demon must have run into one of the passages. Which one should we enter? That cunning heavenly demon has killed many of our people. We can't let it run away. The elders from the nether palace stopped. Everyone, form groups of 2 and enter the forks to chase after the heavenly demon. One of the more authoritative people in the group thought of an idea. No one objected. They agreed to inform the others immediately if they found anything and entered one of the passages in pairs. After a while, everyone went in. I was just worried that I couldn't find a way to kill them. I didn't expect them to split up. Lin Fei's figure appeared at the fork after they disappeared. Damned human. Go to hell. A person emerged from the fork in the road. His demonic aura soared to the sky as he slashed at Lin Fei with a demonic blade. It was fast and ruthless. What a good concealment technique. Deceiving them all. Lin Fei laughed. At 100 times the speed of sound, he appeared in front of the sky demon, dodging the devil saber attack. His 5 fingers clawed out, and a vortex of god force enveloped the sky demon. Speaking of which, this heavenly demon was really unlucky. Originally, he was hunting an elder of the nether palace, but in a moment of complacency, he revealed an opening and was injured. He was in a sorry state, and it wasn't easy for him to shake them off. Just as he was feeling vexed, he saw Lin Fei appear. Adding on to the fact that his cultivation level wasn't high, he naturally treated him as a target to vent his frustrations on. The heavenly demon retreated. Impossible. How can he be so fast? No matter how he dodged, the heavenly demon couldn't avoid it. He could only watch helplessly as the vortex of God force landed on him and shredded his body into pieces. Another heavenly demon card. Lin Fei didn't care much about killing a heavenly demon. The other party's concealment technique was very impressive, and his divine senses couldn't detect it. After killing the heavenly demon, Lin Fei chose the fork on the far left. He used 100 times the speed. In a short while, he caught up with the two high-level elders. Their speed isn't slow, and they can reach 8 times the speed of sound. Unfortunately, they are as fast as ants in my eyes. Swoosh! Lin Fei dashed forward. He instantly closed in on them at 100 times the speed. Slash! A saber radiance slashed across the sky. This slash was too fast. The two elders of the Nether Palace were strong. When the saber radiance landed on them, they finally reacted and spat out mouthfuls of blood. The immortal armor on them dimmed, and they were severely injured. Who is it? Come out! The two elders of the Nether Palace were shocked. They didn't know that someone was approaching them, and they almost died. I wanted to kill you with one slash, but I didn't expect you to be wearing immortal armor. In the darkness, Lin Fei walked out with a smile and appeared in front of them. It's you? Little brat. How dare you sneak attack us? The two elders of the Nether Palace were furious when they saw who it was. Turned out to be Lin Fei, whom they had to kill. That insignificant existence dared to sneak attack them. Little brat, you're dead for sure. This elder heard that you're extremely monstrous. That slash earlier was extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, we have top-grade immortal armors on us, so you can't kill us. Since you can't kill us, prepare to die. They sneered when they saw who it was. They were still shocked by the attack just now. No wonder the sect had given the order to kill anyone who encountered Lin Fei. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I'll send you to hell first. Lin Fei moved again. Swoosh! Swoosh! Rays of saber light blotted out the sky and covered the entire passage. You're talking big. As soon as he finished speaking, the saber lights struck them at a speed that was 100 times faster than normal. Too fast. Impossible. No matter how they tried to dodge, the saber lights seemed to have locked onto them. They couldn't escape at all. Their blood churned, and their eyes were filled with fear. Monster. The speed was at least 50 times the speed of sound. 5 breaths later, Lin Fei stopped and left. The passage was full of saber marks. The two elders of the Nether Palace were motionless. Their faces were filled with fear that came from the depths of their souls. Then they shattered into pieces. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't withstand Lin Fei's attack. They could only die in the underworld. In another passage, it was also a sea of saber lights. 2 people were also standing there. They were also motionless as their life force was draining away. They opened their throats and spoke with great difficulty. We, Nether Palace, are finished. Monster. Their bodies exploded. We've killed 2 more. Now there are only 3 left. After we kill the last 3, the great elder of the Nether Palace will definitely have a good expression on his face. Ha ha ha. In the passage, Lin Fei put away the treasures and left, leaving behind 2 dead bodies. With a speed that was 100 times the speed of sound, he could catch up to the elders of the Nether Palace and kill them in the passages. Some of the elders of the Nether Palace were quite fast. One of them reached a speed that was 23 times the speed of sound. He tried to escape from Lin Fei, but unfortunately, he still died under his fist. In a pitch-black passage, the 3 of them were moving forward quickly. Their speed had reached 27 times the speed of sound. The walls kept retreating. What's going on? It's been so long. Why isn't there any news? Did the heavenly demon run away? The expressionless Elder Dim Light stopped. As soon as Elder Dim Light stopped, the other 2 also stopped and looked puzzled. They had been here for a long time. Logically speaking, there should be news. I'll send a message and ask them. The taller elder took out a message talisman. In order to be safe, they had bought message talismans at a high price to send messages. After sending the message for a while, there was no response. Send again. Elder Dim Light's frown deepened. After sending the message, there was still no response. It was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Send a message to the others. This old man has a feeling that something bad has happened. The taller elder sent a message to the other elders. He felt that Elder Dim Light was thinking too much. They were all high-level elders. They could enter the third stage and had bought many treasures. The possibility of danger was very low. After sending the message one by one, there was no response. This time, the three of them couldn't stay calm. Did something really happen? If one of the message talismans didn't reply, it was normal. It was hard to guarantee that nothing bad had happened. Now that all the elders had sent a message talisman, there was no response. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would know that something bad had happened. It was a big deal. The three elders' faces darkened as they thought about how the 12 elders were likely to be in grave danger. The 15 elders were the strongest force of the Nether Palace. Once they were injured and other forces found out, the Nether Palace would be attacked. Let's go back. Elder Dim Light turned around. Subconsciously, Elder Dim Light thought that something had happened to the other elders. To be able to kill the 12 elders, the other party must be very terrifying. It wasn't someone they could fight against. 3 elders. Why are you in such a hurry? Suddenly, a voice came from the quiet passage. Footsteps could be heard. Lin Fei in a black robe walked out from the darkness and blocked in front of them. Lin Fei, why are you here? Elder Dim Light was shocked. The other 2 elders were shocked. In their subconscious, Lin Fei was someone their sect must kill. It was impossible for him to appear in front of them. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. It's simple. I'm gonna send you to hell. It'll be bad if your friends don't have companions on the way. What? You killed them? That's impossible. No matter what, they didn't expect Lin Fei to be able to kill the other 12 elders. Lin Fei was still smiling. Nothing is impossible. From the day you attacked me, you should have known that this day would come. It's just a matter of time. Arrogant brat. You aren't qualified to kill us. The taller elder coldly snorted. He couldn't endure this at all. A brat was boasting in front of them and even said that he wanted to kill them. This brat was simply too arrogant. They were all elders of the Netherworld Palace, the strongest among them. Even if they couldn't break through to the immortal Emperor realm in their lifetime, they were still powerful existences. Nether Palm. Chapter 1170. Enraged. The 3 elders of the Nether Palace were enraged. Although the Nether Palace was nothing in the multiverse, it was an important existence in the great metropolis realm. Even the other factions would have to pay attention to it with a stomp of their foot. Right now, there was someone who was arrogant to the extreme and boasted shamelessly about killing them. This was equivalent to provoking the Emperor, so how could they not be angry? We've been exploring outside and haven't returned to the sect for a long time. Now a brat like Lin Fei has come knocking on our door. Let's get rid of him so that he won't be an eyesore. Another elder said with a cold gaze. Elder Yu Guang suddenly said in a sinister tone, Elder Yun, we can't kill him now. The other elders are nowhere to be found. Something must have happened. Capture him and interrogate him. Let's see who has gone against our Netherworld Palace. It doesn't matter which force is behind him. Our Netherworld Palace will make them suffer the consequences. Elder Yoguang was well aware of Elder Yun's strength. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, how strong could he be? They had a giant backing them. As long as they completed their task, Lin Fei was nothing. The faction behind them wouldn't be able to withstand his wrath. Capturing Lin Fei would bring them many benefits. Amidst the dark clouds, a sinister palm swept across the sky. The cold-ine energy shot out waves of cold-ine energy. Each wave of cold-ine energy could shatter a mountain. What a joke! Since I dare to come here, I'm sure I'm strong. I'm afraid you don't know my true strength. Lin Fei threw his head back and burst out laughing. He didn't mind the palm at all. He raised his hand and slapped upward. It was an ordinary and weak attack. Elder Yun sneered in the sky. Who do you think you are? Boom! Lin Fei's palm imprinted on his opponent's palm, and a terrifying might burst forth. Streams of yin energy exploded, and not a single one was left. Then, the Een energy slammed into his opponent's dark clouds. He blocked it. He actually blocked it. The three elders of the Nether Palace were dumbfounded. How could this kid block it? Are you kidding me? A palm from someone at their level would have at least 1,000,000,000,000 divine dragons force. Wouldn't it be more than enough to crush a kid? I must be mistaken. It's impossible for him to be this strong. What happened next left them in even greater disbelief. The kid that the first elder had said wasn't too monstrous actually displayed his incomparably monstrous side. After smashing the dark clouds with one palm, 6 arms and 3 heads grew out of Lin Fei's back, and they smashed towards the dark clouds. The 6 arms were like 6 rays of rainbow light, punching out to break the world, and each punch landed on the dark clouds. Bang, bang, bang. Punch after punch. More importantly, each punch was faster than the one before. The dark clouds that shrouded the area dissipated, and Elder Yun's true body was revealed. His eyes were filled with fear, and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. Icicle! Another large expanse of black fog converged, turning into a huge all that radiated cold light in all directions. There was shock in the depths of Elder Yun's eyes, followed by fear. He was temporarily suppressed. The scene that Lin Fei had displayed was something that he could not accept. For them to have their current achievements, they had risked their lives time and time again. A young kid who was still wet behind the ears had strength comparable to them. It was simply illogical. My icicle is an emperor-level mystique that specializes in breaking through all kinds of physical bodies. As long as Lin Fei dares to take it head-on and break his physical body, his combat strength will definitely be affected, and I can suppress him. Bang bang, Lin Fei activated his divine power, and without dodging, he smashed towards the icicle. Elder Yun smiled smugly. If I don't take care of you now, a bumpkin will always be a bumpkin. In a while, you will know how powerful this elder is. The icicle shattered as he wished. Ha ha ha. Kid, you fell for it. Elder Dim Light and the other elder below suddenly widened their eyes and opened their mouths in disbelief. Dodge! Elder Yun's mind moved, and a great terror shrouded him. I was just playing with you. Do you really think that you are invincible? A cold voice came from behind, and Elder Yun broke out in cold sweat. How could he dodge his icicle? This was impossible. Elder Yun retreated. His arms were like shooting stars, and they landed on Elder Yun's body. At this moment, who knew how many punches landed on his body? At the start, Elder Yun's body shone brightly, and he activated his immortal armor to block the attacks. After a few breaths, the light dissipated, and the immortal armor exploded, and blood rained down. Another elder of the Nether Palace had fallen. Elder Yun! Elder Yun! The 2 elders were furious, and they were filled with grief. Elder Yun died just like that, and they didn't even have the chance to stop him. He was killed in a flash. This was too terrifying. Lin Fei, who they had always looked down on, now had the strength to kill them, and he was even stronger than them. Kill! Avenge Elder Yun! If they weren't stupid, they would know that their elders didn't die in the hands of others, but all of them should have died in the hands of Lin Fei. 13 Netherworld Palace elders died in the hands of Lin Fei. What kind of strength was this? Most importantly, Lin Fei was too young, and with such achievements, his future was unimaginable. The 2 elders attacked furiously, and their power fluctuated in the passage. If anyone came in at this moment, they would definitely die, and they would be torn to pieces by the power. Elders, why are you so angry? Back then, you didn't put me in your eyes at all. You made my life miserable with just a few words, and you chased me for thousands of miles. I was a lowly fellow in your eyes, and I didn't expect that one day I would become an incredible existence in your eyes, right? 13 elders. I had a great time killing them. Your Netherworld Palace would never have thought that this kid would have the strength to sweep away all of you. There's a saying that I think is very good. The river flows 30 years east and 30 years west. Every dog has its day. Lin Fei walked leisurely, and he avoided the attacks of the 2 elders, unharmed. Elder Yoguang's face darkened. They knew that if they didn't kill Lin Fei today, the Netherworld Palace would no longer exist in the great metropolis heaven. They had to kill Lin Fei. Netherworld Divine Boat. Elder Yoguang took out a large black boat. As soon as the boat appeared, a cold power spread out, and the cold power interweaved, turning into a domain. Cold domain. This is a treasure of the Netherworld Palace, and it represents a domain. In this domain, no matter how strong you are, you will be suppressed, and you won't be able to use your combat strength. A black celestial sword appeared in the other elder's hand, and traces of cold light sliced through the void. Netherworld sword art. The cold domain opened, and the other elder realized the opportunity. He activated the black celestial sword, and heaven's might enveloped Lin Fei. Heaven's might again. Heaven's might enveloped Lin Fei, wanting to suppress him. This time, the power of heaven's might was much weaker. Since it had happened once, there naturally wouldn't be a second time. Hua 100 times the speed of sound. The cold power that enveloped Lin Fei shattered with one slash, and a path was opened. Die! Using 100 times the speed of sound to resist the light speed of an immortal emperor, it wasn't something an ordinary person could resist. Under the brilliant sword light, 6 arms slapped out, shattering the sword light, and all of them landed on the elder's body. The elder didn't have time to activate the immortal armor, and divine power surged out. Lin Fei's current dragon divine power had reached 1,000,000,000,000 dragon divine power, and he was caught off guard. Without activating the immortal armor, his physical body was so weak that it couldn't withstand a single blow, and there was no reason for him not to die. Monster! How can he be so fast? Elder Yoguang's pupils shrank, and he finally understood one thing. How could those elders die? Speed. With this speed, who would have the time to defend against it? There was simply no way to defend against it. This elder's fastest speed is about 30 times the speed of sound. This kid's speed is at least 50 times the speed of sound, and even 70 times the speed of sound. Even the great elder isn't as fast as him, and I'm afraid only the old ancestor can break his speed. When speed reached an advantage, it would become a terrifying killing move. Go. Only fear was left in Elder Yoguang's heart. If Lin Fei didn't have the speed, it would at most be more troublesome to kill Lin Fei. But he had treasures on him, and with the element of surprise, he still had a chance of winning. Now that Lin Fei had displayed such a heaven-defying speed, he had completely lost his chance. Celestial Power Ignition. Elder Yoguang directly activated his celestial power, and it burned crazily. Less than 30 times the speed of sound instantly reached 40 times the speed of sound. This was a secret technique of Nether Palace. 40 times the speed of sound. Elder Yoguang wasn't confident. We must inform the Great Elder, and tell him to contact the Dragon Alliance. Nether Palace can't be destroyed by Lin Fei. Just as he took out the message talisman, a blade light slashed over, and the arm flew out along with the message talisman. In the void, another blade slashed over, and the message talisman exploded. Why are you running so fast? Lin Fei appeared in front of him, and he chuckled. Looking at the Nether Palace Elder's face filled with fear, he felt great. Even the Nether Palace Elder would have such a day. The scene of him being chased felt like it had happened not long ago, and in the blink of an eye, he had the strength to fight back. It was great to have strength. This elder will fight it out with you. Elder Yoguang's little confidence shattered. If he couldn't dodge Lin Fei even at 40 times the speed of sound, then his speed must have reached a terrifying level. No matter how he ran, the result would be the same. You have no chance, because Lin Fei appeared in front of Elder Yoguang. A blade light, destiny divine light chop. Yoguang knew that Lin Fan was fast, but when he arrived in front of him, he realized that Lin Fan's speed was not as simple as 70 times the speed of sound. Nether Palace is finished. Yoguang wanted to inform the others, but boundless darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. The 15 elders have all been dealt with. After losing this group of people, Nether Palace is strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. If news of this spreads, the factions in the great metropolis world will take action. Lin Fei chuckled as he took the storage rings from the 3 of them. After killing a group of the main force, he was in a good mood. It's a pity that the great elder of Nether Palace isn't here. I lost a chance to kill him. Chapter 1171. Bang, 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 bang. In one of the passages of the Sky Demon Maze. At that moment, there was a group of people surrounding the three Sky Fiends. Although the three Sky Fiends were very fast, the power of the array formation had sealed off the passageway. Kill! Kill! The power of the array limited the speed of the Sky Demons. The three Sky Demons were suppressed to a certain extent. Their powerful bodies were covered with dense wounds, but their bodies did not collapse. One of the people attacking stopped when he attacked. Fortunately, everyone was attacking the Sky Demons and had no time to pay attention to others, so they did not notice the change in that person. What's wrong with the Grand Elder? Asked someone next to him. He's fine. This person was Traceless Hades, the Grand Elder of the Nether Palace that Lin Fei was looking for. He was the one who went to the Holy Heaven Academy that day. That was what Traceless Nether said. His facial expression did not change, but his heart was filled with shock. Just now, something unimaginable had happened. It was something that made him unable to calm down. 15 elders had died. Dead. Traceless Hades had used a treasure to leave a trace of their primordial soul bead on the way to the inheritance ground. The bead had been placed on him. If the primordial soul bead did not shatter, nothing had happened. But just now, the primordial soul beads of the 15 elders had shattered one after another. The time interval was so short that it was almost continuous. That's impossible. Every elder of the sect is not simple. They were just chasing after a Sky Demon. It's impossible for all of them to die at once. Did they encounter a heaven-defying genius? Or did they encounter the clone of an immortal emperor or a demon emperor? The Netherworld Palace is just a small force, and they don't care about it at all. Why would they attack the elders of the upper echelons? It doesn't make sense. Besides, at their level, it's not worth it to be known as a bully. What the hell is going on? No matter how Traceless Hades thought about it, he could not find a reasonable explanation. The death of the 15 elders made Traceless Hades realize that it was a disaster for the Nether Palace. Once people knew about it, the Nether Palace would not be able to keep its foundation. This group of elders represented the most powerful force in the Nether Palace. With them around, other forces would not dare to act recklessly. Bastard! Who the hell did it? He killed 15 elders in one go. He's definitely coming for our Nether Palace. We can't stay here any longer, lest someone finds us and captures us in one fell swoop. In the Nether Palace, Traceless the Nether was a cautious and calculating person. He was a wily old fox, so he immediately made his judgment. Let's go. The three Sky Fiends only managed to hold on for a while before they were killed by the combined forces of others. Traceless Nether led his men and retreated first, leaving a message for the others. He needed time to digest and absorb the insights he gained during the battle. No one doubted it. It was normal to gain something from a battle. They looked at Traceless Hades enviously. Traceless Nether must have escaped. After killing the 15 elders of the Nether Palace, Lin Fei did not remain idle. He tidied up the treasures and searched for Traceless Nether's whereabouts within a certain range. According to Lin Fei's thoughts, if an elder of the Nether Palace appeared nearby, then the first elder of the Nether Palace wouldn't be too far away. If he searched around, he should be able to find something. Later, Lin Fei found out that Traceless Nether had left a day ago. Gained insight during the battle? Damn, what a lousy excuse. To think that he could come up with such a thing. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei immediately laughed. He had to admit that Traceless Nether was very powerful. He must have found out something about the elders. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left so quickly and disappeared without a trace. He's lucky. The Heavenly Demon Maze is so huge. Finding him is like finding a needle in a haystack. It'll be very difficult to find him in a short period of time. I can only let him have it for now. Lin Fei was in no hurry. No matter where Traceless Nether went, he was still in the Heavenly Demon Maze. He would find him sooner or later. Although he couldn't find Traceless Nether, Lin Fei wasn't discouraged. He pondered what to do next. Kill the sky fiends. Roar, roar, roar. This was a sky fiend that had yet to take human form. It attacked instinctively at 15 times the speed of sound, baring its fangs and claws. It was very powerful. No matter how powerful a sky fiend was, it was useless against Lin Fei. The sky fiends that kept pouncing at him were easily taken down. With a swing of his saber, he killed a sky fiend. The sky fiends that many immortals found troublesome were nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. After killing the sky fiend, he obtained another sky fiend card. Including this sky fiend card, Lin Fei had a total of 23 sky fiend cards in his hands. This was done casually and not deliberately. Even so, 23 sky fiend cards would make people jealous. There were many times when he saw a group of immortals fighting to the death for a sky fiend. Killing sky fiends is too boring. Lin Fei shook his head. Killing sky fiends now was really not challenging. He needed a challenge. A challenge that he was interested in. System, help me search. Help me search the entire heavenly demon maze. With a thought, Lin Fei had an idea. As for how big the heavenly demon maze was, Lin Fei was very interested in finding out. If he could figure out how big the heavenly demon maze was and what to do next, he would have a plan. He wouldn't search aimlessly. Lin Fei paid a sum of points and opened the system search. Whether or not he would succeed, he didn't have much confidence. Anyway, he had nothing to do. It would be best if he succeeded, but it didn't matter if he didn't succeed. After a long time, just as Lin Fei thought that he had failed, he heard the words he wanted to hear the most. Search completed. Do I need to open the virtual map? Of course. Lin Fei was shocked. The system was so powerful that it could even complete this. Now, he wanted to know how big the heavenly demon maze was. A virtual map appeared in front of him. This map wasn't square like he imagined. It was actually circular and the area was very large. Lin Fei could only see a rough area. Very quickly, Lin Fei saw a shocking situation. On the huge virtual map, 10 whirlpools appeared. 10 whirlpools appeared in 10 directions, and they were very far away from each other. 10 whirlpools. Could it be that these are the locations of the 10 great heavenly demon kings? Lin Fei's heart stirred as he thought of something. There were 10 heavenly demon kings guarding the heavenly demon maze. Now, on the virtual map, 10 whirlpools appeared, guarding 10 directions, which was equivalent to dividing 10 regions. But the center? At the center of the virtual map, Lin Fei was shocked, because there was another huge whirlpool there. That huge whirlpool was even bigger than the 10 whirlpools combined. It was like a gate of hell. Other than the 10 heavenly demon kings, could there be another giant heavenly demon king? Chapter 1172. It should be in this direction. A gust of wind blew past, and the black-robed man appeared. After a short while, he disappeared again. Turn left. Turn left again. There should be no mistake. It must be in this direction. The black-robed man was very fast. Every time he entered a passageway, he would carefully examine it and choose the direction he wanted to go. Ever since the system had created a perfect map and discovered the whirlpool on the map, Lin Fei had been very tempted. He wanted to check out the whirlpool. Perhaps the celestial demon king was there. The eternal immortal emperor had said that the celestial demon king had hidden a great treasure. No one would miss this opportunity. Lin Fei could not miss out on a place where the celestial demon king might be. He would rather make another trip to find out what was going on. If there was a celestial demon king in the whirlpool, it would be equivalent to knowing the hiding places of 10 celestial demon kings. Once he knew the reason for the whirlpool, he would be able to find the largest whirlpool. Someone's coming. Someone exclaimed in a passage. Big Brother Han is amazing. There are so many people coming and going in this passage. He's giving us celestial demon cards for free. The celestial demons in the maze are all very powerful. It's much better to set up traps along the way and collect the celestial demon cards without paying a price. Big Brother Han's array formation is unparalleled. A formation enveloped the passage in the void. A middle-aged man in green had a smug smile on his face. He was the Big Brother Han that everyone was talking about, Han Feng. He was looking at the passage where someone was rushing over. I'll count to 3 and then we'll attack. Han Feng was very pleased. He was an array master himself and a very powerful one at that. Although he was not a great grandmaster, he could still make some progress. He had used the array formation to kill many people and obtain a few celestial demon cards. Who would not be willing to do this kind of business? A gust of wind blew. The power of the array formation enveloped the area, and ferocious beasts filled the sky. Kill! Kill! Immortals leaped out of the void, and all kinds of mystical abilities swept through the air, drowning the other party in an instant. This array formation was an illusion. Once someone stepped into it, they would be enveloped by the illusion, and would lose sight of their surroundings, causing them to fall prey to the other party's killing moves. The person shrouded in the illusion was calm and collected. His saber intent flew out and slashed at the void, shattering the illusion, revealing more than 10 immortals. Each of them was an immortal emperor. More than a dozen celestial emperors joined forces. Coupled with the power of the formation, it was a terrifying force. Shio shio shio. Another saber light turned into a ray of light and flew past them one by one. Puff. Heads flew into the air one after another. More than 10 primordial spirits scrambled to escape. They were all overwhelmed with shock. They were actually killed in an instant. What a terrifying opponent. I hate dark things like you the most. The fleeing primordial spirits exploded one after another. If you dare to set up a formation, then there's no need to leave. Lin Fei grabbed out with his 5 fingers, and the void shattered. The green-clothed man fell out from within, and his scalp went numb. How did he meet such a freak who was not affected by the illusions? Die! Han Feng didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and left as a streak of light. Whoosh! The saber light flew out and slashed at the other party. One slash contained the power of more than 100 slashes. Lin Fei strolled leisurely and put away the storage ring. He found that there were 5 heavenly demon cards in it, and he took them without hesitation. They dared to set up a formation in this location. Many people should have discovered the mystery. Coming from afar, this was not the first time such an ambush had happened. Some people chose to do this kind of business without any cost. They didn't need to pay and just waited to reap the benefits. Lin Fei sped up. He was gradually approaching the location of the virtual description. There are sounds of fighting. Suddenly, there was a very intense energy fluctuation in front. Lin Fei knew that he had found the right place. If someone beat him to it, it would not be a good thing. He must not deal with the heavenly demon king. After a while, a small altar appeared in the passage ahead, and the energy fluctuation was vigorous. This heavenly demon is very strong. It is very likely to be the guard of the heavenly demon king. It must be so. Did anyone notice that this place is different from other places? There are a lot of heavenly demons, and each of them is very powerful. The heavenly demon king must be nearby. There were constant speculations in front. As soon as Lin Fei heard it, he was sure that the whirlpool in front was the position of the heavenly demon king. Now it seemed that someone had beaten him to it. Someone had found a clue. At the end of the passage, Lin Fei saw that inside the altar, 5 figures were dealing with a heavenly demon. This heavenly demon was terrifyingly powerful to be able to make 5 powerhouses take action. Not good. Stop him. The heavenly demon is going to break through. That heavenly demon, scarred and bleeding constantly, and its demonic energy was dim. It was seriously injured. With a flash of ominous light, it made a feint and rushed toward one of the passages. Where are you going? Behind it, a graceful figure moved her jade-like hand, and a long black whip rolled toward the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon slapped it with his palm, setting off a demonic energy, and swung the long whip away. Hehehe, you can't catch me. After the heavenly demon dodged, it opened its speed to 41 times the speed of sound and arrived at the entrance of the passage. Once it entered, it could get rid of them, and it could also find a chance to kill these humans again. I didn't expect that there would be a heavenly demon coming to me. A chuckle sounded. The heavenly demon's smile stiffened, and it saw a hand in front of it. The 5 fingers grabbed its face and it grabbed its neck. Wave after wave of divine power surged out, and the heavenly demon's body was like a popcorn, constantly exploding, reforming, and exploding again. The heavenly demon couldn't resist this ordinary hand. After a while, the heavenly demon turned into pieces, and a golden heavenly demon card fell out, which was especially eye-catching. Your Excellency is really powerful. You easily killed a heavenly demon. On the altar, a young man in white walked over and cupped his hands. I'm Nangong Ming. The few people at the side of the altar all looked at the golden card on the ground. This was a good thing. Normally, when a heavenly demon was killed, a black heavenly demon card would drop, which was obviously an ordinary item. Now that there was a golden heavenly demon card, there must be a precious treasure in the card. Who wouldn't be tempted? I don't know. Lin Fei stretched out his hand, and the golden heavenly demon card landed in his hand. The golden demonic patterns flickered, and he laughed in his heart. He didn't encounter a heavenly demon king, but he got a golden heavenly demon card first. Anger flashed in Nangong Ming's eyes. This kid was lying through his teeth. Who didn't know the influence of the Nangong family in the myriad world? It wasn't easy for him to kill a heavenly demon king's guard, but in the end he was intercepted. The people behind were also angry. Hehe, Your Excellency helped to kill the heavenly demon just now. I am very grateful. However, this heavenly demon was discovered by us first, and it was heavily injured. You should return the heavenly demon card to us. We can give you a few heavenly demon cards. I wonder if Your Excellency is willing. Not good. Chapter 1173. How could one spit out something that was already in their hands? Of course, Lin Fei knew this logic. The sky demon came to him and was killed by him. In theory, the sky demon belonged to him. It wasn't something that could be taken back with just a few words. Lin Fei rejected him right away. Nangong Ming suppressed his anger. The kid in front of him rejected him. Did he really want to take the golden sky demon card? That was impossible. His question was actually to be polite before resorting to force. Nangong Ming and the others knew how powerful this sky demon was. Even when it was heavily injured, its battle prowess was still very strong. Furthermore, it could move at 40 times the speed of sound. It was very difficult to kill it. The other party could kill the sky demon. It was a complete massacre. This was enough to prove his strength. That was why Nangong Ming asked about his background. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would know what the name Nangong meant. Between offending him and not offending him, he would choose the latter and hand over the golden sky demon card. The result was unexpected. The kid in black rejected him decisively. Nangong Ming was even angrier. This kid was obviously trying to go against him. The golden sky demon card had treasures hidden within it. He couldn't let it go and give it to him. You dare to reject young Master Nangong? Do you want your entire family to be exterminated? Behind Nangong Ming, a young man shouted at Lin Fei. He was threatened. Scram! At this realm, how could Lin Fei be afraid of threats? The young man instantly felt a chill. He flew backwards and crashed into the wall of the altar. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was filled with shock. You dare attack? The young man was terrified. Even Nangong Ming and the others were shocked. They were very clear about their strength. They couldn't see how the other party attacked. Didn't this mean that the other party was stronger than them? You are Lin Fei. Sakya died in your hands. Not far away, the girl in black had an unnatural expression. She recognized the identity of the kid in black. These words were undoubtedly a bomb thrown at the scene. You are Lin Fei. Nangong Ming's heart skipped a beat. One of the memories appeared and it was about Lin Fei. Sakya, a proud son of heaven, had mastered the speed of light. He had always killed people with a single strike of his sword. However, such a powerful son of heaven had ultimately fallen into the hands of Lin Fei. At that time, everyone was talking about Lin Fei the most. That's right, I'm Lin Fei. If you want to fight, then do it. Otherwise, get out of my way. It was best to know his own name. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of them at all. In fact, Nangong Ming was the only powerful one among them. The rest of them were at most immortal emperor realm. Nangong Ming's expression became even uglier, and the corners of his eyes kept twitching. Since when had a disciple of a great clan been disregarded by a kid from a small world? The golden heavenly devil card couldn't be taken away. This Lin Fei could kill Sakya with his own strength. It won't be easy to deal with him. We might have to pay a huge price to kill him. Looking at his situation, it seems that he wants to go to the front. The supreme grade heavenly devil just now came from the front. If I'm not wrong, there should be more supreme grade heavenly devils in the front. Why not let him be the cannon fodder? When the time comes, we can kill two birds with one stone and kill this ignorant guy. Nangong Ming had a good plan. They really didn't make a move. What a pity. Lin Fei walked towards the passage in front of the altar. Seeing that they didn't make a move, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. If he killed them, he would definitely have a good harvest. Of course, Lin Fei wasn't a person who would kill indiscriminately. He wouldn't kill them for treasures, unless there was a precondition that they took the initiative to make a move. In that case, he couldn't be blamed. After entering the passage, Lin Fei went straight ahead. Young Master Nangong, this kid is too arrogant. He just killed Sakya and got lucky. He actually dared to not take young Master Nangong seriously. He really deserves to die. The young man who vomited blood just now said with a venomous gaze. Let's attack together. Lin Fei won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. He will definitely die. A few of them chimed in. Nangong Ming didn't get angry but laughed instead. He's just an arrogant kid. It's easy for me to kill him. Even if I encounter Sakya, I can still kill him. As for why I didn't make a move just now, it's just to let him be the cannon fodder. If there's a supreme grade heavenly devil here, there will definitely be a second one. With cannon fodder to scout, why not? Ha ha ha. Young master, you're smart. That kid is the best cannon fodder. Stupid human, go to hell. After avoiding the people, he activated hundredfold speed. At the turn of the passage, the heavenly devil ambushed Lin Fei. A black fog floated up and turned into a huge face. It opened its mouth and bit over. It was very ferocious. Die! With a slash, the black fog dissipated. Lin Fei continued to move forward. The number of heavenly devils ambushing him kept increasing, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Lin Fei wasn't unhappy at all. On the contrary, he was very happy. The increase of heavenly devils further proved that there was a heavenly demon king ahead. After a long time, a supreme grade heavenly devil appeared. It was very powerful. Lin Fei and the supreme grade heavenly devil fought. Both of their physical bodies were very strong and their punches were very powerful. After mastering hundredfold speed, they had the upper hand in physical combat and completely suppressed the supreme grade heavenly devil. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the supreme grade heavenly devil's body was pierced by Lin Fei. Its hard body shattered and a golden heavenly devil card fell out. It's really a supreme grade heavenly devil. It must be the guard of the heavenly demon king. He opened the system again and the virtual map showed that the whirlpool was nearby. He leaped away from the whirlpool. Demonic energy filled the sky and controlled this area. There were demonic herbs, demonic flowers, and vines everywhere. The demonic creatures formed by the dense demonic energy attacked when people were unprepared. Lin Fei's speed was too fast. He didn't make a move at all and avoided the demonic creatures. As for the heavenly devil that appeared, he wasn't interested in dealing with it. In the depths, there was a powerful aura. It was undoubtedly the heavenly demon king. My luck isn't bad. The heavenly demon king in the whirlpool shouldn't have been killed. Lin Fei smiled. After advancing for a while, the demonic energy became denser and kept invading his body. Some white bones appeared on the ground. Did someone come here in the past? Some white bones lay among the demonic creatures with their skulls pierced through. There were also many heaven-grade immortal artifacts. After a long time, they had lost their celestial might and were rusted. They were no longer a heaven-grade immortal artifact. Lin Fei didn't dare to take it lightly. The Heavenly Demon King shouldn't be simple. The only strange thing was why the Heavenly Demon King didn't wander around but stayed in one place. He really wanted to figure it out. The power of the black fog was increasing. Lin Fei didn't care and continued to go deeper. The number of heavenly demons increased again. These heavenly demons flashed by and didn't make a move. After a long passageway, the front suddenly widened, and a huge demon palace appeared in front of Lin Fei. In front of the demon palace, there was a huge throne with monstrous demonic energy. A giant with a height of 100 feet sat on the throne. Below the throne, there were heavenly demons. Heavenly Demon King. Lin Fei looked at the giant on the throne. His qi and blood were vigorous and surging like the sea. The sound of waves echoed up and down the demon palace. If one's qi and blood weren't strong, the powerful qi and blood of the Heavenly Demon King alone could kill people on the spot. Human, you are very strong. The Heavenly Demon King, who had been sitting on the throne, opened his eyes. Demonic energy shot out from his left and right eyes and blasted on the demon palace, shooting out demonic patterns. To be able to pass through the passageway and come here, you are the first. The Heavenly Demon King clapped his hands lightly. This king hasn't eaten human flesh for a long time. All this is because of that old undying thing, Eternal, who brought this king here. Your qi and blood are very strong. This king will eat you first, ha ha ha, hua hua hua. The heavenly demons in front of the throne turned into streams of light, shouting and rushing towards Lin Fei. This Heavenly Demon King is very strong, and his qi and blood are even stronger than mine. If I can kill this Heavenly Demon King and refine him into a divine power pill, my divine power will definitely break through another level. Kill. Lin Fei transformed into a streak of light that was even faster than them. A heavenly demon slashed out with a demonic saber, and the opposite side welcomed a fist, which smashed onto the saber light. The saber light collapsed, and the iron fist smashed onto the heavenly demon, which was torn apart. Xiu xiu xiu. Lin Fei used his fingers as a sword, and the sword light swept out. If one sword couldn't kill them, 100 swords would be extremely terrifying. The heavenly demons that pounced on him died one by one under the sword light, turning into fragments that filled the sky. Hee human, you can't kill us. The heavenly demon that was killed with one sword came back to life after the fragments filled the sky. His strength had increased a lot, and he rushed forward with a sinister smile. Resurrected? Lin Fei was very confident in his attack power. To him, the heavenly demons were nothing. One sword strike was actually 100 swords, and killing them was very easy. Again, the sword light shone brightly, and the sword will fill the sky. Lin Fei continued to kill the heavenly demons. Even though some of the attacks landed on him, they didn't cause him any harm. But the heavenly demons were resurrected, and their strength increased. They were truly indestructible. After who knew how many times he killed them, the number of heavenly demons did not decrease, and they were as strong as before. I understand now. Not far away, the heavenly demons were resurrected. Lin Fei finally understood why the Heavenly Demon King had not left the area, and why the heavenly demons were resurrected. This must have been the work of the eternal immortal emperor. Damn it! As the heavenly demons pounced on him, Lin Fei could only smile bitterly. The Heavenly Demon King's treasures were not easy to obtain. The eternal immortal emperor knew very well that an ordinary genius would die sooner or later from exhaustion if they were surrounded by endless attacks. Lin Fei was an exception. Kill. A long river of saber light swept towards all the heavenly demons and opened up a path, revealing an empty space. Lin Fei did not intend to kill the heavenly demons. They were indestructible and very difficult to deal with. If he attacked the Heavenly Demon King directly, he might have a chance. But as time went on, even he would be exhausted. Bang! In the void, a black divine pagoda fell from the sky and smashed directly onto Lin Fei. The divine power runes exploded, and Lin Fei coughed up a mouthful of blood. You can't get the Heavenly Demon King. Chapter 1174. It's been a very long time since I've written a single chapter. Today, I'll thicken my skin and write a single chapter to nag everyone. In May and June, my updates were not very stable. Every month, I would write 100,000 words. Compared to those that could easily write 200,000 words or 300,000 words, Koku's word count was really terrible. Just thinking about it made me blush. Koku reflects, I've let down everyone's support. It's because of your support that Invincible can reach where it is today, and the results are quite good. With all of you, Koku is very happy. It's July. This prosperous month, to Koku, is also a month of hard work. Hence, today's single chapter.